Death came to him suddenly, at the very moment when he could not even imagine. He remembers his best friend, his part-time boss, he remembers college, and also that he did not do his report. Even the faces of all the children from the orphanage, thanks to them, his life was not so bad. Therefore, if he could choose, he would stay alive. The boy suddenly woke up and pressed his back against the rough tree trunk, convulsively clutching his heart with his hand. Breathing heavily, he tried to catch his breath, feeling his pulse beating faster and unevenly. The young man thought he was in the other world, because he clearly remembered being hit by a truck. But the river Styx was nowhere to be seen, as was the flower garden, no signs of the past world at all. He thought he was terribly hungry and noticed a leaf, but he didn't understand why he was eating leaves and whether things were really that bad. Maybe he would starve to death this time, or he would find something edible. The boy saw a centipede and thought it didn't look so bad, so he picked up a rock and crushed it, hoping to eat it. The young man thought that even such a find was better than sitting hungry and helpless. If only he could fry this strange thing, perhaps the taste would be quite acceptable. But after tasting it, he realized that it was simply disgusting. Deciding to get rid of the unpleasant taste, he headed to the nearest river to wash himself with cool water and get his thoughts in order. The guy was happy that he had found at least some food, even if it was tasteless. Then he thought about what had happened. He had been hit by a truck, and it was almost impossible to survive after that. While he was standing over the river, lost in dark thoughts, he suddenly noticed something unusual in his reflection. The young man looked at the reflection of the water and could not understand who was looking at him from there. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He realized that he had died and was reborn as another person. Now, almost every other manga tells exactly this. This means that the young man was reborn in another world, or maybe someone sent him here on purpose. He wanted to fall asleep now and wake up in the hospital. If he was lucky, the truck only slightly touched him. The guy woke up and realized that nothing like that had happened. Everything remained in its place. Now he needs to think about how to survive here, because he is quite cute. At first, the young man decided to find out where he is, because he is unlikely to ever return to Japan. He thought it was time to move out and look for food, and also find people. But as he moved forward, the young man realized that there was absolute emptiness all around in this jungle. He hoped that maybe he could find at least some insects to satisfy his hunger. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, addressing him directly. The guy froze. His heart began to beat wildly, wondering if it was really a person. So, he was finally lucky. The young man wanted to explain that he was lost, but the huge griffin that came out to meet him declared that this was his territory and demanded that he leave immediately. His menacing look and impressive size made it clear that he was not joking. The guy screamed that he was completely inedible and full of bones, since he had only eaten one centipede and was definitely not nutritious for him. He thought that he had just recently been reborn, and he had absolutely no desire to die again. Griffin said that she does not eat such food, emphasizing that it is completely unsuitable for him. He asked who she is to him. The young man quickly said that he had no intention of offending the bird, said goodbye politely, and walked away, wondering what kind of creature it was. After all, he was sent to another world on an empty stomach, forced to eat a centipede, moved into another body, and when he tried to survive, he came across this griffin. The young man wondered what kind of world this was. The young man screamed desperately that it was time to get out of here, to escape while there was still a chance. The griffin loudly proclaimed, warning the newcomer that he was invading his territory and must immediately leave the boundaries of his domain. After all, this whole jungle belonged to him. That was the agreement, and how dare the guy look for food on his land? The young man sheepishly apologized and explained that he was simply lost and had no idea who owned the territory. The griffin glared down at him, calling him a pathetic liar. After all, the treaty between him and people has existed for 200 years, and even babies know about it. The young man humbly admitted that perhaps his interlocutor was right. The griffin sternly demanded an explanation, promising to spare his life only if the arguments were weighty. The boy understood that the situation was hopeless, and the only thing he could do was tell the truth. It remained only to guess whether the fierce enemy would believe him. He said that it wasn't really his body. The creature didn't understand what he was talking about. The young man replied that it seemed so, but he did understand that he was definitely finished. After all, this furry little animal had caught up with him. The guy continued to insist that he knew nothing about these lands and certainly had no idea why he was here. He sincerely asked to believe his words. After a long look in his direction, the Griffin realized that the stranger was a wanderer. If this is the case, then he really should have asked for forgiveness. He really didn't know about these places, and the beast explained that chance had brought the young man so far. The creature stated that the interlocutor would have to learn everything about this world, and added that he could hate his fate, but nothing would change. The guy asked who the wanderers were, and heard in response that they were people from other worlds. Then he asked if he wasn't born here. The young man told his new acquaintance the whole story in detail. The Griffin replied that he knew nothing about it and had never heard of anything like it. Although he had already met the Wanderer 500 years ago, he was different. The beast added that the Wanderer was a reincarnated man and asked what he meant by became a child. Was he really an adult? The boy replied that yes, he used to be an adult, but now he became a child and suggested that this was probably bad. The Griffin announced that this time he would release the young man on one important condition. He was obliged to render him an important service. The boy asked who they were. The beast replied that the boy couldn't see. After all, they were people, children, just like him. The wanderer asked why there were so many children here, 30 of them. The Griffin admitted that he did not know the reason, but only noted that they had been left right in the middle of his forest. The young man was very hungry and suggested that he might have been left there precisely because there was not enough food. He asked if the forest owner wanted him to take care of the children. He replied that the boy was quick-witted and asked him to look after them until they could take care of themselves. The young man thought that it was not a matter of dislike for children, since he himself had grown up in an orphanage and understood their problems well, so he carefully asked the Griffin if there was a way to solve the food issue. The creature replied that it would help with obtaining food, but warned that the wanderer had only 3 years to teach the children to find food on their own. This answer was a real surprise for the guy. It turned out that the owner of the forest was not evil at all, but a real kind person. The guy expected that the bird would want to scream or immediately send the children to eat insects, but its behavior turned out to be completely different. He also asked the Griffin why he was so protective of these children, showing such attention and care to them. The animal advised the young man to think about who in their right mind would leave hungry children alone, and asked if he himself could easily forget about children left to their fate. He then added that he was responsible for those he protected, thus ending the conversation. The young man realized that it was the forest master who had brought the fruit here, and he realized how different humans and griffins were. The reason he had asked him to take care of the children was because he did not know how to raise a human. The young man decided to take care of the children, considering it his duty to those who needed protection. The beast approved of the young man's choice, recognizing it as a wise decision worthy of respect and trust. The boy turned to the children and solemnly announced that he would now become their new leader. His face glowed with pride and joy at the upcoming role of mentor. He smiled warmly, adding that he was happy to meet each child personally and was ready to become their support and protection. In addition, the young man suddenly realized that he did not understand the children's speech at all. Now it became clear there was a serious language barrier that would have to be overcome before it would be possible to establish contact and begin teaching. He quickly asked the Griffin about the language. The Griffin explained that the inhabitants of other worlds were unable to understand the local dialect, and he himself, busy with caring for the children, did not pay attention to this important aspect. The young man was also interested in why he understood the beast's speech. The animal explained that the reason was the blessing of the sacred language granted by nature. The blessing of the sacred language allows one to communicate with representatives of different races. The forest master realized that they seemed to have a problem, and since that was the case, he could lend the wanderer his skill, although this was usually impossible. However, he too was blessed with generosity. The blessing of generosity gives the opportunity to give others one's abilities. The boy asked about the interlocutor. The Griffin, in turn, asked why the young man decided so, because he would give him the blessing of the tongue. The blessing of the tongue transforms words heard and spoken into another language. There is a limit to the number of languages. The wanderer thought that such a blessing resembled a sacred power from fantasy, and asked the beast how many such blessings he had. He answered that he had 12. The guy was shocked by the number of blessings and assumed that they were so common because of the Griffin. He asked not to say that a large number of blessings is normal for locals. The beast told him that few of them were actually valuable. For example, the blessing of the tongue was useless for the Griffin itself, but it could be very useful for a person. After that, he asked the young man to say something out loud. The guy said that was all and thank you for your attention. The young man froze in amazement. realizing that he was now able to freely express himself in a foreign dialect, which became understandable to everyone who was nearby. A girl ran up to him, happily saying that it was nice to meet him, and asked if she could call him Oni-chan. The group leader was touched by such an address, and his heart trembled with tenderness. A boy standing nearby immediately asked what the correct name of the new leader was. The leader told the boy that he was supposed to give his own name first, and then ask the other person's name. The boy then introduced himself, calling himself Ron and declaring that he was the boss. After the introduction, he asked the other person's name again. The wanderer asked the griffin what name he should give him so as not to stand out among the other people. The beast suggested the name Almus to the young man. The boy asked about the meaning of the name, but the creature responded with a question about whether the meaning was important if the sound itself was beautiful. The young man agreed, recognizing the fairness of the griffin's reasoning, and finally decided on the name. The new leader introduced himself as Almus and told Ron that he was pleased to meet him. The boy asked the guest's age. The wanderer replied that he was 20 years old, to which the boy responded in surprise that he looked younger than himself. The griffin explained that their new leader was not lying and was telling the truth. The young man confirmed this, agreeing with the griffin. Almus suggested that everyone else introduce themselves. The boys began introducing themselves one by one. Ron was the first to speak, stating that he was 12 years old. Next came Zion, Ron's childhood friend, then Rosiewood, who was 11. Next up were Tetra, Graham, and Lulu. All three noted that they were 10 years old. Almus noted that all the children present were over 9 years old. Ron, however, was emphatic that despite the formal introduction, he categorically refused to consider him his leader. The wanderer understood the boy's feelings. Suddenly, a strange boy appears and imagines himself in charge, and to hear such things from a child younger than him. But the whole situation reminded him of his time in the orphanage. Zion apologized, explaining that her friend did not mean to offend and was just a little stupid. Ron said sharply that no one here is stupid, and the one who calls names is called that himself. The girl confirmed that this statement was true for him too. Almus was deeply moved by the fate of each child. Despite the fact that they were all abandoned, the children retained in their hearts the openness and optimism of children. He understood that children were hurting inside and needed protection, and he felt a responsibility to be a trusted mentor and protector for them. Ron demanded that the new leader lay out the specific plans and ideas that guided him. Almus calmly replied that the group would first of all develop agriculture in order to provide themselves with food and create sustainable living conditions. The boy was also outraged by the proposal to take up farming. Almus firmly stated that they had no other choice but to master farming. Moreover, the griffin said that he would support them only for 3 years, after which the 31 children would have to provide for themselves. Ron thought that farming was a difficult business, and it was unclear how they would succeed. The leader agreed that, as the boy had rightly noted, they had a long way to go. He also realized that they were deep in the forest, surrounded by many trees. Some of them would need to be cut down and their roots uprooted. Once the trees were uprooted, the soil would become softer and more suitable for farming. The teacher expressed the opinion that the main problem was the composition of the team, which consisted only of children. He doubted how many of them would be able to operate a hoe. Rosiewood shared his concerns with Tetra, emphasizing that the task was difficult. He wondered if they should abandon the idea. Tetra said there was no other option. Zion asked what farming meant. Almus explained that tools were needed, then it would be easier. Ron asked where to get them. The mentor suggested exchanging the remaining valuables, noting that, unfortunately, they were inedible. The griffin apologized for the delay, explaining that he had made them wait. The mentor, on the contrary, was glad that he had arrived quickly enough, thanked him warmly, and assured that they would definitely find a use for the items. Ron saw swords, Rosiewood saw weapons. Almus realized that these were trophies of warriors who tried to defeat the owner of the forest. The griffin explained that the finds were scattered all over the forest, getting in his way, and he specially collected more to get rid of this trash and will bring more now. Tetra asked if she could exchange the blades for farming tools. The teacher praised the girl for her foresight and asked if she could pat her head. The girl handed him the blade with a displeased look. Ron suggested trading weapons for food to avoid starvation. Lulu asked about preparing the land. Almus replied that they would first need to find a suitable plot, otherwise they would have to hire workers. Paying with weapons was risky, but Griffin Sama promised to deal with any problems. The teacher voiced the problem that it was unknown where to exchange swords. He asked if any of the children had experience in such matters. All answered negatively, only Tetra remained. The girl said that this is the forest of Ramalia. The kingdom of Rositz is to the east, the kingdom of Gilbed is to the northwest, the kingdom of Domerga is to the northeast, and the kingdom of Faldarm extends to the north. Tetra told her that Rositz was weak in metallurgy, and Domerga and Gilbed were preparing to attack Faldarm. Almas realized that their weapons could be sold profitably and asked how she knew about it. The girl answered that adults could steal the weapons. The teacher reassured the students by explaining that he had foreseen the situation in advance. If a conflict arose, they would show the griffin's feather and say that they were acting on the orders of the griffin himself. This would make the negotiations more successful. He had already discussed this strategy in advance. The mentor added that it was not worth going with the whole crowd and asked if there were any volunteers. Almas decided that Tetra would go with them, since she was the most reasonable and knowledgeable in matters of trade. The girl quietly noted that she had not raised her hand, but obediently agreed to act as a guide. The boys went to the Domergar territory to the merchant. Almas said that they had 10 steel swords and 6 bronze ones, and asked if they could be exchanged. The man carefully examined the weapons offered. Seeing the feather, he asked if they were the messengers of Griffin. Sam. The worker reported that the head blacksmith had arrived. The merchant assessed the quality of the swords, noting their excellent condition, and asked what they were willing to exchange their weapons for. Almas made his demands clear. In exchange for the swords, he asked for 10 iron hoes, 3 strong axes, and 8 sharp sickles. His expression remained imperturbable, demonstrating confidence in the correctness of his chosen course of action. Ron was glad that they had exchanged swords and received so many tools. Sion thought that the metal was very valuable and the price was too low. Tetra pointed out that their weapons were made of metal and that they should have asked for a higher price. The mentor explained that they were acting as middlemen, and it was better to start with small amounts. However, Almas wondered if his mediocre knowledge of farming would allow him to cope with children working in the fields. Instead, he considered it necessary to develop hunting, fishing, and gathering, using the presence of a griffin to provide meat and leather for sale. The question remained open as to where to begin developing agriculture and whether it was acceptable to cut down trees without incurring the wrath of Griffin-sama. The wanderer described his plan to the owner of the forest. He supported the initiative, specifying that the area belonged to a former settlement that had left the area due to illness. People blamed the owner of the forest for the misfortune. The boy was surprised that he had not been told about this before and asked where the village was. The beast replied that the events had happened a long time ago, and he no longer remembered the exact location of that place. He suggested climbing on it, explaining that it would be easier for them to inspect the surroundings from above. The young man said that they were not afraid of losing this land. The griffin asked not to touch anywhere. Almas replied that he would do it where it was convenient for him. The forest owner promised to throw him off, but unexpectedly discovered the desired place. Having flown high into the sky, the travelers noticed the remains of an ancient village below, immersed in silence and desolation. Having examined it more closely, the creature smoothly glided and carefully landed near the ruins. Griffin advised to use existing resources rather than try to change anything radically. Almas agreed with his opinion and asked permission to inspect the surrounding area. The young man noticed a source of clean water sparkling among the greenery and rocks. The water was clear and fresh, perfect for drinking. Almas was especially concerned about whether they would be able to settle here in these houses. The ruins of the old settlement excited his imagination with the prospect of rebuilding the house, a safe haven from the dangers of the forest and the threat of hunger. A feeling of hope slowly arose in his soul, and the boy began to mentally paint pictures of the future prosperity of the new community. He noticed that, as expected, the fields were overgrown with grass, but they could still be used for grazing. The width of the field also mattered. Almas thanked the griffin and said that the place was even better than he expected. He replied that the creation was not his merit. The wanderer asked to tell more about the famine catastrophe and the reasons for its occurrence. The beast explained that the reason was a bad harvest. But he realized that the reason was created by people themselves, and another reason was damage. Looking at the surprised face of the wanderer, he asked if he really didn't know what damage was. Almas asked about the proof of the corruption. The griffin replied that its very existence proved it. Remembering the creature's previous words about a world protected by magic, the boy clarified the purpose of the corruption. The griffin briefly replied that people were prone to mutual destruction. He wondered if there were other creatures that were just as prone to killing each other. Almas was afraid that even if they started farming, they wouldn't survive the attack. The griffin reassured him, promising to protect the forest and explaining that the curse didn't work instantly. The wanderer realized the importance of the moment and decided to call the children immediately. However, the beast asked to postpone the meeting until tomorrow, arguing that the sun was already setting below the horizon. He strongly recommended that the boy quickly climb on horseback. The leader invited the children to look at the new dwelling that would soon become their home. Ron asked where to start the arrangement, and then shouted that he did not yet accept Almas as a leader, although he was temporarily willing to follow his advice. Sion asked her friend to be more honest in his statements. Tetra approached him and said that before he came, they were just a group of lost children. All ideas were rejected, there was no plan, they constantly remembered their parents, argued, but after he arrived, everything changed. Almas said he was once like her. Ron asked what the leader was going to teach them, and he said they would learn crop rotation. Ron responded with delight that the phrase sounded appetizing. Sion expressed displeasure, hinting that he had only thoughts about food in his head. Almas calmly clarified that they planned to grow barley, clover, and wheat in rotation, changing the crops every 4 years. Ron wondered why it was so complicated. The teacher explained that it was difficult to grow anything in depleted soil, deprived of essential nutrients. Clover enriched the soil, allowing it to be cultivated year-round. Also, when they get cattle, they can collect their waste products and use them as fertilizer. The soil and the animals support each other, ensuring the fertility of the soil, and this is called crop rotation. Almas continued that it sounds like magic, but it is actually science. There are downsides. Dividing a field into 4 parts reduces the yield by half or 3 times. Raising livestock is quite profitable, and you need to have it first. Rosywood was frankly confused by the explanation. The teacher simplified the wording by saying that crop rotation increases the efficiency of farming, and this is the main thing that needs to be learned. Then he ordered to start repairing the houses. The children set to work energetically, working shoulder to shoulder. Each pair had a separate task. Someone was restoring the roof, someone was strengthening the walls, someone was cleaning the yard. The air was filled with the sound of hammers and cheerful laughter, creating a cozy atmosphere of camaraderie and solidarity. Tetra asked Almas what he intended to do with the place. The mentor replied that he planned to raise goats there and suggested driving in stakes. He also emphasized that goats are unpretentious in their diet, being content with tree bark, and even small children can look after them, despite the fact that they are not yet capable of fully assisting in the work. Almas also wanted to have cows and horses, but he had no idea how to care for them. Animals are useful not only as a source of meat, but also as a workforce. He had experience breeding goats. The shelter where he lived had a farm. He helped the caretakers raise livestock, and in return, they supplied him with products obtained from the animals. Tetra honestly admitted that she had little understanding of the intricacies of crop rotation, but asked if that was really all they needed to know. It looked like they were in for some rough patches. The mentor explained that goat milk has a specific taste that many people find unpleasant. However, despite this, it is rich in nutrients and is excellent for maintaining the health and strength of the body. After all, the food given by the griffin does not contain the necessary amount of calcium, and an unbalanced diet can cause serious problems in the future. He asked whether the girl understood the importance of his words. Tetra realized that her mentor genuinely cared about the health and well-being of the children, taking every little detail concerning their future to heart. Sion doubted that anyone would agree to exchange livestock in a time of famine. Tetra insisted that the kingdom of Rosettes urgently needed weapons, so a deal was likely. Almas noted that the distance was great and suggested involving Griffin Sama. Otherwise, he would take on the transportation of the goats. The griffin sternly warned the goats that if they tried to escape, he would kill them and ordered them to behave obediently. Ron noticed that Griffin herself could speak goat language. At that moment, he sternly ordered the animals to enter the cage. Rosywood complained that the threat of submission seemed too harsh and cruel. Almas mentioned that, in addition to the exchange for goats, he had noticed several bows and arrows suitable for their purposes. These bows would be useful for hunting, so he took them with him, although again he missed the target. Ron shouted indignantly that the leader had missed the target for the 10th time in a row. He kindly offered the teenager to demonstrate his skill by handing him a bow. But, to everyone's amusement, the boy repeated his mentor's mistake, missing the target in the same way. Almas asked how they were going to hunt. Ron asked him to stop being sarcastic, because the mentor was acting like a little child. Almas replied that he was a child, and the boy advised him to at least act more mature. The boys suggested Graham try his luck. The teacher noted that if even Ron couldn't do it, the problem was probably with the bow itself, possibly made in China. The girl hit the target with the first shot. The mentor was surprised to see that she was able to shoot and did it successfully on the first try. Zion asked to be allowed to shoot again. The boys admired her success, amazed that she could hit the target twice in a row, and asked her to teach them the skill. Graham suggested that she straighten her back first. The teacher reminded them that soon the children would be left without the support of the griffin, and the hunt would fall on Graham's shoulders. The others were surprised that they only had one bow. The leader suggested trying to solve the problem. Zion didn't understand what the object was, but then she saw that it was a piece of cloth. Almas explained that it was a sling that allowed one to throw stones by grabbing it by the straps and placing a stone inside. Then you need to spin the sling at high speed and release the cord. With enough force, you can shoot down a bird. Moreover, making a sling is not difficult, since stones are everywhere, and the mentor decided to give everyone one of these weapons. The leader also explained that these leaves are edible, but can cause stomach upset. To eliminate toxicity, it is recommended to wash them with water, removing harmful substances. The wanderer asked the griffin if it was true that he ate more than just meat. He replied that, of course, sometimes he wanted to eat vegetables. The young man realized that the griffin was omnivorous and could not understand whether to classify it as a bird or a mammal. He offered it a mushroom to eat. It replied that it could swallow it without consequences, unlike the boy, who would die instantly. Almas thanked Griffin heartily for his help. The beast said that he felt tired and was going to return to his territory to rest. The wanderer decided to go back to the village too. On his way back, he realized that oil production, farming, and hunting wild animals were all vital. Harvesting was also key. It would be helpful if Griffin-sama could teach them the difference between edible and inedible food. Suddenly, the teacher heard Rose's familiar voice, which brought him out of his reverie. Now he held his sword in his hand, ready to repel a possible threat. If it was a small animal, the mentor would simply chase it away, but if something large appeared, he would need to find a way to protect Rosiewood. He hoped that the student was safe and sound. A man was holding him tightly. The boy was screaming that his parents had abandoned him. Almas realized that he was a man. Rosiewood was desperately struggling, screaming that the kidnapper would not be able to exchange him for food. The stranger is well aware of this fact, but focuses on the presence of many steel swords. The mentor immediately guesses that the attacker's true goal is precisely their weapons. Almas realized that his opponent was a grown man, physically stronger than him, but an ordinary man. Apparently, Rosiewood was alive and well, and the man was acting alone and vulnerable from behind. He realized that he had to act first. The leader threw a stone sharply and hit the man hard, right on the head. He staggered back in surprise, clutching the bruised spot with his hands. Almas asked Rosiewood to come to him. The kidnapper commanded the young man in a commanding and threatening manner to stay put. The non-mentor strongly advised the young man to run away immediately and not to stop under any circumstances. He assured that he would detain the man himself, ordering him to run as fast as possible. The kidnapper chuckled as he saw his opponent attempt to hold him back, giving the boy a chance to escape. He then took a log and turned to the child, asking him not to cry. Almas wanted to find out what exactly the kidnapper wanted. The kidnapper said that he wanted to take their steel swords. Then the young man asked a question, wondering what would happen after that. He explained that he was going to exchange the stolen goods for food because he did not like farming. The wanderer promised to relieve him of such a necessity. The man only grinned and immediately tried to attack his opponent, but his wooden club broke in half. Almas began the attack, and, finding himself on top, heard the enemy asking him to wait with further actions. But the young man paid no attention to the pleas and mercilessly plunged the blade into the enemy's body, filled with the desire to get rid of the hated adversary forever. Almas said there was no third option. If he allowed this man to rob them today, he would not be satisfied with one time and would return tomorrow to continue robbing them. He stressed that if local residents knew about what happened, there would be many more people willing to profit. Therefore, it is better to let the criminal die here, putting an end to committing crimes once and for all. He suddenly felt ill, and just in time his comrades came up, worriedly inquiring about the condition of their leader. One of the guys carefully supported him and asked if the commander was feeling okay. The others stood nearby, ready to help. Almas told them that he felt fine and that everything was completely okay with him. He also sincerely apologized to his friends for the worry he had caused them. Rosiewood admitted that he had been very worried, afraid of losing his mentor and considering himself guilty if something happened to the teacher. The teacher thanked him and noted that he himself was not used to dealing with such things. The leader gently and soothingly stroked the excited young man's head, trying to convey to him a sense of security and support. This simple gesture showed the teacher's sincere concern for his protege, helping to relieve tension and restore inner balance. The Griffin thoughtfully noted that an unpleasant situation had occurred, although it was difficult to accept. However, he tried to encourage the wanderer, convincingly asking him not to worry too much and to try to let go of what had happened. The beast explained that not only people kill their own kind, but ants do the same. He suggested considering how significant the difference is if the killing is done for food, claiming that there is nothing special about it. Almas recognized the difficulty of thinking about the nature of murder. The Griffin acknowledged that it was difficult for a social creature to accept the death of its own kind, but that protecting children and bringing them home were indispensable duties. And the owner also asked whether the interlocutor had finished the report and whether he had really come here solely for the sake of the report. The young man answered negatively and asked to pay attention to the damaged weapon. Almas instantly snapped the weapon's shaft and asked in surprise if it didn't seem strange that a 10-year-old boy had such power. The Griffin calmly replied that he had met people who could split a tree in half with their bare hands. The young man expressed the opinion that creatures capable of crushing trees with one hand were definitely not human. The beast added that such powerful creatures had left these lands about 3,000 years ago. The boy said that he was born later and had avoided meeting such dangerous creatures. The Griffin joked that the young man didn't want to impress with his powers. The young man clarified that he was interested in the source of his abilities. The forest master suggested that it was a gift from young Sengu, which puzzled the wanderer. Almas wondered who this stranger was. Griffin advised against delving into such secrets. When the beast asked if there was more information, the interlocutor replied that he had enough information and it was important for him to be alone. Half a month later, the leader was delighted to see how well the plants were growing and was pleased to note that he had successfully exchanged radish seeds, almost identical to those that grew in his previous world. The only regret was the small number of workers and a limited production. Tetra was scared by a large insect. Ron noted that there were many different insects here. Rosiewood supported him, saying that there were just as many insects here. Almas was upset by the lack of chemicals, which was why there were too many parasites. Then he asked the children to carefully examine the proposed remedy and demonstrated chamomile, which they could use to effectively fight pests. The teacher explained that such daisies are usually called pyrethrum. He found a whole field of these flowers. He suggested processing them and pouring them on crops to destroy pests. Tetra agreed, considering the idea a good one, and suggested going to collect daisies. Almas handed Tetra a bouquet of flowers, causing the girl to become embarrassed. She asked him why he was showing such sudden attention. Zion explained to her that the mentor only wanted to ask her to hold the bouquet for a while. Hearing this, she abruptly threw the flowers away, exclaiming that everything was clear now. The young man was surprised by such a sharp and unexpected reaction. The leader explained to the children that the distillation process was currently underway. The children wondered whether such a remedy would be effective. The leader answered hesitantly that it was quite possible. Ron, in turn, wondered out loud why parasites were obliged to die from this, calling it some kind of damage. Almas explained that this substance is poisonous, but it will not harm people, so there is no need to worry. However, if it is used in large quantities, he does not guarantee the consequences. Then he suggested immediately trying to water the field with the infusion. The mentor said that the group will now have to regularly check the condition of the fields. They currently have enough basic necessities, such as shelter and food. The next step is to acquire goods that are in short supply, such as clothing or food that cannot be obtained in the forest. Since the settlement must be abandoned periodically, a guard must be appointed who can guard the territory. Graham will take on this role, as she knows how to use a bow and arrow, shoots accurately, and is ideal for this task. Ron and Rosiewood set off to carry the load. The teacher asked Tetra if she would go with them. The girl asked where they were going. They told her that the group was heading to Rositz. Tetra refused, saying that she would stay where she was. Once in the capital of Rositza, the team was amazed at how crowded and amazing the city was. Almas expressed his pleasure at what he saw, emphasizing that he had not met so many people for a long time and the beauty of the city exceeded his expectations. Ron noticed the local cuisine, delighted by the find. The teacher inhaled the aromas with pleasure and nudged Rosywood, telling him not to drag him. The boy noticed a shop selling clothes ahead. The leader noticed a man ahead. Ron pointed to a clothes shop nearby. The mentor asked both young men to calm down and not get excited ahead of time. First, they had to find a place to exchange money, because without local money, they wouldn't be able to buy anything. He approached the saleswoman and asked if there was a place nearby where he could exchange animal teeth and medicinal herbs for money. The woman replied that such an establishment was further down the street. Almas asked if he could be given more money. The merchant offered a roll of expensive fabric, cambric, in exchange. The young man agreed, admitting that this would be enough. The girl was surprised to notice that he had caramel grass. Uriah resolutely turned to the stranger and asked him to state his name. The stranger introduced himself as Almas. The girl asked him to give her the plant, promising a decent payment. The young man decided that since the store owner had behaved well with her, the deal would be profitable. He offered to pay 1 gold coin for the grass and asked the girl why she needed it. Uriah said that she would mix it with marijuana and make a fantastic substance. The guy wondered how her parents were watching her, and although it translates as a blessing, she actually said something about the substance. The girl said that there was no need for formalities, since they were the same age, and asked who the others were. Ron and Rosywood introduced themselves, noting that she looked like a spoiled rich kid. Uriah learned that Almas was from a nearby village and inquired about the place where the precious herb was collected. When asked about payment, she suggested discussing cooperation. Every month he was obliged to deliver her valuable plants, and she paid for the delivery with 1 gold coin. The young man agreed, and she added that they would meet monthly to exchange goods. Uriah stated that an agreement had been reached and she was going back, otherwise her father would start getting angry. As she said goodbye, she added that she had one useful blessing and reminded him not to forget the deal they had made. Almas wondered what the blessing in question meant. Tetra asked the teacher to say good morning without the help of divine blessing language. The leader was learning the local language, communicating with the children only thanks to the blessing granted by the griffin. However, any favor must be repaid sooner or later. Without the ability to speak fluently, communication would be difficult. He decided to ask the girl something. The guy asked the girl what she knew about this world and asked her to tell him everything in detail. Tetra told him that they lived on the Adelia Peninsula, half of which belonged to the Kingdom of Roselle, and the peak facing the ocean in the south of Carecia. She herself was half Carician and half Adelian. The Carician language fluently. By the way, Rositz is governed rather weakly. The Kingdom of Rositz and Demorgul have the same names, but this circumstance does not carry any special significance other than the political cooperation of the two states. The teacher asked if the girl could write. Having received an affirmative answer, he asked to teach him writing. Tetra specified that there was no writing in Adelia, therefore she wrote in the Carician language. Then the teacher himself asked to teach him the Carician script. Almas noted that the girl gave him a lot, and he should also offer her something significant. He asked how far she could count and make calculations. Tetra turned out to be quite smart for her age, and the teacher decided to show her something interesting tomorrow. The leader announced that there would be an extra class today. Lula asked if this class would be useful for the students. Almas approved the question and emphasized that the students should not only learn the basics of agriculture, but also master arithmetic. Otherwise, when selling or exchanging materials, they would easily be cheated. Ron and Rosywood supported him, recalling the case when a shopkeeper cheated them by not giving them change. The teacher explained that the ability to count opens the door to starting a business and provides more opportunities for success in life. He then asked Tetra to count the numbers up to 10. The leader noted that the girl had skipped the number 0, causing her confusion. Almas was pleased to learn that this world used the decimal system, although the concept of 0 did not exist here. He taught the students Arabic numerals, explaining their convenience. Despite her success, Tetra could write numbers over 10,000, which irritated him. The girl settled comfortably on his lap and was glad that she had managed to answer all the questions. The leader understood that a month had already passed since the start of the additional classes. According to the rating, the children with the best results should help the lagging ones. Tetra took first place and was obliged to teach the rest of the students. The girl said that teaching others without any benefit was unfair. The young man taught her how to correctly count 3-digit and 4-digit numbers. Tetra asked Almas if all the residents of his home could count so well. The teacher replied that even the little ones younger than her could do it, but praised the girl for her quick progress. She thought about it, suspecting that the teacher was praising her on purpose. The mentor explained that in his country, education is mandatory for every citizen. Older generations pass on knowledge to the youth, otherwise the country will not be able to develop and compete with other countries, raising smart children. Tetra asked when he would be able to master both languages. Almas replied that it was not an easy task, and if he lost the blessing of the language, he would not be able to teach her mathematics. The girl confidently stated that, in that case, he simply had no right to lose this blessing. Yuria asked him if the guy had brought it. Alma said that he had brought her caramel grass, as agreed. The girl asked where Ron and Rosiewood were. The young man said that they stayed at home and that he wanted to talk to her. Yuria understood that the young man wanted to talk about blessings and admitted that she knew that the young man also had one, and this thought had been bothering him for a whole month. The guy said that he would like to know more, if possible. She replied that she herself did not know much, but in one book it was written that such gifts were given by good fairies. Almas stated that all this was just a fairy tale, and Yuria added that this was precisely why she was sure that the young man was truly blessed. The girl explained that her special blessing allows her to recognize similar gifts in other people. This talent is called insight. And as far as she understood, his own blessing was called Emperor. Yuria explained that the power of his abilities increases proportionally to the number of followers following him. Almas realized that the blessing of Emperor meant that the children recognized him as a leader, which gave him special abilities. The girl confirmed this and thought about the next question. She was convinced that they lived in the Romalian forest, located in the territory of the Griffin, and were not at all afraid of his curse. The guy asked her where she got such confidence from. Yuria explained that she has the ability to see what is happening regardless of distance. This blessing is called the Eye of God. She watched them go deeper into the forest and thought that they lived there, and asked how they intended to get rid of the curse. Almas claimed that the curse did not exist at all, and was thinking of telling her something important, but decided to keep quiet about his reincarnation for now. The girl realized that in front of her was a group of children left without parents, and decided to keep their secret. Then, Yuri had some shopping to do, and she invited Alma to join her. He agreed because he considered her a special client. However, while shopping, the man was noticeably nervous and experienced severe irritation. After all, the guy couldn't even imagine what a huge shopping list the girl would need. She collected the things in small portions and asked the guy not to behave like a capricious little child. The young man was indignant, declaring that he was not a porter and certainly not a whiner. But the seller was sincerely amazed at how easily he carried such a weight. Almas was puzzled as to why it was necessary to purchase such a variety of herbs. Yulia calmly explained that she was using them to cast the evil eye. The thing is, she was into witchcraft and was a real witch. The guy immediately realized that this was exactly the same sinister magic. Yuria explained that the evil eye magic is used for many purposes, and damage is only a small part of the possibilities. For example, you can create protective barriers, remove damage, prepare medicines, so that it brings benefit to people. Almas noted that in Japan she could well become a doctor. The boy remembered the griffin's words and asked about the hunger. The witch replied that the hunger was caused by a curse created by a coven of witches. The young man was also interested in the question of how one person could cast such a powerful curse. The girl explained that it was not a single person who did this, but an entire nation that possessed the power to destroy thousands of human lives with the help of a powerful curse. Yuria calmed the boy, assuring him that there was nothing to fear because the one who committed such atrocity would still face severe retribution. Almas cautiously inquired if the girl would like to visit Romalia. The girl was delighted with the offer and said that she must first obtain her father's permission because he would hardly approve of going outside the city. The young man expressed a desire to learn the art of the evil eye. In addition, the young man offered to pay for the tuition with a small amount, but Yuria resolutely refused to take the money, saying that such formalities were unnecessary between friends. The girl thought out loud, doubting whether to consider them friends. Almas confidently declared that they were certainly friends, otherwise why would he willingly carry all this heavy burden? She smiled warmly and hugged him tightly. The boy then asked why she was unable to teach him the evil eye. Yuri objected that she could try, but admitted that the young man was not quite suited for this occupation, since the overwhelming majority of witches are women, and the differences between witches and warlocks are quite significant. Almas continued to question him about the 10% of men among witches. She replied that she saw clearly he definitely did not belong to the chosen ones. The disappointed guy changed the subject, asking where the sorceress lived. The girl was slightly embarrassed and called out to Bolton, inviting him to come outside. A man appeared from the shadows, politely asking how he could be of service to the lady. Alma stepped back sharply, struck by the suddenness of the stranger's appearance and the unpleasant smell of fumes emanating from him. Yuria hastened to explain that he was her bodyguard and dependent. Bolton, with a noticeable dose of sarcasm, noted that she was extremely caring towards him, politely greeting the young man and expressing gratitude for the help he had provided to the girl. The witch asked her companion to pass the purchased items to the bodyguard. Almas wondered why Yuria hadn't taken her bodyguard with her. The latter reasonably noted that the man had an unbearable aroma that made one wince. After a short exchange of remarks, the guy silently handed the bags to the man. Bolton looked in amazement at the heavy packages that the boy carried as if they were feathers. The young man briefly said that he had to go on, and the boys exchanged farewell words. The leader explained to the children that by collecting caramel grass, they earn a stable gold coin every month. Agriculture is flourishing, but clothes and salt are expensive, so they need to save and look for additional benefits. Rosiewood asked worriedly if they understood the situation, but specifically what they would do now. The mentor announced that they had decided to start making pottery, which would require building a special oven. Tetra immediately asked where to begin preparations. The teacher honestly admitted that he had no special knowledge of stove building, but traditional stoves were built exactly like this. Let them take shovels and stakes. Zion asked where exactly to build the structure, and Almas pointed to the nearest mountainside. He understood that building on a slope was preferable since warm air rose up lighter than cold air, effectively heating the stove. The only drawback was the labor intensity of the work. Just preparing firewood would take a whole day. Well, they decided, they had to start. Recently, when he and Yuri were shopping, the boy wondered what goods were in the greatest demand. The girl immediately joked that he was going to give her a gift. It was difficult for him to understand the intricacies of trade, and he was going to exchange things for clothes and salt. She noticed the clay dishes displayed nearby. The young man noted that such things could be purchased in almost any shop. The witch explained that the products were not just any, but clay pots from Carissia were much more valuable than local products. They were durable and beautifully colored, so they were in great demand among the nobility. Ulmus wondered about the reasons for the pot's durability and special coloring. All local products had a pleasant shade, but were extremely fragile. According to Tetra, in Rositza, the pottery was fired directly over an open fire. If we recall the history of our homeworld, a similar practice was used during the Jomon and Yayoi periods. In other words, primitive technology was used. The open flames caused the clay to become over-oxygenated, and the firing temperature was not high enough. And a gamma would help to correct the problem. Such a furnace heats up quickly. The closed structure limits the access of oxygen, giving the product special strength and an attractive black color. In other words, you'll get an analog of Japanese sue ceramics. The young man had no idea how the Carissia pots were made, but he was sure that theirs would be superior. So mastering the technology of making sue became a priority. If they managed to establish production, the village would have its own exclusive product. Ulmus had read that with such a blessing, felling trees became child's play. Tetra looked closely and asked if he was really an ordinary man, because she intuitively felt that his powers exceeded those of an ordinary adult. The young man was well aware that he could now work for 10 people. Although the griffin claimed that the blessing was nothing special, it was perfect for cutting down the forest. Having completed the work, the leader solemnly declared that the felling of trees was finished, and now they would dig. The mentor confirmed that the hole dug was sufficient. Ron asked where to go next, and the teacher found a suitable type of clay nearby, which would help to increase the tightness of the future furnace structure. Almus explained to the guys that air tightness is the property of the material to prevent air from entering the kiln, maintaining the required temperature there. If excess air gets in during the firing process, the SUE will not work. The leader was happy with the team's success, that they had built the oven relying only on his memories from his past incarnation, and the result was much better than expected. Now it remained to master the craftsmanship. The boys couldn't do anything. Ron and Rosiewood threw clay. Graham asked them to stop. The teacher was indignant that they couldn't even mold a plate properly, and they themselves needed pots and cups. Tetra asked if it was true that they needed to create so many dishes. Almus added affirmatively, explaining that the pots were rather fragile, and suggested that they be sent out to dry. Rosewood complained that his plate had cracked, and Ron replied sarcastically that the reason was that the clay had not been mixed properly. The leader said that they could now begin firing, but that no great miracles could be expected from a kiln built by novice craftsmen. Having taken the finished pot out of the oven, the mentor noted the beautiful gray shade of the product. He thought that it was a type of Kurosabi ceramics, that is, more expensive, and of higher quality than the usual dishes produced in Rositza. The leader praised the sound of the finished products, emphasizing that the work was done remarkably well for beginners. Rosewood was upset to learn that his product had broken, just like Ron's. Sion sternly reminded him that it was the fault of children playing with clay. Alma said they still have many chances ahead of them, and next time they need to try harder. The boys have plenty of time, and now they will move on to making charcoal. The firewood must be carefully laid out so that there are no empty spaces between the logs, and the remaining gaps must be tightly filled with dry leaves. Now the mentor began to prepare the stove. First, he lit the fire, then waited a little, after which he closed the chimney and the entrance to the stove. The next day, they would have ready fuel, charcoal. Tetra noted that the process was similar to the production of ceramics. Almas supported her observation, adding that here and there oxygen plays a key role, limiting its flow. When the girl became interested in what oxygen is, the teacher explained that it was an element necessary to support combustion, one of the components of air, without which it is impossible to make a fire. Then Tetra asked an unexpected question: why then does oxygen not burn itself out? The young man was unable to answer it. However, he soon tried to clarify, explaining that combustion is a chemical process in which carbon reacts with oxygen. Oxygen itself does not ignite, but serves as a necessary component for the reaction to begin. It seemed that the girl was beginning to understand something. Opening the stove, the teacher saw that the quality of the coal left much to be desired and suggested that perhaps the lack of barrels and canisters allowed air to circulate freely. Despite this, the children would be able to make do with such coal in the winter. Winter ended. A new year came. The griffin announced that the children had been in his forest for a long time, and now he entrusted them to the care of a wanderer. The teacher reported that each population increases by about 10 people, and asked the girl about the current taxes. Tetra clarified that the amount of tax depends on the recipient of the payment, highlighting 4 main types of taxes: land, poll, income, and military tax. The leader guessed that the parents were getting rid of extra mouths to save on taxes. Graham asked if they were from Rositza. Tetra asked to wait with the conclusions, since she knew that the inhabitants of Rositza traditionally pay less taxes than the citizens of other kingdoms, because the local ruler is famous for not robbing his subjects. Sion began to talk about the circumstances of the children's origin, saying that they claimed to be from Rositza, where the noble aristocratic family of Esh lives. The abbot asked whether it was known that the aristocrats in question were the owners of the lands. The girl confirmed that the head of the Ash family was indeed overthrown by his own vassals. Moreover, representatives of the family are planning to break away from the Rosic state, and the king has already taken measures against the rebels, causing internal discord within the family. Almas realized that it was the losses in the conflict that forced the authorities to raise taxes, depleting the population's food supplies before winter. Tetra worriedly asked if what they heard was true and wanted to run away. The leader ran after her, stopped her, and worriedly asked where she was going to run. The girl felt that something was wrong with her parents. Almas tried to calm her down, gently repeating that everything was fine. As he lulled her to sleep, the young man felt deep anxiety, suspecting that the girl had experienced serious shocks and suffering. Sion asked what happened to Tetra, and Lulu said, confused, that she had never seen her friend cry before. Almas tried to calm the girls down, explaining that sometimes even the strongest people need tears, and invited them to follow him. He believed that tears were a completely normal phenomenon for a child. After all, a child can be scared by a bad dream, miss their parents, or want to cry for no particular reason. Children still often cry. Usually, at such moments, the mentor tries to comfort the children, but he saw Tetra in such a state for the first time. Ron and Rosewood became worried, wondering how their friend was feeling. The leader reassured them, confirming that the girl was fine, and even felt relieved himself. He explained this by saying that the girl had been holding back her tears for too long, and a child needs to give free rein to her emotions. Almas asked the boys to remain quiet when Tetra woke up, as she would probably be ashamed of her weakness. Then he suggested going to work in the field so as not to accidentally wake the girl. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Tetra, the newcomers, and mentally looking into the future, The leader clearly realized that he had to think hard before making the right decision on what to do next. In the kingdom of Rosit's Almus asked Yuria that if he wished to meet her father, she would give her consent. The girl replied that her father was always happy to meet her friends, so she thought he would allow it, and asked if he really wanted it. The young man said that he simply thought that since the Romanist forest borders 4 states, and Rositz is the most militant, participating in several conflicts at the same time, it would be better to seek protection from someone influential, and the girl's father has enough power to protect them. Taxes will certainly be a serious problem. You can't rely on the protection of a mighty griffin forever. Yuria agreed. The boy looked around, amazed by the number of rich estates in this area. They were heading towards the palace, and the young man could not believe his eyes at the luxury that opened up before him. The man was glad to meet him and asked to be allowed to personally thank the young man for his friendship with his daughter, introducing himself as her father. The girl laughed and added that she had completely forgotten to mention one important detail. Her father was King Rositz. The friend asked why she was silent, since he was completely unprepared to meet the gaze of the king, who was watching him closely. Almus bowed before him and said that this was their first meeting, and that it was a great honor for him to know Mrs. Yuria, and he was immensely happy to be her friend. The man smiled softly and said that there was no need for excessive formality, inviting the young man to communicate with him freely, as if with his friend's own parent. The monarch added that his daughter was introducing him to a friend for the first time, as she had previously been focused on her studies and had no close friends. The girl asked her father not to go into detail about it. The young man realized that she had spoken sincerely the last time. In addition, the man assumed that the young man had come here not at all to meet Yuri's father, but because he saw in him an influential person to whom he could turn for support and patronage. The king asked his interlocutor not to worry and to calmly tell about his business. After all, he is his daughter's first friend, so the monarch will be happy to help if it is in his power. Almus began his story and decided to keep silent about the fact of his reincarnation, believing that the situation that had already developed was full of difficulties and uncertainty. He considered it inappropriate to complicate the matter with another unusual detail that could cause mistrust and bewilderment among the listeners. The king was shocked to learn that his people were abandoning their own children to the dangers of the Romalian forest. Realizing the weight of responsibility that rested on his shoulders, he thought deeply about how to solve the problem. The guy quickly explained that it was not about creating a shelter at all, and asked the king not to think about this option for solving the problem for now. The man smiled good-naturedly and added that everything was fine, since he himself was thinking about something else. The king confirmed his duty to protect his subjects by bowing low to the young man in gratitude for his care. The young man froze in surprise, seeing such respect from the ruler. Yuri's father carefully studied the guest's expression, checking his true intentions and feelings. The monarch stated that if they wanted to become citizens of his kingdom, he would be glad to accept them and would do everything possible to protect his people and their property. Almus explained that the forest dwellers now depend solely on the griffin's help in obtaining food, but he believes that serious tax issues should not arise. The king explained that their state has a law according to which newly annexed territories are exempt from paying taxes for a period of 5 years. According to the ruler, given the current state of affairs, the region's population will hardly be able to fully pay taxes. The leader expressed confidence that in 5 years, the younger generation will become independent enough to provide for themselves. Almus happily agreed to the offer to become citizens of Rositza and promised to pay taxes on time. The king cordially informed them that they were now welcome guests in his state. The boy sighed with relief. The young man felt a huge sense of relief, realizing that now the children would have reliable protection and a stable future. For the first time in a long time, he was able to relax and feel satisfaction from the result achieved. The king carefully inquired whether there were any representatives of the noble Ash family among those who had arrived. Almus admitted that there were indeed some Ash children among the children, perhaps victims of excessive taxes, who could not bear the burden of taxation and were forced to leave their native lands. The monarch nodded sympathetically, acknowledging the validity of the arguments. Father Yuri looked at the young man seriously and firmly stated that he had listened carefully to his arguments, but now it was the young man's turn to show patience and attention. He warned that he had 3 special demands that needed special attention. The young man was inwardly amazed to learn that the king had 3 important conditions, while the boy himself initially had only one request. The ruler emphasized that he wanted to personally go to the settlement of Almusa in order to see the situation with his own eyes and verify the veracity of the information provided. The young man considered this decision to be entirely justified, understanding that it was important for the monarch to assess the situation himself and determine whether the new acquaintance was worthy of trust or was hiding evil intentions. The second request was to continue his friendship with Uriah, and the third, final request was very specific. The young man had to take care of the girl's education, teaching her mathematics. Almas took this request favorably, but immediately politely noted that perhaps it would be worth inviting a more qualified and experienced teacher to ensure the best quality of education for such an important person. The king objected in a confident voice, explaining that he was well aware of his daughter's friend's deep knowledge of mathematics, which surpassed the level of most local merchants. The man felt awkward admitting that even the simplest operations of multiplication and division were causing difficulties for Uriah. The girl wanted to justify herself, but Almas interrupted her. He asked the girl to solve a simple problem. If 100 grains of rice were divided equally between 25 children, how much would each child receive? The girl's answer was 10. Then the young man realized how deplorable the situation was with her arithmetic knowledge. The king reasoned that if the young man truly valued his friendship with his daughter, he would not refuse to support and educate her. Almas was surprised to learn that he would even be offered a reward. The monarch specified that the young man would receive 1 gold coin every first week of the month. The guy resolutely promised to teach the girl everything he knew. However, Uriah's reaction was unpredictable. She screamed indignantly, declaring that she dreamed of studying magic and not wasting time on this notorious nonsense, meaning mathematics. The king thought that Almas had made a good impression on him. At that moment, another important member of the court entered and, turning to the king, asked him anxiously what he had in mind. The ruler immediately responded with a question to Raymond, wanting to clarify the meaning of the expression intentioned. Raymond explained that he had expressed doubts about the advisability of allowing the young man to teach his niece. The king patiently explained that despite the objections, Uriah's friend had a greater influence on her development. If the girl studied with a close friend, the learning process could go easier and more effectively, stimulating her interest and increasing her chances of successfully mastering the material. Raymond asked to be honest about the real reason for this decision. The king replied that he had no secret plans. He was only laying a solid foundation for future prosperity. After all, the boy was leading a group under the protection of a formidable griffin. In other words, they were under his reliable protection. Raymond wondered if this was a reference to the griffin. The king continued, claiming that stories of children raised by wild animals like tigers and dragons, while they seemed like fairy tales, were not uncommon in his kingdom. People loved such legends, including his subjects. Uri's father noted that the young man could prove useful in the future. Therefore, his stay here would bring more benefit than harm. The brother agreed with the monarch's opinion. However, the king admitted that there were no concrete plans for the use of Almas yet. First, he needed to take a closer look at him, because the meetings would be regular, every week when the boy would teach his daughter. Raymond commented that his brother's behavior was predictable. He was indignant, asking his interlocutor to stop criticizing his methods of governing the state, despite the fact that it is difficult to call his governance ideal, but he does not consider himself completely helpless. The man sighed heavily and admitted that his failure to preserve the legacy of Lago Esh was clear evidence of his managerial failure. Raymond added that the Ash family was the most influential family in the kingdom, and a loss of such an important ally would greatly affect the stability of the state. The king pointedly noted that this was far from the only circumstance that troubled his soul. They lost the support of the Ash family branches, and with it they lost the trust of many loyal supporters. Moreover, neighboring kingdoms united against them, threatening the existence of the state. Raymond exclaimed angrily, outraged by the actions of Augustus, who dared to invade the borders of their state with troops. The king added gloomily that similar claims could be made against Tien, who also violated the borders and encroached on the sovereignty of the country. The brother noticed that none of them had sons worthy of inheriting the throne, which made the political situation doubly complicated. The royal parent urged Raymond to moderate his discontent, reminding him that his queen consort had gifted him with a beautiful daughter, Uriah. Even without a son, he was happy to have a daughter, but soon after her birth, his wife died of a serious illness. Perhaps it was fate that the second one also had no son. Raymond asked his brother not to be sad about the past, because the present also exists. He suggested considering the candidacy of a representative of a side branch of their family and arranging an engagement with Yuria. At that moment, the girl suddenly sneezed, feeling the first signs of a cold. The king sighed sadly, admitting that he longed for happiness for his daughter, but felt a bitter sense of powerlessness when faced with the avalanche of trials that had befallen the country. The monarch had a feeling that Rositz would collapse during his reign, but no matter what happened next, he intended to find a way out of the crisis while he lived. The king felt a deep hope that the young man raised by the griffin would bring a bright future to their people. He desperately wanted to see this outcome with his own eyes. However, King Rosic could not imagine that the decision he made would prove to be a salvation not only for his country, but for the entire Aldenia Peninsula, known as the center of the world, turning into a miracle that would change the course of history of the continent. The teacher noticed that Tetra had been acting strange lately. She's always been a quiet person, but now she's noticeably worse. Something is definitely bothering her. Not only the leader noticed this, but the others as well. The guy was well aware that now he had to solve the mystery and find out what happened to the girl. Almus turned to Tetra and said that he did not insist on talking, but she could always turn to him and the others if she needed support. She just seemed depressed lately. She realized that he had noticed. The leader added that it was obvious, given how she had been acting lately, and asked her to tell him what was wrong. The girl asked not to tell anyone and to make a promise about this. She said that her full name was Tetra Ash. Almus calmly noted that he had long suspected something like this. After all, it was when the terrible news of the attack on the Ash clan first sounded that the girl began to show signs of anxiety and worry. He was surprised. The mentor said that he was a little because it was unexpected that a child from such an influential family would end up here. In truth, it didn't matter that much because she was still the same Tetra. The girl was glad to hear this and thanked him for such an attitude. The guy asked what her problem was then. The student said she was not sure, but she was convinced that her parents were dead. She felt this despite her foolish hope that they were simply being held prisoner, and yet she could not forgive Robert Fermat. Almus realized that Robert Firm was an ally and that the murder of her parents was his doing. Tetra said that she and her father were very close, so a simple commoner rose to the heights of power and repaid his kindness in this way. The girl screamed that she would never forgive him for anything. Almus asked if she wanted revenge, to which the interlocutor replied that she did not know. Tetra wanted to crush him to dust deep down, but she didn't want to leave here. She hardly knew any of the Ash and had never been close to them. The guy realized that she wanted to take revenge on the killer of her family, but she did not want to leave this place and her friends. That was what tormented her. He asked her not to worry because they would never leave her. The girl sadly replied that her parents also often repeated similar words. The mentor suggested that she focus on protecting him and everyone else, because she was very smart, even smarter than him. Tetra understood and agreed to protect them. Almus warned her that if she suddenly decided to go and do justice, she should be kind enough to tell him he would help as much as he could. The guy asked her not to take everything on herself, because she was very dear to him. Tetra asked the meaning of the word road. Almus explained his feelings in simple words, without the blessing of language. He wondered why she was embarrassed, because they were like brother and sister. The girl was afraid to seem cowardly, missing such a chance. She loudly admitted that the thing was that she liked the young man too. Her face flushed, her heart beat fast, and her eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. Suddenly, Scion appeared and cheerfully announced that gardening was fun. She then took out the harvested crop to show Tetra and playfully asked the others what they had discussed that was so important. Scion apologized sharply for interrupting and decided to leave, shouting to the boys that Tetra and Almus were secretly meeting. Tetra tried to explain that Scion had misunderstood. The teacher pointed out that there was no need to overreact, since overall it was clear that Tetra was fine, probably thanks to Scion. Another year passed. Almus turned 14. Ron asked if the leader was free to speak Adelnia. He agreed and decided it was time to return the blessing of the language to the Griffin. Thanks to Tetra, he has almost mastered reading and writing in Kirishan, but not everything is going smoothly. The leader came to pay the population tax for 3 people. The employee asked him if he was from Romalia, and the guy answered in the affirmative, adding that he was also paying for Ron and Scion. Luckily for him, the tax is not too high yet, but when the other children grow up, they will no longer be able to pay it. Besides, this is their last year under the protection of the Griffin, so they need to increase their income. The phrase about Griffin, when asked about taxes, saying that he would rather have wine, was spinning in the young man's head. The boy thought about what he should do with it. Lulu said that the question was good, but now he should think about grinding wheat, and asked Rosewood not to stand there like a pillar. He replied that he didn't understand such things very well. Rosewood noted that last year's harvesting had been difficult. Zion agreed, saying that they had nearly died that year. The guy said that there was no need to tell him that he would be working just as hard as last year, and he was completely unprepared for that. The leader asked Graham how they had gleaned the grain last year. The girl began to tell that at first they picked each ear of grain by hand, and then with the help of wooden blocks, but it is very labor-intensive. Alma showed them the senpakoki and began to tell them how to use it. Sion noted that this method is 100 times easier. Tetra added that the top part should be made of bamboo or metal, and wood is not very suitable. She noted that the design was so simple, but it would make their work much easier, and called Almas a genius. He himself realized that he had seen a similar thing in a past life. Ron told him that the world should know about this thing. The leader replied that he had many ideas and decided to start with cleaning. Sion noted that cleaning was also hard. Rosewood hoped that he had an idea for that too. Alma said that he bought a stone mortar, but that would not make their task much easier. Ron asked to leave the work to him. The mentor was glad that there were many of them, so they would quickly finish. Then they would need to separate the husk from the grain. The boy asked his sister Tetra why she needed the basket. The girl replied that it could be used to separate the husks from the garbage. If you pour rice into it, the husks will be on top because they are lighter than the grains. This process is long, and by repeating it several times, they will completely clean the grains. Almas asked her to wait because he wanted to try something. It was a winnowing fan, a tool that cleans grain from chaff using wind created by blades. The guy explained that to sift the grain through the winnower, you pour it into the hole at the top while he turns the handle. Graham was happy that he could clean so much grain with just one turn. Lulu felt a slight breeze and called it cool. The leader continued that the wind was created by an internal system of blades, and the students understood everything correctly. It was time to learn by trial and error, and suddenly the handle of the winnowing fan broke. Tetra said that now it looked like they needed a new handle. Almas agreed and was glad that they had sorted out the grain. Uria asked how she looked, and her friend replied that she looked great. The girl added that there was no point in flattering when they were alone. The interlocutor specified that this was in case they were overheard. He also wanted to talk to her, but he wasn't sure that she would listen to him. She replied that she wouldn't, since he was so pompous. The guy switched to a conversational tone and asked if she wanted to continue studying mathematics further. The witch asked if he was really tired of teaching her, to which she received a negative answer. Uria hugged him and screamed that she didn't want him to leave. Alma said that wasn't what he was talking about, and she pressed herself too tightly against him. The girl apologized, and the guy continued that he was supposed to teach her math and thought that now she had mastered it. Almas added that now they have nothing to pay him for, and her training cannot continue indefinitely. Uria noted that it is not her decision to make, and perhaps it would be better to talk to her father. The king asked if the boy really didn't want to teach Uria anymore, and if they weren't getting along and she would be alone again. The boy said he wanted to know how much longer he would have to teach her. The man replied that there was no need to set a deadline, let him teach her everything he knew, and then just come visit. Because who else would he play shogi with if he didn't come? The young man chuckled because he had made this shogi board himself. The boy realized that Adelnia had problems with entertainment, and creating a game based on the art of war would bring in a lot of money, so he created shogi. Tetra explained to him that the game was easy to copy, so it was not suitable for sale. Almas realized that the girl was right. No one here knows about patents. If someone starts to profit from his game, he will not be able to stop the violator without production or special materials. Otherwise, others will easily seize the monopoly. In addition, many will not be able to play it because of the complexity. So he presented it to King Rositz, hoping that the game would become popular among the nobles, and it seemed to have become more interesting to the king himself. Perhaps he would even be taken into the guards, but he would think about that later when the children grew up. The young man realized that all the training was for Uria. Apart from him, she seemed to have no friends because she had no opportunity to make any. The father thought about these words. The man said that his daughter had fallen out with all the families she was friends with, although he did not remember the details. Almas asked if she could be friends only for the sake of gain. The monarch explained that because of her noble birth, commoners avoided her. The boy knew that his girlfriend was not one of those who were proud of their origin. Her father assumed that she was not like that at all, and this could create a problem, but she had a talent for magic that was 1 in a million. When the girl grew up, she would be appointed High Priestess. The young man asked him if this was secret information. The gentleman continued that everyone in Rositza recognized her talent, so this state of affairs suited him, and it was not a problem. The important thing was that she was his only daughter. Her father told her that Yuri was surrounded by people who wanted to gain power through marriage with her. She hated them. Alma suggested hiding her origin, but her father called it difficult. Because everyone knows her in these parts, and going outside the capital is out of the question. In addition, despite her appearance, the girl is very shy. The case with the guy is rare. Her desire to buy a healing plant overcame her shyness. The young man was thinking about who he could make her friends with. Almas suggested that Yuri befriend the children from his village. The king called it a great idea. Raymond asked his brother if he was sure about his decision to let his daughter go to the Griffin Forest. The man asked again if he had not agreed, and received confirmation of his consent. The relative was confident of safety because he sent a magician to reconnoiter in the form of an owl. The king asked if the soul enslavement technique was dangerous, noting that it was too risky, and inquired about the results of the reconnaissance. Raymond reminded about the danger of technology, but the magician returned alive, therefore the forest is safe. Besides, the boy did not lie and is really connected with the griffin, therefore it is safe there. The man asked, "What is the problem then?" The brother was indignant that this was a wild forest where there were no laws, and did Uriah really need friends that much? The king clarified, claiming that his idea of sending his daughter to befriend the griffin was quite reasonable because there was no harm in trying. Raymond realized that he was too naive. The monarch asked him not to forget about Almas because he liked this boy. The king also added that if he wished, he would appoint him his vassal. Raymond agreed that the boy was simply wonderful, because at such an age, knowing not only mathematics but also the Christian language was unique. There was no more educated child in their kingdom, and he proposed to make him a landlord. The gentleman replied that then he would have to be made someone's son-in-law. The men laughed, discussing who would have to become his father-in-law. Uriah introduced herself to the guys and said that Almas was constantly taking care of her. The guy understood that in the end, the girl was allowed to visit their village. The friend noted that she was the first official guest of their village, got along well with Ron and Rosiewood, met everyone, and suddenly seemed nervous. Sion asked what kind of relationship they had with their leader. Uriah replied that they were a couple, and everyone was shocked that the young man was dating such a beauty. Almas asked to stop such jokes, and Tetra angrily asked if it was true. The guy said that she was just joking, and the guest answered that she was just teasing him. Yuri asked if the guy would mind if she were serious and left. Almas asked Tetra not to be angry because he was in pain. While the girl was angry, the man from the bushes suggested that it must be difficult to be so popular. Almas noticed Bolton Pompey drinking beer. The guy thought that more guards would be assigned to protect Mrs. Uriah. The man replied that the king trusted the girl's friend, so there was no need for that. The young man suggested that it was not because he was a skilled warrior who could protect his daughter on his own. Bolton replied that he did not like it, he was just an alcoholic. After all, it would be more convenient for Almas if he forgot his duty and lay in the shadows, because if the king found out about it, it would be extremely unpleasant. The interlocutor added that he had not meant anything like that. However, the leader was also hiding something about Tetra, and it seems she is still angry. Tetra is related to the king of Rositz. She is the daughter of Lago Esh, and if the king finds out about this, he will definitely take her back. To be honest, he thought that she should go back to Rositz, but she doesn't even want to hear about it, particularly because of the prospect of a marriage of convenience. After all, who would teach him the Carishian language then? The boy realized that Bolton couldn't know about her. Tetra said that nobles start appearing in society at the age of 12, and she was 10 when she was abandoned, so the man would hardly recognize her. Besides, he was drunk as a piano and thinking about the lady. The girls exchanged greetings, and a security guard asked what they were going to play because he was tired of communicating formally. Almas suggested that Uriah would teach them magic. Bolton replied that it didn't look like a game. The guy said that the girl would prefer poisonous plants to roses, and talking about games was pointless. The leader wanted the village to have everything it needed. He could teach them mathematics, but magic was beyond his reach. He was sure that knowledge of magic was necessary for life in this world. After all, perhaps one of the girls would become a witch. He continued that men were usually incapable of magic, but learning protection from curses would still be useful. Besides, Yuria herself needed it. By teaching others, she would be able to get closer to them. At that moment, the lady was looking for caramel grass. Bolton addressed the boy, saying that even though he was a guard, he was still a commoner, so he should not be nice to him. Almas wanted to ask how he became a guard. The man replied that the king of Rositz was not interested in origins. What was important to him were skills and abilities. So, when the young man grows up, he will get him a job somewhere, say as an official, and perhaps he will receive land when he turns 17. The boy thought that he was exaggerating, but the guard added that the situation in the country was unsettled, help from outside would not hurt, and the king was placing his hopes on him. The young man knew that becoming an official wasn't such a bad idea, and that after the children grew up, he could gain influence in this world. Bolton asked him if he was sure that these girls were capable of learning magic. The leader was sure, because they had mastered mathematics. The man was shocked that the young man was teaching these children mathematics. Almas replied that yes, and some of them were doing even better than Yuria, and another girl spoke Croatian and taught all the children to read and write. The guard was amazed by the number of literate children, and the leader was going to teach them magic as well, raising real geniuses. The mentor suggested that Ron and the others could also become officials and asked about it. But the man replied that it was not up to him to decide. Bolton decided to intervene and asked if it was true that they did not divide the fields by crops. The guy realized that he was not only guarding Yuri, but also keeping an eye on the village, and replied that if the fields were divided, the yield would decrease. Almas asked the man to say that it was his idea when he reported to the king. The man asked what the objects were for, and the leader replied that the comb-like object was called a senbakoki, and the other was a winnowing fan. The guard asked what they were for. Bolton considered the village a treasure trove of ideas and asked if the boy had really come up with all of this himself. The young man noted that he was making him blush. He continued that senbakoki are easy to make, and it is better to make the teeth out of metal. He suggested disassembling the device and showing in a drawing how it works. Bolton was shocked that they had invented insect repellents, made their own dishes and charcoal blocks. He realized that he had learned much more than he had expected, but admitted that he was neither a warrior nor an official. Therefore, he could not appreciate this knowledge, but he admitted that it would definitely help the kingdom. Almas asked to put in a good word for him to the king. Yuri asked him to leave the drunk and go to them. The guy left him and went to the princess. The lady screamed for the man to drown in his glass, and he thought that there was no better way to die. A little later, Almas was already in the capital and stood before the emperor. The man asked how Yuria and her friends were doing. The young man thought for a moment and then replied that the girl was fine with that, and then the man, unfolding the veil, added that he would like to ask him something else. The emperor asked if, based on Bolton's report, this crop rotation was really a proven method. Then the guy thought about it and decided that this was indeed a great reason to call him. Crop rotation is known as one of the factors of the agricultural revolution that took place in England in the 18th century. That is why it was a really effective method. However, it would have been really difficult to explain this to the king because he didn't want to talk about reincarnation. Then the young man simply said that he was working in theory. But still, due to the fact that Almas's fields have not yet gone through a full crop rotation cycle, it is still difficult to say for sure, and this is exactly what he told the man. The king, folding his hand behind his back, replied that in that case he asked that the total volume of the harvest be written down and sent to him. When Almas agreed, the man added that there was something he wanted to talk about. He asked if it could work in his country. The guy thought about it. Crop rotation is not very effective on small plots because it requires large fields and a huge amount of labor. To do this, they need to get rid of the common land and allow individual ownership of land. This should be applied to all important families and their farmers. But this is very difficult to implement in the political system of Rositza. The king agreed with this statement and replied that he himself knew the political system of his country. Actually, in England there was a campaign to collect land called the Second Enclosure, and it was because of this campaign that crop rotation was more productive. However, the Rositsas have too many problems, so this would be a problem for them. The young man asked if it was true that almost all soldiers were concentrated on independent farming. The king agreed and added that the reduction of independent farming leads to a decrease in the strength of the guards. In the kingdom of Rositz, soldiers provide their own weapons. For this reason, the strength and type of soldier is determined by how rich he is. The rich have horses and become cavalry, those with a shield and spear become spearmen, and the poor, infantry. Even if you didn't buy a gun, but you had the ability, you were highly valued. Rich families always got richer after the war. Then it turned out that they were all a little soldier, a little farmer. The king noted that there was no need to take land by force. This also applies to the Rosids clans. Rich people and those who have large lands already have slaves. The man assured them that they should strive to slowly master crop rotation, and then the young man had no choice but to agree. After all, this country is not England, and here such a thing is possible only from reforms from the very top. Partial introduction would already be effective. After all, even his village is now gradually introducing changes. But if there were cows and horses, then everything would be faster. The king distracted the young man from his thoughts and said that they would start the changes from the main thing. He would like to introduce senbakoki and winnowing into his country, and for this he was ready to give Almas everything he wanted. Without thinking twice, he asked for horses as a reward, and then the man replied that he could give him 2 horses and a year's supply of food for them. The young man, pleasantly surprised, thanked the king. Horses are very expensive, and not every village can afford even one. Moreover, horses eat a lot. If the probability is that the guy would not be able to feed them, and therefore a year's supply of food is very useful, such a gift is equal to 2 cars and a supply of fuel. The king admitted that he had underestimated Almas's abilities and his ingenuity. The boy himself was surprised by such a statement. The king noted that Almas teaches his daughter and also makes interesting games. He is truly a genius provided by the griffin. The boy himself awkwardly replied that the king was exaggerating. The man asked him not to be modest because he had a lot more to say, and besides, he was interested in the boy's opinion. The king asked if the boy would mind Raymond's presence, and the young man did not object. The king's brother happily shook the boy's hand and noted that much time had passed, but he would like to be friends with him. Almas only awkwardly asked him to let go of his hand. Raymond asked the boy to play shogi with him. The boy said that he would play if he had time. They sat down at the table, and then the king decided to clarify. He hoped that the guy understood the political structure of his country and asked what he thought about it. Almas boldly declared that this seemed nonsense to him. The emperor was surprised by such an answer and asked for an explanation. The young man began to explain that the entire kingdom was built on blood and territorial ties. When it was the first generation of families, the situation was different, however. The second and third, their bloods were strongly mixed, and therefore loyalty to the country will gradually, inevitably, fade away over time. Their land was not given by the king of Rosids, rather all they have is a legacy from their ancestors. Since the aristocrats rule their land themselves, this will be a big problem. The military and financial power of the king is dispersed throughout the land, and these lands are already controlled by powerful families. So, when war comes, it is very difficult to adapt to it, but the most important thing is that if one of the influential families betrays the king, the fighting power will be greatly reduced. For example, the flood control project illustrates this problem well. Interest from nearby villages and towns is important. This will be difficult to do with the existing system, since any inconvenient decision could cause resentment and the removal of the king. And if the local aristocracy has marriage ties with other nationalities, then this can greatly affect the war. The king and his brother listened to Almas in silence, only occasionally exchanging glances. Then the king assured them that there was no need to worry about this, since their citizens were forbidden to marry other nationalities. Then the young man added that strong aristocratic families should also be included in this law. The guy said that if they didn't do this, the riots could spread throughout the country. The king and his brother agreed with this conclusion and admitted that they had not considered it. Even if a marriage between 2 powerful families looks wonderful, but still, if one family rebels, it will spread very quickly throughout the country, since family ties can greatly contribute to this. The king said that in that case he was ready to listen to any opinion the guy had about what could be improved in their political system. Almas thought, when you're friends with the nobility, they really do like to argue about politics. If this were his world, he'd definitely be invited to an expensive restaurant. The young man, without thinking twice, told the king his opinion. He decided that they should establish centralization. Japan in his past life started with the Taiki reform and replaced the central aristocratic policy with it. The Meiji government department moved local government from the daimyo territory to different prefectures, and this was used many times throughout history. The king agreed with Almas, and his brother expressed surprise that even a child thought the same thing as they did. However, he asked what exactly they should do to achieve this. Almas suggested raising their authority through divine power to separate their kingdom from others. The king asked for more specifics, and the boy suggested creating a myth that the Rositz clan were the gods' poses. Although the boy was not familiar with the divine myths of this world, it should work. Then the man asked if he could suggest anything else. Then Almas added that it was worth canceling the collection of taxes and military service for rich families. If the king did this, then things would be easier, but otherwise, if it was not cancelled, the young man simply would not be able to help in any way. Then, the man revealed that they had a secret plan to achieve centralization. The surprised young man asked if this was true. Although centralization was written in 5 characters, it was not so easy to achieve. The king admitted that he did not want to implement this plan, because this method of cooking was not correct, and he did not want the ingredients to spoil. The king was puzzled and upset that there were so few talented people in his country. When he thought about it, his stomach began to hurt. Suddenly, the man grabbed his chest and began to cough heavily, which frightened his brother. The young man noticed that the king was coughing up blood, while his brother jumped up to help and handed him a handkerchief. The man apologized, but the boy would have found out about it sooner or later anyway. The young man asked the king when it started, and the man said that it was about 10 years ago. After thinking for a bit, the guy suggested that perhaps Yuria could help, but the king only sighed heavily. He looked at his hand where there was blood and said it was unlikely that she could. Almas asked how much time the man had left, but he refused to answer. The king said that he had a task for the boy. Since he was very smart, he had to carry out centralization while he was alive, and sooner or later he would leave the world. That was another question. A little later, Almas returned to the village and brought something amazing for the guys. They all ran to meet the guy and peered into the distance with surprise. The boy was holding the reins of the horse, and behind him was another horse. The boys were very happy with these animals. Almas asked if this was the first time they had seen a horse, to which one of the boys said that it was the first time he had touched one, and the chief asked him to be careful. But suddenly, something caught the attention of another young man. On the other horse sat a pretty girl. It turned out that it was Rhea. She was a slave who was given to Almas. Then the guys wondered why he needed her. The head explained that in order to deal with horses, you need to know a lot about them. Not everyone knows how to take care of a horse, and you also need to practice horse riding. When the boy told the king this, he said he would provide a slave who knew how to take care of horses, since it would not be a problem to have another person in their village. Then Raymond took the boy to choose. When they chose the girl, Almas wanted to introduce himself to her, but she spoke German and he did not understand anything. The young man explained that she spoke another language, and therefore if they wanted to tell her something, they could ask him. The leader noted that he wanted her to be treated as one of them. Then he noticed Rosewood looking confused and asked if he was interested in her. The young man began to deny everything, waving his hands, but the chief asked him not to be so shy. The girl who ran up asked him where her souvenirs were. Then the guy took out a bag and said that it contained fried meat. The girl, glowing with happiness, fed her boyfriend. Almas awkwardly looked away. It seemed to him that all 14-year-olds were strange in love, and he, as the older brother, felt a clear contradiction. Graham suddenly came with a boar on his neck, which surprised everyone. Despite the fact that he is only 12, his body looks much stronger than his, but the guy justified himself by saying that using a bow requires muscles. A girl jumped out of the bushes and assured them that she was the best. Lulu tracked the boar with her witch magic, wearing a disguise outfit. The girl proudly said that Yuria had noted her talent for witchcraft. Then the young man noted that Soyeon and Tetra were also strong. Almas was upset that he could not master magic, but was glad that the guys were developing. He suggested going to work on expanding the fields. When the boys returned to the city together, everyone was joyful at the sight of them and the horses. The leader asked how the goats were doing, to which Tetra replied that they had eaten almost all the plants in the wasteland. Almas turned around and said that he was leaving the horses with Rhea and Rosewood. Tetra watched with interest, and then decided to ask what the horses were pulling, but it was a plow and a harrow that the king had given along with the horses, and then Almas added that he would give the boys something else. They quickly moved forward, and Rosewood began to cry out in surprise as the plow proved difficult to hold. The leader declared that, as expected, the horse was a disgrace to their previous efforts. The boys said that until next time, they should prepare the plow. Suddenly, the girl remembered that he was talking about some new invention. When the boy explained what he meant, the girl still did not understand anything. This herb has negative uses, but Yuria knows that it is used in witchcraft as a painkiller. Due to the fact that it is practically not allowed to be grown anywhere, there are no problems with addiction to it. The guy explained that he was talking about seeds because they have great nutritional value. It is an annual plant that grows very quickly and can be replanted many times. The interlocutor added that clothes can be made from it. Alma said they would harvest the fibers, not for clothing, but for ropes, as in his previous life. He admitted that he was growing mostly for gear, since Griffin support was ending this summer and taxes were only going up. That's why they should produce some products, and this herb is one of the necessary ones. He called the girls to go with him because he had one candidate for a special product. He laid out various tablets on the table and explained that these were the 3 ways of recording knowledge on the peninsula: papyrus, sheepskin, and board. Papyrus is too fragile and breaks easily, and sheepskin is eaten by insects. The board is very small, so it is difficult to write long sentences on it. But Almas knows another source of information, which is much better, and its name is paper. It seems he has not seen it for a long time. Tetra asked what good it would do them if most of the inhabitants could not write. But the chief shared that they would be able to sell the paper to where it was needed, for example to the king of Rositza. Paverin added that unlike ordinary people, kings need to write down history, but to preserve it longer, paper is needed. Eventually, this may be needed for future professions, and there may even be a paper master. Then the young man led the girls to look for materials. They went quite far from the village because they needed water. By digging a hole on the bank of this river, you can create a pool, and the materials need to be immersed in water. This is done to soften it, because if you don't do it, you won't be able to remove the remains of the black bark. And by doing this, they will get plant fiber. This time they will just try, but the more effort they put in, the better the paper will be. Next, you need to add ash and water, then it will become white. Supernatant liquid of white light is lye. They need lye, but it can be made with a simple lye. After all, lye itself can be used to harm the body. Next, you need to mix the tree bark, straw, lye, and start boiling it all. The girls noticed that it looked like stewed meat, and one of the guys came running to the smell, asking for something to eat. But Almas explained that if you eat it, your stomach might hurt. You have to wait until it all cools down, then wash it and put it in the pool for one night. In the meantime, Almas praised the guys for their good work in the fields and offered them something to eat, and by that time, it was already night. The leader explained that while it was still wet, it needed to be ground. Ron said he could do it himself, and then the guy said he would let him make starch from wheat flour, and in the previous world he would have simply boiled wheat flour. Next, it was necessary to mix the starch glue with the liquid, and the base for the material would be made. The guy explained that it was not paper yet, but only its base, and all that was left was to give it shape. He got out a strange device that would suck up the water and called it a paper tray. He poured the mixture onto her and shook it to even it out. Tetra froze in surprise, looking at such beauty. The leader explained that this had to be repeated several times, and then the upper part of the mold could be removed and sent to dry. Later, the girl asked if everything was okay. Almas replied that it was not bad, and from now on they would be able to produce good paper and very smooth, although it turned out to be thinner than the guy thought. When the leader placed one piece of paper in front of the children, they began to examine it in surprise. They were amazed by such an invention. After all, it was softer than papyrus, lighter than sheepskin, and more convenient than boards. And if mass production were created, then it really could be sold. Almas mentally thanked the Chinese who invented paper and then suggested that they go sell it. Almas came to the king and handed him his invention, which he called paper. King Rositz tried such an invention and, being interested, praised the guy for such an idea. The chief said that his village could create it, and they decided to present some sheets to the king. Then he promised to buy everything. However, he immediately asked what the method of creating this thing was, but Almas did not want to say. The man exhaled and said that he was just joking. He was ready to buy paper from them for 3 years, and also asked to try to improve the quality of their goods, assuring that this was an order from the king. He added that when they improve the quality of paper, they will be ready to buy it collectively. The king explained that he wants paper production to be established in his country, but now the quality of paper is not very high. Until it gets better, production will remain in the village of Almusa, but the man added that he will not allow the paper to be sold anywhere else. The young man agreed. He thought that nothing else could be expected from the king of Rositz. He even thought that they could sell it to someone else. Whether it was the assessment of homework or Bolton's report, he felt mistrust, but this only benefits all people. And so another year passed. Almas leisurely strolled through the forest. The time of the Griffin's patronage was over. That day had already come. During that time, they had paper, cattle, ceramics, crop rotation, personal income from teaching. Of course, there were some difficulties, but the village remained stable. The young man thought about what he would have done if he hadn't met the griffin in the forest. At the very least, he wouldn't have had the divine gift of language. Meanwhile, the guy had already reached his destination, namely, the griffin. The huge bird happily greeted the guy and then praised him for his accomplishments, because Almus had done well, was able to teach everyone, and avoid casualties. The young man remembered the villagers who had put in a lot of effort and said that he had not even done anything, but the griffin did not think so. After all, it was this young man who received support from King Rositz and the griffin. He looked after the village and its inhabitants. The bird asked if the boy still needed the divine gift of language, and the leader answered, no. But to be honest, he still needed it to communicate with Rhea, but this did not apply to the contract with the griffin. And Rhea is already beginning to understand Adelia's language a little, and Rosewood has started learning German, which of course shocked everyone. Apparently, he really wanted to talk to Rhea. Apparently, love works wonders. The griffin said that he would then give it back to himself, and then hit the boy on the forehead with his beak. The young man suddenly had the feeling that something had been taken away from him. The bird asked the guy to come and report regularly, and if he felt light, out of gratitude to her, he could bring her alcohol on a regular basis. Almas smiled and nodded his head. The chief was returning to the village and stopped to look down on it, when a girl came up to him and asked how the griffin was doing. The young man conveyed the bird's congratulations and her request to bring more fruit wine. Need anything? And it was originally abandoned, and now here, perhaps, even better than in some other places in this world. Before the guy's eyes appeared a memory of how this place used to look. He remembered all his new friends and noted that they all worked very hard. Confirming the layers of the word himself, he assured that they had done a very good job. And then he turned to his interlocutor. The guy asked Tetra to gather all the residents in order to make an important announcement. The head asked to listen to him carefully and began to tell. He said that this year the harvest in the kingdom of Rosites was much greater than before, which he saw himself and Yuri confirmed. Then Rosewood asked what their leader meant by this. Then Almus asked. The boy was born in the kingdom of Rositz, to which he received an affirmative answer, and then he said that now the boy can return home to his parents. The village chief said that everyone born in Rositz can go home. After all, there are other children here besides Rosewood who were born in the kingdom of Rositz. If they lose their children, along with Rosewood, they may have a problem with a shortage of labor. But even if that's true, it doesn't matter, because children should grow up close to their parents. Now that the contract with the griffin has ended, those children who can go home should go home. Almas himself didn't know his parents, but because these kids are different. The guy continued and said that it is much better to live in the kingdom now, so those who want to return can do so, and no one will hold them back or stop them. Then Rosewood answered first. He drew attention to himself, and then asked if their leader had gone mad. The guy didn't understand this. Was it really because he had lost the griffin's blessing that he had become bad at expressing his thoughts? Rosewood then made it clear that no matter how much they loved their parents, they were still abandoned by them at some point, and no matter how desperate they were, it was simply unforgivable. Others also began to support the guy and said that even if they had enough food now, they still wouldn't be met if they returned, and it could be worse if they were driven out again or sold into slavery. But none of them ever even thought about returning. Almas thought, now hearing their words, he seemed to understand something. Returning to parents who abandoned you once, the likelihood that they would abandon you again was too high. The boy wondered why he hadn't thought of this before. For an orphan, it probably embellished the image of his parents in his mind. The leader realized that this was his complex, and he had recklessly given away his ideals to the others. Rosewood, noticing that their leader had nothing to say, said that they would simply not remember it. The boys smiled happily at their leader and said that each of them loved Almas very much. They asked the leader not to leave them, but only to continue to lead them further, because who else but they have a strong connection with the guy. Everyone respects and loves Almas very much. Then Ron decided to ask if there are those who want to return to their parents, in response to which there was silence. Then he raised his fist and shouted, if there are those who want to follow the leader. They surrounded the guy from all sides. He only asked again if there were those who wanted to return to their parents, but this was only the beginning. No one even wanted to hear about returning. Almas did not understand at all, because each of them back then cried and shouted the names of their parents, so why then now they do not want to return? Then Tetra explained that everyone here loved the leader. That was the point. It seemed that tears came to the young man's eyes from such words. He turned away and wiped his eyes, assuring them that he was not crying at all. Then he turned to the boys and said that he would continue to be their leader and asked them to continue following him, but something diminished his enthusiasm and made him think. He admitted that it was all suspicious and seemed to have been planned. Then the boys teased their leader a little and admitted that he had recently had a strange expression on his face, which Tetra had told them about. Tetra said that Ron suggested doing something to make Almas cry, but the guy himself, frightened, pointed to Rosewood and that it was his idea, but his friend only asked not to shift the blame. Then they admitted that they had even rehearsed their lines and thought up that rallying cry at the end. Then the guy looked away in embarrassment, and the only thing he could say was that he was lucky. A few days later, Almas was sitting outside with the girls and Yuria. He asked if this witcher magic was always so boring, but the princess assured that she did not mind his presence, but today they were practicing putting up a barrier. And so, she asked not to do anything that could distract the girls. Almas wondered if this barrier could dispel curses, because this whole topic of witchcraft seemed dubious to him, and recently something had happened. Tetra brought a potion made with magic and insistently asked the guy to drink it. But it all seemed strange, and the girl herself was wearing very revealing clothes. The guy, however, suspecting something, decided to give this potion to the goats that came up in time. He assured them that it was a regular potion and that they just needed to drink it. The goat's behavior scared the guy terribly, and the girl herself immediately ran away. When the guy told this, the girl was terribly embarrassed and immediately scolded Yuri for fidgeting. Then he remembered another incident, how girls tried to put a curse on a tree because it took them a long time for it to start to wither, and only after a few hours did the leaves start to fall off. The girl asked what the complaint was about. Then the guy asked if the princess could make the tree dry up instantly, and the girl confirmed it, but added that it would be a waste of energy, and then the guy exhaled, saying that, for example, a monster detector is a useful thing. He decided to clarify something else. It was all well and good to be useful, but using things like animal fur to hide your scent was highly questionable, or jumping on rooftops to learn how to hide. Or to return from training as a half-wild animal, it's just terrible. The guy assumed that it was all because of poor training before. The princess assured that it was not worth shifting all the blame on her, because with Lulu, it was like that from the very beginning. The girl howled that this was all wrong, and that she was simply merging with the animals, but Yuria interrupted her and ordered her to focus only on magic. Then the young man remembered something else, because Soyeon had a wonderful technique with which one could transfer the soul into the bodies of animals, and the princess assured him that this was not all that magic could do. Almas supposed that turning into an owl and flying through the forest was simply an incredible feeling. It was the only thing that made him think about the benefits of possessing magic. But after she returned to her body, she tried to turn her head like an owl when Ron called her. It was just a tragic incident. Soyeon screamed. She explained that Ron did it on purpose to tease her, and again the princess cut off her attempt to distract herself and asked her to calm down. The guy concluded that all this witcher magic really looked dubious, but it seemed Yuria knew how to respond and decided to demonstrate something. The girl asked how about creating fire. She demonstrated and told that she could create it quickly, but usually it takes a lot of time, and since you can use a fortress, it is just a waste of magical energy. The princess asked what the leader thought, and the guy replied that it was very cool, but still a waste of energy. But it seemed Tetra had something in mind and asked to show it again. Yuria showed it, but noted that it would not be useful to the girl anyway, but she replied that she had figured out how to use such magic. A little later, the boy got out of bed and thought about how hard it was to get up in the middle of the night. He stretched and thought, what does Yuria need at such a time? The girl told him during the day that she would come to them at night, and the king allowed her. The guy looking at the sky noted that Adelia's moon was incredibly beautiful, but still the guy noted that because of the lack of alarm clocks, he himself has to wake everyone up, which makes him feel like a mother. The guy noted that it is the hardest to wake up Tetra. You have to try hard to do it, and she also gets angry when she is woken up too late. The leader went towards the river, deciding that he would start waking everyone up after he had taken a bath. However, when he arrived, he saw Tetra, who was bathing in the river. The young man was very surprised and embarrassed. He could not hold back a cry of surprise. The girl heard this and, noticing the guy, quickly descended into the water. She turned her back and, cowering, asked what he saw, but the guy, no less frightened than she, shouted that he had only seen her back. The girl asked if Almas was lying to her, but the guy assured her that he had not seen anything. the girl's right side. It looked like a birthmark. When Tetra realized what the guy was talking about, she asked if he wanted to take a closer look. The guy carefully approached her, and after examining her carefully, asked if she really had a tattoo. The girl explained that it was their family crest, and every member of the influential family had one, and perhaps Yuri did too. The guy remembered that in Japan, where he came from, tattoos are not something special, but in Western cultures, tattoos are part of the style. But in Adelia, they are used as a designation of social status and can also be found on those who use magic. The girl shyly asked the guy to give her her clothes. The young man agreed, and while he was reaching for the clothes, he thought that until that moment he looked at her as a daughter or sister, but now he felt like he was watching his childhood friend grow up. And if he had added the fact that she was already 13, there would have been many possibilities, but he pulled himself and such thoughts away, because it was not worth even thinking about it. The girl, while getting dressed, told him that she had done something amazing and he could count on her. The guys gathered on the riverbank under the night sky. The leader asked Yuria if they wanted to show something related to Tetra's invention, and the girl nodded and added that the guy would definitely be surprised. But the young man said that he'd already seen it when he saw Balton lying on the ground, earth while working, hugging a barrel. Just in time, Tetra appeared, holding a paper in her hands. The girl put on the table what she wanted to show. It was a red, geometric symbol on paper, and when Almas asked where she got the red blood, the girl explained that it was her blood. She raised her hand and said that there was no need to worry because she had washed the wound and treated it with alcohol. After that, Tetra asked Ron to turn off the light and got ready to begin. She put her hand on the magic circle and the leaf glowed with a bright light. The guys were very surprised by this. Then the girl suggested that Almas try it too, but he refused because he couldn't use Witcher magic. But under the pressure of the girls, he gave in and decided to try it himself, and the effect was the same. The guy asked in surprise how it was possible, and then the princess explained. There are only two things that are needed to use magic. The first is the power of the soul. It is different for all people, but for girls it is stronger, but even then, not all of them can control magic. When she was sure that the boys understood everything, she added that this could be easily compensated for by introducing the power of magic from the outside. This can be done with a sacrifice, the blood of a witch, or a magic stone. And a magic stone is a stone that can be mined, and its difference is that it contains magic blue. But the second thing is the experience and skill of the magician. It may seem surprising, but magic is mostly instinctive, and some who have a talent for magic can do various magic tricks from childhood without even realizing it. If we draw analogies, it happens in the same way as breathing. Even if you ask someone to teach you how to breathe, there will be few people who can actually do it. But even in this case, magic can be caused by dancing. And when you reach the first class of magic, you can use magic just by thinking about it. The guy understood all this, but still did not understand how he used his powers. Yuria explained that Tetra's magic is in the blood, and this symbol causes magic. The guy asked if she had drawn a symbol that represented the entire process of summoning light magic. The girl agreed and explained that this symbol can be drawn on paper and transferred anywhere. The calling process itself is complete, and anyone can activate it. Almas asked how she came up with this symbol, but the girl said that it was through trial and error. But arithmetic also helped her, because it is the basis of the whole world. And then Tetra said that she decided to call her invention a magic formula. The boy asked Yuria in surprise if this meant that the girl had just invented something new, which the princess confirmed. Throughout the history of witch magic, dances, songs, spells, and much more had been created, but Tetra had added something truly important and useful. Then the obvious question arose. If they implement this, will all people become witches and warlocks? But Yuria denied this because there is magic that will not be subject to arithmetic. Tetra confirmed that there are things that arithmetic cannot explain, such as the square root, the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, and emotions. However, the number pi and the square root had not yet been invented, but Tetra still made a real breakthrough. All the girls were joyfully jubilant, because now it is possible to combine witchcraft and formula magic, which means that it can be used by those who have no talent for magic. However, when Yuria asked if the guys understood anything, Ron said that he did not understand anything, but understood that it was great. And yet, doesn't that mean that some spells that cannot be expressed in formulas are not really related to witchcraft? The princess replied that the most important part of the magic formula was arithmetic counting, which meant that it could be considered a new discovery, but Tetra still decided that it was worth deciding for Almus, who was surprised by such a decision. Then the boy asked, what about witchcraft? He wanted to call it magic, but they already had witcher magic, so witchcraft was more appropriate. Then Tetra declared that from today on, she was a witch. The girl was very happy that she was the very first sorceress in this world, which meant that her second name would be Ancestress. And although the girl acted according to her age, it still worried Almus. After a year, everything was fine in the village and business was going well. By this time, there were already 70 people living at the NII, which definitely made the place very lively. Almus noted that 70 people is a lot. Tetra explained that most of them are from the kingdom of Ferme. They fled from high catches. They were found unconscious in the forest and taken to themselves, and after that, within a year, another 30 people came. Meanwhile, Graham came up and said that they had finished repairing the roof. The leader thanked them for their work and sent them off to rest. After seeing them off with a glance, he carefully asked how the adults they had accepted were doing, whether they were arguing with Ron. Among the people they accepted, there were only 6 adults. At the moment, they have a good relationship with Ron. Rather, they even became attached to him. The chief added that they were physically strong and very wise, which Tetra agreed with, since they taught her how to cook. The introduction of horse tillage contributed to the emergence of new fields, but the adults also helped a lot in this matter. Right now, this village has enough supplies for the population, and they produce even more than they consume. Almus was glad that everything was fine and went into the forest to visit the griffin. The young man brought a huge jug of wine and handed it to the griffin with a smile. The bird was pleasantly surprised by such a gift, but noted that it was too little. The guy thought that it was a very valuable thing because it was going up for sale. Having finished the contents of the jug, the griffin asked how the village was doing, and the chief noted that everything was going well thanks to this bird. The bird bowed the jug and noted that although this was little, it was still an expensive commodity, which meant that the village had a good harvest. But still, the griffin decided to say that even though they had become more or less independent of him, he would still have nightmares if they all disappeared due to impoverishment, and then he remembered that he had something important to say. The griffin promised that if one day Almus or his descendants find themselves in a difficult situation, then, depending on their relationship, he will be able to provide his help. The young man was surprised by such a statement. He thanked the bird and expressed the hope that it would not come to this. The griffin, having said that he also hoped that this would not happen, spread his wings and flew away. The chief returned to the village carrying the same huge jug on his head. Almus himself was extremely surprised by such a reception. But his girlfriend didn't give him much time to think and grabbed the guy by the hand and dragged him somewhere. He didn't know what to be more surprised about, this behavior or the fact that something had happened. As they approached, they were met by Ron, who suggested that the guy look into the room. There was a huge crowd of people of all ages, from babies to old people. There were 30 people here. They came here immediately after the head of the village left, because they all obediently did what they were told. They were left here. Suddenly, one of the men stood up and asked if he was the representative of the village. When the guy heard a positive answer, he said that they were all residents of the same village in the Kingdom of Farm, and his name was Earl, and he was the acting head of that village. He confessed that they all came here after escaping from the Kingdom of Ferme, which was also stricken by famine this year. Earl said that the Kingdom of Harem had always been weak against curses because the mages were getting rid of. Moreover, the tax that the soldiers collect is growing every year, and they threaten to get rid of the inhabitants who cannot pay. These people wanted to go to the kingdom of Rositz, but the border was difficult to cross, and so they came here. After all, they had heard rumors about this place. It turned out that rumors were going around that in the depths of this forest there was a paradise guarded by the griffin himself, and that abandoned children lived there happily. However, the head of this village denied such tales and said that they were engaged in agriculture here to feed themselves. The boys assumed that they became famous because they sold animal skins in the capital and came to trade. They could also be found out because they shared some food with people who were lost in the forest and accepted a group of refugees. After these considerations, Almus asked if he understood correctly that these people wanted to live here, to which he received a positive answer. All the villagers fell on their knees, begging to be accepted. The chief did not know what to do because 30 people is a lot to accept and many problems could arise because the inhabitants of this village are mostly children. Suddenly, one woman turned to Ruru. She asked if it was really Ruru, then Almus asked if it was really her family, but the girl did not have such enthusiasm and joy from the meeting. When the woman stretched out her hands, the girl screamed loudly not to be touched. There were tears in her eyes, and her voice was full of rage and fear. The woman did not understand what she had done wrong, but Ruru said that it was too late to act like a real mother because she had abandoned little Ruru in the forest. The girl wiped away her tears and assured that she was against these people being accepted. In her opinion, it was worth returning these people to the kingdom so as not to worsen their relations only because of these people. Then Ron stood up for the girl. He protected her with himself and said that he was against it because he didn't like the idea. Another guy agreed with Ruru, but still Soyeon was against it. These people were simply abandoned and therefore ran away, just like them. Graham supported her, because they should help each other when someone is in trouble. Vin almost noticed that there was a small child among the inhabitants. After thinking for a while, he asked Tetra what she thought, and the girl was against this idea. This could be the strategy of the Ferme Kingdom to take over this village from the inside, and they need to make sure if that's the case. The boy thought that it would be possible to accept them, making sure that they can be trusted. The young man sighed heavily and replied that he would go to the kingdom of Ferme to clarify this issue, and then asked to closely monitor these people while he was gone. Ron convinced that he could be relied on in this. Tetra firmly grabbed the chief's shoulder and said that she would go with him, because she wanted to make sure of their honesty. Then the chief ordered these people to stay here and do as they were told, and in return they would be provided with water and food. He threatened that they shouldn't do anything suspicious, and Earl sincerely thanked him for giving them a chance. The guy also asked to take care of Ruru, who still could not calm down, and when he was assured that everything would be fine, he told Tetra that they would set off on a horse. When the boys approached the horses, Almas asked Rhea to prepare one horse, because they would go on a journey, but Tetra was not sure that they should ride a horse. The leader assured that this was not a problem, because he had invented the stirrup. They are placed on both sides of the horse so that one can lean on them because in this world there was already a saddle, but there was no stirrup. Rhea may be able to ride a horse without equipment, but unfortunately she is more of an exception. This world is similar to the one the boy came from. Not everyone here could be a cavalryman because it is very difficult to shoot without a solid foothold. But if you use a stirrup, even a beginner can ride a horse. To avoid problems, the boss didn't tell anyone about this except Rhea, and asked Tetra to keep everything a secret. When the girl asked if he did it himself, the guy explained that he asked Yuria for help, and then suggested that the girl climb in already. He took her by the hand and threw her onto the horse like a sack, which is why the girl asked him to be a little more gentle with her. Then the guy immediately apologized. On the way, the girl asked Roland Ferme had he always been an ambitious man, which the young man confirmed. Then the girl added, upset, that everyone had always loved him. The young man was surprised, because judging by the behavior of Errol and the others, they hated him. The girl admitted that a long time ago he looked like a kind person, and even Bly very close to her father, and she herself did not hate him. Almas didn't know what to say, so he simply expressed his understanding and then suggested setting up camp, since the sun would soon set. After spending the night, the guys headed further, and after a little while they arrived at some village. They assumed that this was Erla's village, and then the guy, seeing the people, decided to go up to them and ask them what they knew about the situation. The warriors looked at each other when they heard the question about why this village was so empty, and then one of them finally decided to tell. He said that in the middle of the night, all the villagers had abandoned the village and fled, so now they would have to form a rescue team, which was of course annoying. Almas decided to clarify what had happened, and then another warrior said that the taxes had become too high and there was nothing to pay them with. But another man stamped his foot, which attracted attention. He asked what these people were doing here and warily ground his sword. The guy said that they were simple traders who were heading north and therefore were passing through this country. They saw soldiers and decided to find out what had happened. The young man held out dried fruits to treat the warriors, and one of them looked at the horse with admiration, imagining how good it would be to own such an animal. The warrior asked if the girl on the horse was his wife, to which the guy replied that they had just recently gotten married, and then the girl nodded affirmatively and then blushed. Almas asked the soldiers if they needed anything, but the leader assured them that they didn't need anything, since they were already having a hard time paying for their own food. The guy, taking pity on the soldiers, shared dried fruits with him, not sparing anything that he had, and then he asked how they were going to return the residents, and in general, where they could have run. Then the warriors reasoned that probably the people had fled to the forest, to that very paradise belonging to the griffin, I wonder if the inhabitants really believed in him. Then the chief asked if it wouldn't be difficult to look for them in that forest. The warrior said that in their country there are also voodoo sorcerers, and therefore they will be able to quickly find the inhabitants with the help of dogs. He pointed to the girl who was sitting to the side and petting the dog. The guard suggested that it was great to have such useful magic, and then expressed hope that they could be useful in this life as well, other than waging wars. The village chief realized that using dogs could be a problem. The warriors admitted that even if they were scared by the fact that the griffin was there, it did not bother the king at all. From his point of view, instead of fearing the griffin's retaliation, he must definitely return the escaped inhabitants, and the warriors will have to return them in any form. They were planning to set out on a search the following day, but they didn't want to at all. The young man apologized for his rudeness, but said that since he couldn't sell anything here, he was moving on. He thanked the warriors for the information and even gave them some dengue and then went on. Tetra noted that this was very bad because they would be heading to their village and trouble was coming. But they still found out what they wanted, and so they rushed back to the village. After some time, when they had already arrived, Ron met them with questions about how everything went, and then the headman said that Earl and the villagers were innocent. After letting Tetra down from his horse, he asked if there had been any problems, and then asked to gather everyone together so he could tell them everything he had learned while they were traveling. They gathered everyone in one place for discussion. They knew that tomorrow the soldiers of Ferme would arrive here. In that case, they offered to hand them over, but the soldiers would come for them, who wanted to use them as an example of what would happen to the inhabitants in case of escape. The head of the village said that if they were handed over, then the king of Ferme himself would get rid of each of them from this village, after which the guy said that he would like to express his opinion first. He said that they couldn't just give up on these people, and the reason was that if the king attacked their village, they would need people to fight back. Originally, there was no road in this forest that could be used to get here, so the village is protected by a huge forest and it is difficult to find. But since Earl and other villagers came to this place, it can be found, and if you turn in the villagers, they will immediately tell you where to look. When they learn that there are only 70 of them, they will think that they are easy to defeat, but if they take Earl's people, then there will be 100 of them. With their help, they can even intimidate. When the leader asked what the others think, Ron still decided to support him and agreed. Everyone else also agreed, because if things had gone this far, they should work together, and it would be too cruel to just turn them in. However, the guys were still worried about what Ruru would say. The girl awkwardly said that if she left her parents, she would find herself no different from them. The chief asked again if there were those who were still against it, but there was silence in response, and then he said that they should go to Earl. They went to the refugees and told them that they would accept them all for now. Earl thanked them for this decision, and the chief only emphasized once again that this was for now. He warned that everything would depend on their behavior, and then Earl bowed his head and promised to remember this. But whether it was worth telling them that soldiers would soon arrive, the head did not know. Just as he was about to report, Ruru and Ron suddenly came running with a message that King Ferme's soldiers were already on their way here. The boys reported that the soldiers were still deep in the forest, not too far from them, but there was no doubt that they were heading this way. Ruru reported that she could sense them with her detection magic, and then Earl asked what that meant. The leader said that King Ferme was chasing them and would be here soon, and most likely he wanted to get rid of them all to set an example for the others. People were already starting to panic, but Earl quickly calmed them down with one word. He bowed his head and apologized for the inconvenience they were causing. Almas sighed heavily and said that they were already in deep and there was nothing they could do. And even if they handed everyone over to the king, he would not let the boys go in peace. Earl then stepped forward and asked if they would mind if the refugees joined them in the fight, to which the leader replied that that was exactly what he wanted. Earl, still on his knees, thanked the guy for his help and promised that he would not forget such a thing. He said that he had some experience in trade as well as in negotiations, and expressed hope that it would be useful. Almas was surprised, but then asked for help. He called Earl to go with him and asked Tetra to tell the rest of the villagers about everything. When the headman of the refugee village asked where the boy had taken him, he received the answer that it was his home. But immediately after that, the young man asked how he should best conduct the negotiations. Earl said that the important aspect was to bring them to the negotiating table. He had to make them think that negotiation was the best option. He suggested arming everyone and meeting the king at the entrance to the village. The guy asked if it meant they wanted to be pacifists, but that could be a provocation, and besides, wouldn't it be more advantageous for them to defend themselves in the village? Earl replied that their commander was a brilliant general who had never lost. However, the point was to pretend that they were ready to fight. After all, it was impossible to lead a large army through the forest. It would take time to gather it, and therefore their numbers were not so great compared to them. Besides, the common soldiers can't move that fast, which means they are his elite, which means they are the main and best forces of his squad, which means he doesn't want to lose a single soldier here. Almas asked what he should do next. It was necessary to establish conditions that would suit both sides, to balance the pros and cons for each. Their goal was to survive, while the king, according to the elder, might want to get rid of everyone, but Earl denied this. Almas assumed that the guy wanted to give everyone up, but Earl immediately denied everything, because if they did that, they would not be able to save anyone. If they gave them up, the king would simply get rid of them, reduce their number, and then do the same with the rest. His goal is to make a warning to them all. More precisely, he needs them to be gone on paper, but that doesn't mean he needs to implement it. Simply put, if we generalize, they just needed confirmation of what they did. It's impossible for the king to get rid of everyone and drag the bodies back, so he needs something that won't rot, like taking their clothes off and bringing them back as evidence. The boy realized that they would have to take off all their clothes and prepare new ones themselves, but Earl assured them that there was no need for that, since the ring would be enough. It turned out to be a simple, cheap bronze ring. The guy said that he doesn't know what the customs are in Rositsa, but in their country, each child is given one big ring, and when it fits the finger, he is finally recognized as an adult. He assured that trying to sell it would be useless, but now it was more valuable than any precious stone. Almas noticed an engraving on the ring. It turned out to be the clan seal. He explained that all the villagers and towns around their village had the same seal. The young man was glad that this would be enough for him, but would he leave in peace after this? The king of Fairmay and Earl replied that this would not be enough, and therefore the warriors sat in the forest discussing what was happening. The fugitives irritated them. It would have been much easier if they had just tried to start a revolution, then they wouldn't have had to chase them and they could have just gotten rid of them. One of the warriors asked if the king was really going to do something like this to the former inhabitants of his lands, and he stated with absolute certainty that he was going to do just that. Because if they just forgive them for it, people will follow the same path. It is important to be so cruel, at least once, and always remain careful. But he calmed the warriors. He had already finished preparing for the invasion of the territory of Rositsa, and only then they would be able to get their fill of the plundered food. The man jumped up and said that now he knows how strong the king is, but he himself only said, "What kind of attitude is this?" After all, he remembers how happy the warrior was when they became independent. It was probably because they hated the Ash family, as they had always been a slave to Rositz, and it wasn't that Logos was weak in combat, rather the current commander was too good. But the king remembered that he had allowed the Ash family's daughter to escape. But one of the men encouraged the king and assured him that she was definitely long gone because a 10-year-old girl would not be able to survive alone in the forest, which means she was probably just eaten by wolves. Suddenly, King Firma was approached with news. They managed to find refugees, a little to the south of this detachment. It turned out that there was a whole village there, and the dogs smelled their scent there. The king was extremely surprised that there was a whole village there. He cried out in surprise that this was the same village that was rumored to be guarded by a griffin, although he had always considered this to be just an exaggerated story. The warriors panicked. They couldn't defeat a god. But the king said that he had heard that griffins don't interfere in human conflicts, especially since his territory is even deeper in the forest. He answered the doubts by saying that he had once gotten lost in the forest when he was young. Then he came face to face with the griffin, and he answered him that his territory was deep in the forest, and here he was, free to do whatever he wanted as long as he did not cross his domain. The soldiers were inspired and decided that if their king said so, then everything was fine. They were determined to visit the village no matter what happened. The warriors headed straight for the village. The king noted that the village seemed large, judging by the houses and the size of the fields. About 100 people lived there, but there were still simple ditches and fences. But this was to scare away wolves, not armies. However, they noticed that someone was coming towards them. An armed crowd was resolutely heading towards the warriors. The king stopped his men and asked them to stay where they were and wait and see what would happen. Then they noticed a young man coming out of the crowd. Almas confidently walked towards the warriors and loudly asked, "What brought King Ferm here?" The young man admitted that he was the one who led this village, and his name was Almas. Fermi said that he came here to punish his people who fled from his country, and therefore demanded that they be given to him. But the village leader said that he could not allow these people to be disposed of in front of their eyes, and therefore he refused. The king offered to discuss everything, but asked Almas to come over, and the boy walked confidently towards him. The warriors were surprised that this boy was actually coming to them, but confident Almas walked towards the king. He walked hoping that everyone would remain calm. The boys froze in horror. They didn't know whether they should come closer, but Ron assured them that everything would be fine. The main thing was to believe. But Graham said that they could rely on him because he knew what to do if everything didn't go according to plan. Tetra folded her hands and prayed that all would be well with the leader. Coming closer, the guy greeted King Ferme and asked if he should come closer, which the man himself refused. He said that he was now ready to listen to the reason why he could not accept his demand. Meanwhile, the village chief was a little glad that the king would at least listen to his words. He explained that there weren't many people living in his village, so if they wanted to get rid of these people, he would be happy to take them in. But the king could not allow these fugitives to remain unpunished. But the chief foresaw this and was not surprised. He took out a ring and asked them to pretend that the people were punished and, as proof, offered to take away all the rings that belonged to them. Looking at his people, he thought for a moment and then said that they should then give them all the rings that were in the village. He said that he would then leave them their lives and clothes, so it must be a good deal, and the guy was already remembering that everything was exactly as Earl said. If they gave them everything, they would simply not be able to cope with hunger, and so he offered half, and then made a sign with his hand. The young man explained that if they refused, they would simply burn everything here to the ground. The king suggested that even so they would not cope with hunger, and the boy agreed and asked to accept his right choice. The man thought for a moment and said that although he did not believe that they were ready to burn the village, but he agrees to accept 70% of what they have, and he will retreat. Everyone silently waited for the decision that the leaders would come to, and Almas believed that although this is a lot, it is still better this way. He bowed his head and said that they would give up 70% of their property and the ring. Then Ferme said that their negotiations were over. A little later, Almas was glad that everything went without a fight. Tetra sadly asked what they were going to do now and then. The guy said that he needed to meet with the King of Rosettes and tell him everything that had happened. The boys didn't know if the king would help them, but the leader assured them that even a little help would be welcome because they didn't need any trouble. He got up and was about to set off on his journey when Earl suddenly came to him and asked to go with him. But still the guy rejected the guy's request and asked him to stay here, but someone again did not let the guy go. It was Tetra who was going to go with the leader. She said that she had thought about it for a long time, but Almas did not stop being stubborn and said that then they could go together, and the village would remain on the Rona. The girl was worried that it was still too dark to set out, but the guy reassured her by saying that the sun would rise soon. Then they set off, and Tetra confessed that she always ran away because she doesn't want to ruin her life with everyone and is still afraid of King Ferme. However, there are people who suffer only because of this king, and she remained the only one of the Ash family and therefore must take on this responsibility. The young man thought for a moment and then said that her life belongs only to herself. It is not about Earl or the others. Such a thing as responsibility for an influential family has nothing to do with it. He said that if she didn't want to, there was no point in forcing herself. But the girl explained that being part of an influential family was also part of her life. She didn't want to spend her whole life running from King Ferme. In order for her to go her own way, she needed to resolve this issue with the king. Then the young man only said that he didn't know what to say. The boys finally met the dawn. To say something important after all, she asked the guy to marry her after she solved the problem with King Ferme. The embarrassed girl closed her eyes, began to fidget, and loudly demand that Almas marry her. When she calmed down a little, he noted that he had not expected this at all, and although he had said that he wanted her, the context here was a little different. The guy suggested getting off the horse, calming down and talking. The girl repeated her request once more. She again proposed to marry her, but the guy only looked at her in bewilderment. She was more like a sister to him. And not just because it was her, he thought the same about the other children. About everyone in the village, he never thought of them as lovers, and if he had to reconsider that, then he warned the girl that if he married her, she would have to live with him forever, and she would not be able to simply refuse it. He also added sheepishly that marriage meant that they would have children, but Tetra agreed to that too. The girl asked the guy to answer her only yes or no. She asked him if he loved her, and the guy agreed. She continued asking questions, and then asked again if he would marry her, but the guy refused. The girl was already upset, but the guy explained that as a man he could not accept it and therefore had to say it himself. Almas fell on his knees and proposed to his companion. And the girl agreed, happily throwing the guy to the ground. And then the guy suggested that they quickly go to the kingdom, because they were still threatened by hunger. Something made the guy worry, as if this was all some kind of bad sign. They had already reached the palace and stood before the king. Almas explained that they had lost most of their food and property, and the king promised to provide them with food for at least a year. But in return, he asked to take care of the refugees, for which the young man thanked him. The king said that something similar had already happened on the borders, but it was still good that the village remained intact because taxes had to be collected. Then Rositz turned his attention to the girl next to Almas and asked who she was, to which Tetra replied that it was a very old story. But the king still said that he did not remember her at all. Then the lady said that 10 years ago King Rositz visited the Ash Mansion and she was there with her father. The man ordered silence and then gestured for all the guards to leave. He said that if the girl lied or did not answer the question, she would lose her head, and then asked what her father's name was. The girl said that her father is the head of the Ash family, Lagos Ash, and her mother is Carishian, Helen Ash, and then the man asked what her name was. She apologized for her very late introduction. And then, putting her hand on her heart, she introduced herself as Tetra Ash, and the king noted with amazement that the god had not abandoned him after all. But the man still asked to confirm his identity, and the girl said that there was a family coat of arms on her hip, and although the king apologized for his rudeness, he still asked to show this coat of arms. Tetra, without thinking, lifted the fabric, revealing the area with the tattoo. After some time, she asked if the king had seen enough, and he apologized and allowed her to get dressed. But he asked something else. Did the girl have the ring, and she carefully took it out. Almas was surprised because he saw this ring for the first time, but the girl admitted that she hid it because it was made of gold, and she was ashamed that she had a little gold when everyone needed money, and therefore she buried it. But the girl blurted out that she planned to sell it if they were on the edge of a precipice, but the young man said that he was not angry after all. The king asked the boys not to quarrel and to show him the ring. The girl also said that she has a family seal that was given to them. Almas didn't quite understand what they were talking about, but it was probably a seal for documents. Meanwhile, Tetra handed it to the king. The man said that he would call a coat of arms specialist who would confirm the authenticity of all this, and if they turned out to be real, then they would be returned to the girl. The young man asked if the girl was okay, and she nodded silently to him. By this time, they had already brought in a specialist in coats of arms. The girl led Tetra into a separate room, and she said that they would see each other later. There was silence in the hall, and then the king asked where the boy had found her. Almas said that it was quite far from here and that she had long been part of his village. The king asked when exactly the guy found out about her identity, to which the guy replied that it was only a few years ago and admitted that he would have told everything right away, but she asked him not to tell anyone. He bowed his head and apologized, and the king leaned back wearily and said that he was not angry because the boy had given shelter to the last of the surviving Ash family. And then he asked what kind of relationship this couple had. Almas honestly told her that he had promised to marry her, but the king asked if the young man was sure that he could marry her, and the boy said yes. He asked if the king wasn't going to make him a noble. The man pointed out that there were many classes of nobles, but that didn't scare the boy. The king exhaled heavily, wondering what he would say to Yuri. But when Almas asked again, he simply remained silent. He said that it would be some time before they knew whether she was real or not, and so he decided to ask about the solution to the problem he had received for now. The boy said that he had an answer, but some parts were still questionable. The king wanted to hear the answer, but asked to give him a second. He called Raymond. The man was very glad to see Almas again, and after greetings, they sat down at the negotiating table. The young man began to talk about centralization, and his answer was to use the power of people. Then the king asked for an explanation. The guy explained that centralization is a form of government where power is concentrated in the center. It should have the highest powers, but now power is divided into smaller regions. To achieve the goal, it is necessary to unite these regions. But even if you tell the influential families to hand over the right to organize soldiers and collect taxes, they will simply refuse. Therefore, it is necessary to start with a gradual weakening of the power of influential families, and Raymond then specified exactly how to do this. The young man said that if the political power of the people increases, then the power of large families will decrease in relation to the population, but something upset the king and his brother. They assumed that in this case, the king's power would also be diminished, but Almas reported that in a normal situation, it would be exactly like this. However, the king undertakes to guarantee the rights of the people. Then it can be reported that the cow protects its people. In defense of the lives and property of its people, the kingdom will stand with the people against the powerful families. Usually, this leads to a situation of rulers versus subjects, but by declaring a duty of protection, it will turn their situation into powerful families versus the royal family and the people. And with this variable, if influential families try to gain more power, then it will already be oppression. Ramnod was already happy, but the king asked, wouldn't it only work if the people themselves asked for it? The guy replied, that is exactly it, but the probability of a clash between classes is quite high, and the reason for this could be the influence that comes from the federation of Kirishi cities, because it consists of cities without a king. But still, the republican system is different for each nation. But if we leave this aside, for the Adelnians who accepted the monarchy, this system will become more attractive. Raymond confirmed the words of the young man. A good example was the disaster of the Firm Rebellion. The king's brother tried to find out the reason for the rebellion, and it was because of the support of the lower-class people. They themselves created a centralized government. The king replied that it didn't seem like such a bad decision, but he didn't know what to do with the influential families after their political power was reduced. Almond suggested that since these families would not be able to revolt, they could be summoned to the center and made into nobles in robes, leaving them with the bureaucracy. The problem now is only in preparing how to summon them here. There are many options. It is necessary to prepare a place similar to a court and give them some political space, and even the court will not distance them from centralization because it will be in the center. The most important thing is to gather all political power in the center. But then, having gathered everything in one place, they will slow down the speed of all processes, so giving them autonomy to govern their land will reduce this, and after that, we will have to think about what to do after centralization, but this can be decided as needed. Raymond was simply shocked by everything that was said and offered Almas to become his son. He once again loudly offered to become his adopted son, which shocked both the king and the young man. The king's brother jumped up and declared that from that day on, he was Almas's father. The king ordered the boy to leave the room, and the young man ran out. And the king shouted after him, so that the boy would forget about it. The boy simply decided to wait here for Tetra, and in the meantime, the king began to scold his brother. But he did not stop declaring that he intended to make this guy the next king. It may not be the best solution, but it is still the second best option. The king did not understand, because even though the guy is a genius, he is just a commoner, and also 16 years old. Raymond agreed that his brother was right, but asked who should be next. The first candidate for the throne is Raymond, but since he has no children, the next king will be Uria's husband. Then the guy, unable to contain himself, asked if it would really be Rignar, Dibel. Raymond was indignant, because if the king wanted to make him his successor, it would be better to immediately take a person from the street. But after the loss of the Ash family, the Dibel family became the next most powerful in the country. Even if this is true, according to the members and servants of this family, he is a careless and cruel man whose only thoughts are alcohol, women, and money. The king's brother said that he would not serve this man, but the man asked if his brother understood that if he made someone else king, the country would simply fall apart. The guy assumed that as long as they win, everything is fine, they can just completely remove this family. Moreover, how can he give his daughter to such a person? After all, he had already gotten rid of his 2 wives. The king admitted that he did not like Rigar. Dibel didn't want to give his daughter into the hands of such a man, but if their marriage worked out well, they would be able to unite the 2 great families, and if that happened, centralization would also work. But Raymond interrupted the king and asked if he really thought this man would cooperate. The king froze and then agreed that he was not the right person, but why bring Almas into this? Then the brother said that this guy was right for them. First of all, he has the spiritual influence of being the son of a griffin. This alone is enough to dispel discontent. He also has a good personality and no pedigree, which means you can have all the political rights over him. Thirdly, he has deep knowledge and creative thinking and is also very educated. He may be young, but with a little help he will become a great king. Then Raymond asked if his brother had any doubts. The king asked only one thing, what to do about the unification with the Debelle family. He then replied that it was impossible to unite with them, and therefore the original plan with the Ash family should be followed. Unfortunately, Tetra and Almas are in love, and so they just need to get married. The Ash family wasted its political power, but whoever entered the Ash family would be the king's adopted son. Then he could be groomed as a successor who was also the son of a griffin, so they would all be happily accepted. And after that, Almas marries Yuria. Thus, the unification of the Ash and Roset's families would be completed. Then, after thinking, the king agreed with the decision to tie this young man as a successor. But he warned that he had not yet decided who would inherit the throne. He would choose between them, and therefore there was no point in telling Almas yet. Raymond thanked the king and offered to listen to the young man's opinion. A servant was sent for him, who immediately brought the boy back. The boy apologized, and the king's brother invited him to sit down. They looked into each other's eyes in silence, and then Raymond suggested continuing the conversation. He again offered Almas to become his successor. The young man clarified what this meant and whether he understood everything correctly, and when he was given an affirmative answer, they asked what he thought about this. He thought about it, and then asked what was the reason for such a proposal. The man answered him that after listening to him, he decided that he was a good man, and then added that the thing was that he was the son of a griffin. This fact deserves more attention than the young man thinks, especially since it was he who gave shelter to Tetra Ash, and so he offers to marry her and return her family to power, although not right away. Raymond added, "People love stories and legends. It is true, a young princess who lost her family's land due to a rebellion was saved by the son of a griffin and married him." The guy asked the young man again what his answer was, but he asked to give him time to think it over. Suddenly, Tetra approached Almas and the king. The king confirmed that this girl was indeed the daughter of the Ash family patriarch, and therefore her things were being returned. The young man said that in that case, it was time for them to return. The guy explained to Tetra that they were returning because they needed to tell everyone else about everything, and the guys set off on their way. When the Rebatas returned, the others were already joyfully greeting them. They greeted them, noting that the guys had been gone for quite a while, and of course, Ruru immediately rushed to ask if the guys had brought any food. Almas explained that they would receive food for 1 year, and in return they would take care of the refugees, and from that day on they would start working and helping everyone else. Besides, the boy had one more important thing to discuss, and so he asked Ron to gather everyone for the discussion, as they usually do. A little later in the cottage, the boys were told that Tetra was actually from the Ash family and was a princess. The girl apologized for hiding it, but they supported her, because each of them has a past and nothing will affect the fact that they are friends. But the leader added something else. He said that he received an offer from the brother of the king of Rositz to be adopted by his family. The guys were shocked at first, because their leader was also going to become a member of the royal family, but then they were very inspired. Ruru assumed that this would make them royal servants, meaning she could work harder at learning Vaidu magic. But suddenly she realized that if Almas was a member of the royal family, that meant Tetra was definitely a princess. Suddenly they all started shouting happily, and the guy thought he didn't want this at all. In his past, when his friends left the shelter, he felt lonely. Then he asked if they would stop him, but the guys didn't understand at all. Did he really not want this? The young man admitted that he was happy and nothing was bothering him, but if he became part of the royal family, he would have to live far from the village and they would be separated. But the guys just laughed. They might see each other less often, but that didn't mean they wouldn't meet again. Everyone supported the guy and said that he should not stay here for the rest of his days, and therefore they are only rooting for him. The young man sighed happily and thanked them. He said that they would spend the night here before heading out again, and he was leaving the village itself to them, and in case of problems they could contact Earl, but they needed to discuss everything with the others. Ron nodded in agreement. The boys had a good time together and sat for a while longer, and then left Almas's house. As they left, they discussed how their leader was amazing and that maybe someday they would be able to meet the king themselves. The boys looked at each other, realizing that they needed to know etiquette for this, and it would be very useful for them. Ruru was upset that they would go without them, but Ron interrupted her. He assured that if they were to go ahead, they would simply have to keep up. Then they would be able to proudly say that they were their servants and, moreover, they should protect the village. The very next day, Tetra and Alma stood before the king and the boy accepted the offer. Raymond was very happy about this and suggested calling him Dad, but for the young man it seemed too complicated. Then the king's brother asked to call him simply Father. The king apologized for disturbing the conversation between father and son, but he had to say something. Tetra will go with Boros Ash Permo, Dono, because he is an influential person in the current Ash family, and the girl will be able to learn how to become part of an influential family. The girl agreed, but they did not have time to say goodbye, and the king's brother dragged the guy away on business. He laid out a bunch of scrolls and said that first he should learn etiquette, but in general, quite often, people from influential families do not even know how to write, and therefore etiquette is not strict. The main thing was to use words correctly, and the guy had no problems with that. In a month, there will be a celebration in their honor at the palace, so they should remember it well. After some time, that day arrived. Although its main purpose is simply to introduce Tetra and Almas, it was also necessary to celebrate the safe return of Tetra Ash, which is a big event celebrated by the entire country. Raymond advised him to show his face to the young man and not to forget that he was actually the son of the Griffin. This day was very bright and noisy, and so the young man walked away and sat down to rest a little. Iria approached him and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy noted that it really was a long time ago, because this was the first time since he came here that they were talking. The princess confirmed his words and noted that she was very surprised by the appearance of a new cousin, and she was even more surprised that Tetra was from the Ash family. Raymond's new son said it was all a long story and decided to ask how people perceived him as part of the Rositza family. Iria reassured the boy, saying that everything was fine and people were happy to welcome him. But there were also those who felt differently, the people of the Debel family. They seemed to dislike the fact that Almas has joined the Rositz family, despite the fact that he was born into a family of commoners, and they suspect that the story of Tetra is simply a fake. The princess is sure that they don't like this whole story, since the Rositz family is becoming stronger thanks to the spiritual influence of the Griffin and the return of Tetra Ash. Then the leader remembered that the princess is engaged to Rhaegar Devel. The girl looked at her cousin with disdain and asked what his question was about. The guy awkwardly asked what she thought about it, but the girl admitted that she hated this guy and then added in a whisper that she would like Almas to be in his place. The guy didn't hear and decided to ask again what the girl added at the end, but she just looked away embarrassedly. Suddenly, Tetra approached them. Almas was introduced to the man who was currently the head of the Ash family, Boros Ash Perm. The young man happily extended his hand and thanked him for his concern. The huge man, in tears, thanked the young man for protecting the princess, for he had always regretted that he could not protect Logos from Ferme. He promised that all the vassals would swear allegiance. The boy handed over the handkerchief and thought, it turns out that the Debel family hates him, but the Ash family looks up to him. The man returned the handkerchief, and the young man said that he is now a member of the Rossitz family, and therefore they do not have a relationship like a master and servant. The man rubbed the back of his head and asked if Almas was planning to marry Tetra, but the guys quickly shut him up since such things couldn't be said. The princess asked again if they were really going to get married, to which she received an affirmative answer, but the guy still asked her not to tell about it. Iria promised that she wouldn't tell anyone and congratulated the guys. Suddenly, people surrounded the guy, asking about Shogi, and when the guy was able to move away a little, the princess was no longer in sight. After some time, the boys went back to the village. They discussed that now it had become calmer and they would be able to visit their village more often. A not very sober man was riding with the boys and complained that the young man would be transferred to the same class as him, but he skipped it and became part of the royal family. He was loudly indignant, and the boys were whispering among themselves about whether they really needed to take him with them and how things were going in the village. The man dashed Tetra's hopes and said that it could not be so because there were more and more people. However, when they arrived, they heard shouts and hurried. The boys ran up and saw that Ruru was being forcibly held by people, and the girl was fighting back and screaming that they were not her parents. Seeing Tetra and Almas, she looked at them pitifully, as if asking for help. The pair walked away with their heads bowed. Then Ron approached Almas, and the guy immediately demanded an explanation. The guy explained that after the leader left, the two tried to talk to Ruru. They had a discussion and decided to punish, but they continued. The woman begged Almas to change his mind, which immediately made him angry. How could they not understand that they were only upsetting the girl? No reason gave them the right to act like that. After all, it was they who abandoned Ruru in the forest, and this fact will not change. Even if she ever decides to forgive them, it is definitely not up to them to decide, and therefore he demanded that this behavior immediately stop. Suddenly, someone ran into the room. It was Earl who grabbed Ruru's father by the collar and demanded an explanation. Without thinking twice, he hit him with all his might, and then bowed their heads to the floor and said that he would personally assign them punishment, and therefore asked for forgiveness. Almas exhaled heavily and said that if this happened again, they would be expelled, to which they replied that they understood everything. A little later, they discussed this situation while sitting outside. The man said he wondered how Almas would solve this problem himself, since Earl had saved him this time. Now that there were more people, it was necessary to introduce rules and punishments, but if Almas himself were to carry out the punishments, it would cause unrest among the refugees. But if someone else does it, the problems can be solved with the least consequences. The guy thanked them for taking care of the village while he was gone, but it turned out that Earl was the one doing almost everything. However, moving away from this topic, the young man asked what Bartolo thought. Then the man answered that it was necessary to dig a ditch around the palisade. If Ferme's soldiers wanted to get to the village, but they had to go along forest roads, in that case there would be losses in their ranks. He assured that a rebuff could be given, but only if the number of attackers was equal to the number of villagers. Then, Almas noted that out of 100 people, he only had 40 men. The boy noted that if this village was destroyed, the soldiers would be able to go to the capital, Rositsa. The man replied that the capital was not an empty city, and that in case of problems, they could gather all their forces. The boy listened carefully and asked how high Bartolo's position was. The man said that this year, he would be taking command of an army that would fight back against the farm. The couple was surprised, and then Tetra said that she thought he was just transporting alcohol, but the man replied that he was more likely drinking it. He admitted that although he said he was taking command, he had no right to make decisions about crossing the border, and in general, he was a fairly well-known commander. And to prove this, he suggested Almas to fight with swords. Sooner or later, they would have to fight the king anyway, so this would be training. The boy thought that if Bartolo was really strong, it would be a good indicator. Almas said that he would not hold back. However, when he struck, both swords shattered into pieces and Bartolo flew away. Yuansha was upset, but he was prepared for the wooden swords not to withstand his strength. The young man showed that his legs were just as strong, and then the man remembered that Uriah had told him about the blessing. However, Almas noted that without the blessing he could not win. Suddenly, several guys ran up and asked if there were soldiers in front of them, and then bowed respectfully and asked to be allowed to join the army because they wanted to fight side by side with the leader. The man assured them that training would begin soon, and then he could test them and then receive the approval of their leader. A little later, Uriah asked Almas what he thought of their army. They were all conscripts, not mercenaries, so their morale was high. The guy noted that it looked amazing, but he still came because of Ron and the others, but he doesn't see where they are. When the princess explained that everyone was being divided into groups, looking into the distance, the guy realized that this was indeed the case, and, paying attention to those shooting from a bow, began to look for Graham among them. The men lined up in a row, taking turns shooting from a bow. It seems the results of the new recruits were not very good, and one of the guys called Graham. And although they initially didn't like the way he held the bow, they still told him to shoot quickly, and the guy hit the target right on target. The surprised warriors assumed that it was beginner's luck. But when he was asked to do it a few more times, he hit the target all 4 times, for which he received praise. But the boss didn't expect anything else from this guy. The princess pointed the guy to the part of the square where elite warriors were training, among whom were Ron and Rose. They fought fiercely in a training fight, but so far only with each other. The princess noted that the boys moved differently than the others. The leader noted that she was right, and he thought about it because in his past life, the director of the orphanage where he was taught him kendo, that's why he taught it to the boys himself. Bartolo came up to greet Almas, and then the leader said that his men knew how to hold their stance correctly in a fight and that they were generally strong. Then the man noted that they would now test this in sparring. Ron bowed his head in a respectful gesture and introduced himself to his opponent. The man, seeing the newcomer, said with displeasure that he had lost interest and would be more gentle. When the young man attacked, the man decided to show him that he needed to apply more force and was defeated. The princess cried out in joy that Ron had won, while the warriors froze in surprise. One of the men decided to stand up for him and asked him angrily why the newcomer did that, since it was a warm-up. He couldn't calm down and said that he would teach him a lesson now, but the man was still asked to keep his turn, and then his opponent, Rosewood, came up. They started the fight, however. It did not last long, and the man was also defeated. The crowd was surprised by what was happening. Then suddenly another warrior ran out, and although he said that the guy's movements were ridiculous, he would still fight Ron. No matter who tried, it was simply impossible to defeat these two, which surprised not only Bartolo and his men, but even Olmus. He thought about it, because his guys had to fight strong warriors, after the words of the young man that ordinary warriors would be too weak for them, but it was not at all clear why they defeated them so easily. Yuria, sitting next to him, only giggled quietly. The girl apologized. She was amused to see the guy's surprise. Yuri said that she would explain everything to him and invited him to go with her. The girl explained that it was all about the king's blessing and that it had developed over the past year. The young man asked in surprise how that could be, and the princess explained that now his blessing increased the strength of the boys and girls who had sworn allegiance to him. Almus thought about it, and it was true. Apparently, for this reason, the guys were so strong, and in the last few years no one had gotten sick. However, he asked why she told him about it only now. Yuria shared that she planned to keep quiet until he understood it himself, but he still didn't understand. Suddenly, there was an awkward silence, which Yuria decided to break. She asked the young man if he knew that she was engaged to Rhaegar, since she would have to marry him and make him king. But the young man just looked silently, not understanding what was going on. The upset girl added that she still had to give birth to an heir. That's why she decided to tell him everything now, because she wouldn't have another chance. She admitted that if she was with him for a little longer, it would hurt her resolve, so for the last time. Having confessed her feelings, the girl carefully leaned over and kissed the uncomprehending guy, and tears still glistened in her eyes. Yuria pulled away and said that she loved Almas, but her love is hopeless, and therefore she will only forgive to take care of Tetra. Leaving, the girl added that he should remember one thing. It was he who became the one to whom she gave her first kiss. The king and his brother noticed what had happened, but the man still asked Raymond not to say anything unnecessary. The guy agreed, and added that even the king himself should understand that Almas would be the best choice for his daughter. He said that Yuria should be pitied, because now she is simply in despair. This would happen to any girl if she was told to marry a man who is capable of getting rid of his wife. If the king is a father who wants happiness, he will allow her to marry Almas. The king explained that if Almas became king, then centralization would be successful. And Yuria would be happy, because he was much better than even the king himself. When he was his age, he could become a great ruler, but it was worth looking at reality. If they announce that they are going to make him king, how many families will follow him? There is no doubt that the Dybel family will rise up in rebellion. Ringar will not sit idly by. If the kingdom falls into civil war, it will simply be taken over. But instead of taking a rotten piece, you should disinfect it first. Raymond agreed, but still decided that it was too early to draw conclusions. Almas or Ringar were simply the only two options. The king only agreed with his brother's words. A little later, Tetra came to Almas and asked him what he was doing when the boy was sitting alone and making something. The young man said that he could tell her and explained what black powder does. It was first invented in China. It is the oldest form of chemical explosive substance. In his past life, he had seen quite a few things like that. That's why he didn't want to bring military technology to this world. But because of the threat from farm, there was no other way out. He was thinking about creating a weapon similar to the Tetsuhao way. Almas explained that he prepared the coal himself, and he only needs to scrape off the quality pieces, and the golden crystal is sulfur. But potassium nitrate can be extracted from the soil. You need to collect the soil, dilute the earth with water, boil it with coal, and leave it to dry after filtering. Tetra hesitated, asking if she could look at the weapon. But the young man pushed her away because it was still in the development stage, but deciding to show the girl it in action, he asked her to stay put. Then she covered her ears. There was a small explosion, and the guy explained that if you fill something with it, it can even hurt people. And it will also explode if you just set it on fire. Then they will only have to add some pebbles and various fragments. But there was only the question of arson left, and then the boy asked if Tetra could make a magic circle that would create fire. The girl said that if only a spark was needed, it would be easy as pie, and the boy asked to make several. A month later, Almas decided to visit Bartolo. He asked what the man was doing there, and he replied that he was thinking about a strategy to defeat King Farm. The young man then asked if he knew about the phalanx, to which he received an affirmative answer. Almas decided to explain anyway. He explained that it is a strategy in which you rush at the enemy with a spear and shield. The left hand is needed to protect yourself and your comrade on the left, so the right side remains vulnerable, which is why there are elite soldiers there. Almas asked if everything was correct. The man agreed with him and added that a large part of success is luck and morale. Then the guy suggested using cavalry on the sides to attack. The man admitted it was a good idea, but due to the small number, it was a problem. He noted that the stirrup was a great invention, but it still did not mean that everyone could become a cavalryman. Then Almas suggested that they could force the enemy to concentrate their forces on the left side and attack the weak right. The man was surprised by this idea and noted that this was to be expected from the son of a griffin. Then he noticed the bottle in the boy's hands and asked what it was. Almas remembered that it was because of it that he came here and asked to go with him. They entered the forest, and then the young man stopped at a tree. He made a small cut and inserted a bottle into it, after which he used a fire spell and, holding his ears, ran away. Unexpectedly for the man, an explosion was heard. He looked at him with surprise and asked how the guy could do that. Almas gave another can to Bartolo, and he noted that it was a wonderful invention, after which he asked if the guy could make even more of them, to which he received an affirmative answer. The man, pleased with this, noted that they would definitely win this war, but the young man noted that if they did not win, they would definitely have problems. So, 2 years flew by while Almas and the others prepared for war. The servant told the stern man that another family had gone over to Ash's side, and even a group had formed that wanted to bring that family back to power. It had been 2 years since Tetra had appeared, and there were more and more rebellions, and it was time to get rid of her long ago. However, it all seemed suspicious. It was not clear whether it was true or not, but even if it was not real, it did not change the fact that she was nothing but trouble. Suddenly, another servant apologized and handed the king a scroll. It was a message from a spy in the kingdom of Rosets. The king had a fit. Ferme knew it was just a fit. He was very tired. It seemed like the perfect moment to attack, because the king would not be able to command the army. When the man noted that they were short of provisions, the king explained that they were going to war for that very reason. Their provisions would last for a while, and then they would plunder along the way. The men were afraid of the griffin, but Ferme was not at all worried about it. Their main problem was that thanks to the refugees, they learned of a major road for their soldiers to pass through the forest, through the village of Almas. Could this village have received a blessing from the griffin? But the king said sharply that this was not so, because the Gryon would have come and would not have allowed them to leave them to starve. He declared that they would take this village and it would become their forward base, and then ordered the magic casters to watch the capital and the village. The voodoo casters stood in a dimly lit place. They were gathered in order to carry out surveillance with the help of the transmigration of souls, and biting the leaves, they began to carry out their task. They flew around inspecting the territory. It was possible to notice that the defense was improved specifically against people, but the soldiers were nowhere to be seen. When one of the spellcasters was about to return, something suddenly happened. It was at this moment that their natural predator appeared and attacked. They needed to fly away urgently, because if something happened to this body, it would end very badly for the real body. But the predator was not alone. It became obvious that these were not just eagles, but enemy spellcasters. The girl decided that a small village could not have 3 strong spellcasters, which meant that they were from the kingdom. She urgently needed to report this, and she was already close. Suddenly, an arrow pierced her. All the spellcasters were defeated. Graham held the bird in his hands, saying that he had shot it himself, and the spellcaster was indignant that she was gnawing on a bitter leaf because of him. Ruru stood proudly with her eagle on her hand. She made the first attack. Graham happily gave her a high five, noting that she was simply the best. The girls nervously asked if there was anything scary about the fact that they got rid of the spellcasters, but the guy calmed them down. Almas also added that he had sent Earl to report this and to request reinforcements from the King of Rosets, and since he had given him the fastest horse, he should be back soon. And just then the boy had arrived. He did not rest at all, and rushed with all his might to tell that the king had a fit. Almas brought him water and asked when reinforcements would arrive, to which Earl said that reinforcements would arrive only in 3 days, because the soldiers of Ferme had begun an attack on Rosets. He also added Raymond's words that they wanted to split the Rosets army and cause chaos in the capital, and therefore asked to delay the Ferme army for 3 days. Almas only asked not to imitate his father's image. The young man reasoned that he would like to have 500 warriors from the capital's reserve here, but in such a situation, the capital cannot be left without troops. Ron also came running in time, assuring that there were no problems with black powder. The boys confidently declared that they had enough food and weapons, and therefore they were ready to fight at any moment. The young man ordered Ron and Rose to gather everyone to protect their village. Meanwhile, the king learned that his spellcasters had not returned from their reconnaissance mission. They did not know whether their natural predator or the spellcasters had attacked them, but in any case, they knew that the king's brother's adopted son Rositz was there. Then the man said that soldiers should be sent there for reconnaissance. Whatever was there, it was clearly guarded for a reason. And then the city shouted to speak. Their next toast would be for victory, right in the palace of King Rositz. He approached King Firma, informing him that he had gathered 200 warriors at his command and asked how many of them were to be sent into battle. Fermi ordered the dispatch of 3,200 soldiers, instructing him to personally lead 200 warriors to capture the nearest village. On the map, he laid out a plan of strategy. 200 soldiers were to distract the enemy by attacking the village and, if possible, strike the capital from an unexpected flank, while he himself would lead 3,000 warriors on a march to the capital of the Kingdom of Rositz Sea. He then asked his interlocutor if he was worried, admitted that he would be lying if he said he was not worried, and emphasized that they had 3,200 soldiers at their disposal against approximately 15,000 at the enemy. The king added that he had made a secret deal with Rhaegar. Debel, he will receive the crown and refrain from participating in the battle. He explained that thanks to this treaty, the Debel family, the second most influential dynasty in the kingdom, will not take part in the conflict. The warriors in the tent stared at the king and his advisors with surprise and disbelief, sensing the inevitability of major changes. His chief advisor noted that Rhaegar would not stand aside and would certainly use the moment to betray them and influence the Roses family, making them his debtor. Fermi nevertheless reassured everyone, stating that this was not critical since it was easy to come to an agreement with such a person. On the next map, he indicated that the Debel family had already reached an agreement with the neighboring kingdoms and had moved troops to the borders, which would force the Roses family to send part of their army there. He calculated that if the Debel family refused to send troops, the Rositza forces would be limited to 10,000 soldiers, and taking into account the king's illness, there would be about 7,000 left, of which 2,000 would have to be sent to the borders of the two countries. The king concluded that only 3,000 men would oppose their united forces, and that at best the enemy would not exceed 4,000. The soldiers responded with jubilant noises, noting that a small advantage would ensure victory and expressing admiration for the foresight of their king. Then those present entered into an elevated mood, proposing to raise a toast to the victory at the Rositz Palace. From behind the defensive barriers, they kept a close eye on the enemy's fortifications, assessing the distant fortress through the wooden fortification screens. Zion confirmed that 200 of King Firme's warriors had already arrived, reminding them that their number matched the previous report. Panic broke out in the camp, with some suggesting using the Eagles of Ruru, others reminding them of the mortal danger of the transmigration of souls, and still others calling for calm and following the plan, after which Almas stepped forward to calm everyone down. The observers noted the absence of the king among the enemy troops, concluding that the commander standing in front was indeed leading the army, and they confirmed this to each other. Envoy Ferme ordered the gates to be opened, demonstrating his confidence and trying to psychologically suppress the enemy by demanding obvious submission. He threatened that if they surrendered their food and opened the gates, their lives would be spared, emphasizing the condition of mercy upon surrender. Almas heard the defenders loudly declare their refusal to capitulate and demand that the defense continue, after which he turned around in surprise, assessing the determination of his fighters. He gave the order in a clear voice to begin the attack according to the plan he had prepared, ordering everyone to take up their predetermined positions, and his warriors responded unanimously, confirming their readiness to carry out the order. Almas expressed his firm belief that the decisive battle would take place at the main gate, and therefore would concentrate his main forces there in order to prevent the enemy from deviating from the chosen direction of attack. One of his warriors inquired why the enemy had chosen to attack directly rather than attempt to flank the fortifications, noting that more sophisticated tactics might have yielded a tactical advantage. He carefully studied the shape of the defensive structures, noting the deep ditch and high wall, and came to the conclusion that an attempt to overcome these obstacles would inevitably entail serious losses for the attacking side. Almas then explained that the enemy's main target was the capital of Rositz, so they were moving straight towards the gates in an attempt to keep casualties to a minimum and deliver the decisive blow with the first corps of their troops. Nearby, word came that the siege ram was ready for work and was moving forward, and Almas saw how the heavy mechanism rolled towards the fortification, after which the warriors animatedly confirmed the beginning of the immediate offensive. Intrigued, he inquired about the purpose of the crude structure, and was told that it was a battering ram, a specially designed siege weapon for breaking down heavy gates using the penetrating force of inertia. Almas noted that the enemy's massive shields provided excellent protection against rocks, and came to the conclusion that direct shelling would not produce the desired effect, requiring a search for another way to break through the defense. One of the women present sighed with alarm and reported that the siege mechanism had already approached the walls, which noticeably aggravated the situation and made everyone tensely await the next move. They moved forward a line of shield bearers, forming a dense barrier in front of the massive ram, which slowly rocked on its wheels behind them. The soldier tensed as he heard the hum of the gun's surface and the creaking of wooden beams, and he cringed for a second in anticipation of the impact. The frontal shield avalanche moved forward with a battle cry, but suddenly several warriors disappeared into a deep hole, slipping on the edge of an inconspicuous ditch. From the darkness came word that they had fallen into a hidden pit filled with piercing spears, and their heavy shields did not save them from falling onto these points. Those watching in the tower smiled, noting that the unexpected trap itself brought down the attack on the attackers, and the soldiers below were completely helpless. The prince explained that the bottom of the pit was filled with sharp spears, so no one was able to escape after the collapse. He also reminded that there were several more similar traps placed around the camp, and hoped that at least one of the enemy columns would again run into a hidden trap. Meanwhile, the sappers did not waste time. They carried wooden shields and thick boards to quickly fill the pit and turn it into a bridgehead for the next wave of shield bearers. The command to close the ditches was broadcast from the observation tower, and the soldiers, having received the signal, quickly laid dense beams across the gaps. After this, Sion and Ron, having received the order, immediately began to throw stones at the boards, preparing to resume the shelling of the besiegers and take advantage of any delay in their further advance. Stone balls lashed out at the gates, and Almas, grabbing a boulder, threw it with all his might towards the enemy formations, loudly proclaiming an invitation to the enemy to take a counterattack. Through a small gap he saw a heavy battering ram and a line of shield bearers behind it. Uriah shouted to Almas that Graham was shouting something from the watchtower. Suddenly, a warning of arrows was heard over the camp and a call to take cover. Then hundreds of arrows flew over the wall, rushing towards the defenders. The arrows whistled near the heads of the fighters, and Almas roared for everyone to fall behind their shields, hiding from the dangerous hail. Under the shields, he hugged Uriah and watched the falling arrows, praying that the wooden barriers would withstand the onslaught. Everyone who was on their backs immediately hid under awnings and shields. Suddenly, a groan was heard, indicating that one arrow had pierced the shield and wounded the warrior in the shoulder, and alarm reigned on the platform. Almas examined the wounded. Several were limping, clutching their hands to bleeding wounds, and the tension in the camp increased. At this point, Graham stood up and announced that he would deal with the archers, drawing his bowstring to knock down the enemy arrows before they could fire again. He pulled the bowstring and took aim in the distance, looking for the silhouettes of enemy troops, and his comrades suddenly pointed to the enemy watchtower, demanding that the shooter be taken out of action. However, before the archer could fire, a heavy boulder crashed into the tower and the stone crashed onto the roof, causing the defender to cry out in pain. He hid behind the wooden wall of the tower and cried out that he was being targeted, but due to the endless shelling, he was unable to look out and aim back. Ron shouted that the enemy had fired more arrows. The whistle above the wall began to whistle again, signaling another volley was coming, forcing the fighters to duck behind their shields in anticipation of the blow. Soon, a flurry of arrows rained down over their heads, and the men, shouting, rushed to their shields, waiting out the hail of sharp arrowheads that menacingly rained down on the wooden platforms. Almas ducked down and grabbed Yuri's arm, ordering Ron to keep throwing rocks back while Ruru and the nuns calmed the wounded, leading them deeper into the fortification. Despite the sharp cry for a new attack, the shield bearers, under the cover of sliding boards, slowly moved forward, but every step was taken at the cost of losing balance and quickly changing position. In the watchtower, Graham noted with bitterness that another counterattack had yielded no results. The besiegers fired at them without respite, not allowing them to collect themselves and breathe. From above, Almas saw the shield-bearers noisily pressing the battering rams against the gates, and the fighters' hearts sank. They were already so close to the wooden doors. When the boy screamed that the gate was about to be broken down, Almas loudly took the floor, demanding that everyone calm down and promising that the situation would soon be under control. Tetra quietly said his name, and Almas, hearing her trembling voice, looked closely into her eyes before taking a deep breath and calmly answering that he knew everything and would not back down at the most critical moment. The soldiers jerked the heavy battering ram up, shouting a battle cry, and in dense ranks the warriors dragged it towards the gates, the creaking of wooden wheels echoing throughout the camp, foreshadowing a new blow. The huge beam screeched along its tracks and shook the base of the tower as the ram slammed into a support beam with a dull thud, sending wooden splinters flying all around. Outside, the gates shook with each blow, and a thin layer of dust fell to the ground while the fighters below held their breath, hearing the wood creak under the terrible pressure. Uriah screamed that the gate was about to collapse, and Almas pulled her along with him, pressing himself against the shield to protect her from the falling debris, but fear was still reflected in her eyes. Almas clenched his hands on the railing, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he managed to say with difficulty that it was too early to give up. They needed to hold on a little longer until their mechanisms worked. The reminder to follow the plan, not to panic, and to trust the clever traps that had been set in advance, sounded in his head again. Uriah squeezes his hand and quietly whispers that everything will be fine, and there is such confidence in her voice that Almas's heart calms for a moment in the midst of the terrifying storm of siege weapons. He peered through a gap in the defensive walls and saw how the enemy shield-bearers had almost reached the base of the gate. Their ranks were getting denser, after which Almas realized that the decisive second was already very close. Suddenly, one of the fighters jumped to the edge of the platform, and at that moment, Almas called for Ron to give the signal, which contained all the gravity of the moment when the fate of their handful of defenders would be decided by one commanding gesture. The warrior, desperately waving his cloak, shouted that all preparations were complete and the order would be carried out, instilling confidence in the faces of his comrades. Rosewood, noticing the signal, jumped up on the watchtower and began waving the cloth, confirming that the planned operation was about to begin. Immediately, one of the soldiers announced the start of lighting the fuse, quickly uncovering the torch and bringing the fire to the thin kerosene film leading to the network of underground passages. At that moment, a powerful explosion burst out of the trap. The earth shook, heavy debris and a column of smoke literally burst out, sweeping away almost all the barriers. A column of black smoke rose from the crater, and the defenders recoiled, watching in shock as the explosive force cleared the approach to the main gate. All of the protagonist's companions exclaimed with delight and raised their hands in victory, and Raymond merely nodded, acknowledging that the cunning trap had worked perfectly. Tetra grabbed Almas by the hand and quietly informed him that everything had worked out, and he, feeling her support, clenched his fingers into a fist. Their plan had been correct. Almas frankly admitted that although the idea had received Bartolo's blessing, there was no time for rehearsal, and everything was happening for the first time in combat. He explained that their strategy was to surround the village with a ditch and dig a huge pit right in front of the main gate, designed to completely destroy the attackers. Raymond, looking into the hole behind the walls, asked whether the hole had really been dug in front of the gate, and Almas confirmed with firm confidence that everything had been planned in advance. Almas explained that a camouflage bridge would be erected over the dug hole, allowing for unhindered entry and exit from the village while concealing the trap underneath. He added that they would first build a wooden frame and fill it with earth so that the above-ground space would look like an ordinary road and would not reveal the secret mine. Then, along a carefully thought-out route, a tunnel will be dug in the foundation, which will connect the hidden chamber under the bridge with the interior of the village for quick evacuation. Inside this underground volume, jars of oil and gunpowder will be placed, ready to explode, after which it will be enough to light the fuse to destroy the attack at the gate. Raymond doubted the effectiveness of such a plan, but Almas confirmed that in this way the enemy would gather in a group in front of the gate and fall straight into a deadly trap, of which not a trace would remain. At the most tense moment, Almas's confident gaze suddenly darkened as the preparations came to an end and the plan came into effect. The burning smell of burning and acrid smoke instantly filled the bowl of the crater, and the soldiers on the rubble covered themselves with their hands, unable to bear the burning aroma. Almas gave orders to help those who survived among the ruins, and ordered that the wounded be quickly taken to a safe place. All three of them approached the edge of the collapsed gate and gasped at what they saw. The explosion had torn a hole in the ground, and around it there was a gaping dead space, like a portal to hell. Almas stood in the rubble and ash, naked before the terrible consequences of his plan, aware of the cost of victory and the weight of the lives he had saved. Behind him, a warrior rose from the rubble. He tried to attack the main character from behind with a wild cry, spreading his arms in despair and screaming in pain. Almas instantly raised his shield above his head and protected himself from the wounded warrior's sudden attack. He instantly counterattacked the attacker and, with a successful kick, threw the enemy several meters to the side. Ron, pulling the fighter out from under the rubble, worriedly asked if everything was okay with their leader, but Almas firmly ordered to first make sure that the enemy attack had stopped. Another survivor sighed heavily, barely able to stay conscious, looking exhausted from the endless shelling and destruction. Almas noticed him. He looked towards the main character. Blood was running down his face and despair was visible in his eyes. Almas suddenly remembered the familiar voice that had come through the smoke and ruins, and sternly asked if the wounded man was the commander of the troops he had just routed. He threatened that if the wounded man did not answer his questions, he would part with his life. The wounded man exhaled heavily again, as if gathering his strength, and with a powerful, dull sigh, showed that he was ready to reveal all his cards. In the castle, far from the battle, Raymond reflects on the fact that 2 days have passed since his brother was bedridden. Raymond, walking through the halls of the palace, read the report and admitted that there had been no good news in the royal house for a long time, but this scroll brought a glimmer of hope. He tore the paper, cursing Rigor furiously, Deeble for cowardice, and noting that he could not send a single warrior, hiding them to protect his possessions. However, he stressed that Deeble-sama does not want the kingdom to be destroyed, seeking to use the situation to increase her political power. Raymond coolly noted that if the Ash clan managed without the Deeble's help, their influence would collapse, and demanded that Almas-kun be brought immediately. Firme's army had 180 dead, but in the village of Almusa there was not a single dead person, which surprised everyone with the commander who had captured the general. The young officer, not believing his ears, reported with amazement that although he had only expected to gain time, this grand victory had exceeded all expectations. Raymond, excited by the success, ordered Almas to be urgently called to report the victory in person. Almas, who had come up to the throne, gave an account to the father monarch, addressing him respectfully and presenting the information obtained from the captive. The advisor added that the enemy had been taken by surprise, after which Almas placed his hand on his chest and confirmed that the blow had been delivered before the enemy had time to mobilize. Finally, he asked about reforms and the troop count, and Raymond admitted that with 3 extra days he could have gathered 7,000 men, but there was no time. The advisor reminded that if out of 30,000 of their troops they sent 4,000 to the allied kingdoms, they would have about 3,000 soldiers left, as King Firme had calculated in advance. Almas wondered out loud about how strong the enemy army was, assessing the number and quality of his troops. Raymond explained that the number of Firme's troops was almost equal to their own, but Robert Firme was a true military genius and always avoided battles in which he was not sure of victory. He added that Firme chooses battles solely for the sake of benefit and will never enter into a fight if he doubts the outcome. The advisor continued that King Firme's army receives significant support from the great empire of Damorgar, which is why much of their armor and weapons are made of strong metal. Raymond acknowledged that there were many factors working against them in this war, but his role was limited to gathering the army, with responsibility for tactics and operational decisions falling on Almas-kun's shoulders. He then formally announced that he was appointing Almas commander-in-chief and ordered him to immediately go to the troops of Firme to give a decisive rebuff to the enemy offensive. Raymond reminded that 2 years had passed since the adoption, and by that time, Almas should have received basic knowledge of military affairs before taking command. He reassured the young chieftain by declaring that he would appoint Bartolo and Boros as his deputies, and thus ensure reliable leadership in his absence. Almas noted that his position as commander-in-chief was not based on personal merit, but on his status within the Rosets clan, and agreed that Bartolo would lead the main forces while Boros would oversee the Ash clan. The advisor noted that Almas needed bodyguards, and that any support was now worth its weight in gold, confirming that help would come in handy on the road ahead. Raymond promised to remain in the palace and take command from there, and also ordered Almas to immediately go and prepare and move out. Almas bowed deeply and quietly said that he would do as he was ordered, after which his father gave him one more instruction before sending him on his way. His father sternly warned him that he must not die there, instilling in him a heavy sense of responsibility. Almas nodded confidently, stating that he understood everything and was ready to go. He walked out to meet his small but loyal retinue. Warriors, magicians, and messengers lined up before him, awaiting further orders. Before leaving, he asked them if they really wanted to accompany him into battle, reminding them that they had the right to remain safe. Tetra slowly turned around, but only nodded silently. Ron, smiling broadly, confirmed that his place was always next to the leader, solemnly assuring his loyalty. Iria added softly that she did not want to kill people, but she also did not want any of them to fall, after which everyone took a step towards the inevitable test. When someone mentioned Rose, he just smiled and said that there was no need to ask him. The decision had already been made by everyone together. He jumped into the saddle and announced that this time he would not limit himself to the role of bomb setter, but would take the position of a cavalryman on the battlefield along with everyone else. Almas asked Reed if she was ready to join the fight, and she confirmed her determination to go into battle. Rhea explained that while she does not have voodoo magic, she has the best horsemanship and is second only to Rose in spear skills. She added that she wanted to fight alongside Rose as a token of gratitude for her release and, despite her concerns for her horse, was prepared to stand at the forefront. Other comrades doubted the brevity of her words and unanimously declared that they fully shared her opinion and were ready to follow Almas. Almas thanked everyone for their support, emphasizing how much he appreciated their help and dedication at such a crucial moment. Ron then noted that he also intended to go into battle, after which he asked why Earl was not going with them. Iria explained that the adults were to remain in the village to guard and care for the captives, while Earl took on the task of maintaining order in the settlement. Earl, overwhelmed by the trust placed in him, admitted that he felt the weight of the responsibilities entrusted to him, and Almas explained why he was counting on him. After this, Earl promised to follow the leader to the end, but Almas reminded him of the need to return to the village and take the remaining people there under his leadership. He begged everyone not to die in battle, turning to the heavens with a plea for their lives and admitting that his heart was breaking with anxiety. Then the army under his leadership moved on the march, silently cutting a path to the enemy walls under the hot sun. Before the detachment arrived, he asked where they were heading, and one of the officers explained that they were heading to a region where, according to intelligence from the captured general, enemy forces were expected to arrive. When one of the warriors doubted the commander's resolve and called him cowardly, Almas admitted that he was very nervous, but received assurance that his comrades would always support him. One of the shield-bearers suggested that the commander-in-chief simply rest, relaxing in the saddle, while the soldiers were advancing, and reminded him that his deputies would take charge of him. Another warrior noted that it was normal to be nervous at such a crucial time, and urged Almas not to blame himself for his worries. The knights discussed the main character. The column then continued on to the site of the decisive battle, where a clash of two kingdoms awaited them. Almas admitted to Bartolo that he was incapable of giving clear orders, but asked to be sent to the front lines so that he could contribute to the battle. Bartolo reminded them that Raymond Sama had instructed them not to expose the young leader to danger, and suggested that they first check to see if he was in any danger. The knight shrugged and admitted that, in that case, with his super strength, Almas would only need to swing his spear to push back the enemies, after which the commander thanked him for his support. Soyeon warned Almas not to do anything reckless, and he immediately promised to be careful. One of the knights apologized for disturbing their peaceful time and reported that a voodoo caster from their village was approaching them. Almas asked if this was Soyeon and received confirmation of her identity. The sorceress reported that she had discovered enemy units. Some were located about an hour's drive from here, and others 3 hours in that direction, while admitting that she herself was not very well versed in reconnaissance. Boros reported that there had been no word from their own voodoo casters yet, and suggested that she had done it faster than their people. The knight noted that she was indeed a very good voodoo caster, and Almas only reluctantly agreed, noting that not everyone was able to appreciate such a lucky boost. After this, the knight advised Almas to get rid of all doubts right now, because there might not be another chance. Boros, looking around the horizon, assured that the battle would definitely take place today, and added that it was for the best. And finally, the knight warned that if Almas still had doubts, he should leave them here before they found him in the thick of things. Almas nodded in response to the reminder and said that he was fully aware of all the responsibility placed upon him and was ready to carry out the assignment. "Yo-oh," was heard again, echoing from the nearby hills and reminding them of the fighting spirit of their army. When he inquired where they were heading, one of the guards explained that they had received information from the captured general and were now heading to the area where the enemy was expected to appear first. One of the knights jokingly asked if their commander-in-chief was scared, and another immediately assured that everyone was ready to support him at any moment, after which Almas admitted that he still felt very nervous. The senior guard suggested leaving operational control to the knights, and the commander-in-chief himself simply resting on horseback and safely returning to the rear before the battle began. Boros noted that it is natural to be nervous in such a situation, and emphasized that there will always be those nearby who will lend a shoulder and cope with anxiety. Summing up the conversation, Almas confirmed that he understands his responsibilities well and strictly intends to follow the plan, without doubting success. The column moved forward again, and the sounds of "yes" could be heard more and more clearly through the ranks, demonstrating the fighting spirit of their troops. Ferme's army appeared before them, numerous ranks of spearmen and shield-bearers lined up according to his signature tactics, and Almas noted that the enemy looked incredibly well coordinated and determined. The guard reminded him that Ferme deliberately puts his men in a position where they will be left without provisions unless they take them from the enemy. This is what causes them to go into a hunger frenzy and makes them especially dangerous in battle. In the ensuing silence, the shield-bearers of the Rozak army formed a tight battle line, raising their shields and clutching their spears in readiness to resist. Rhea, clutching her ears in confusion, asked what their plan actually was, but Almas admitted that he himself did not understand it, and simply played the role of commander-in-chief, giving the order. One of the knights suggested that it was time to tell Rhea about the strategy, and Almas agreed, noting that now that the line was in place, the maneuver should be explained. Almas recalled that this was a combat tactic that Rhea had developed herself 2 years ago, and expressed hope that she remembered all its details well. As soon as Almas mentioned this tactic, the guards once again leveled their shields and prepared for battle, and Rhea herself nodded, realizing that this was indeed the key moment. The general, on behalf of all the soldiers, emphasized that this column was the fruit of their 2 years of preparation, and called on them to demonstrate all their skills and tenacity to the enemy. Soon, one of the servants handed King Firma a scroll with a map of the location of the troops, confirmed by heavenly reconnaissance, and handed it to the king for study. King Firme, silently accepting the map, carefully studied it with his gaze, assessing the battle order and the arrangement of the enemy's troops. He noted that an unusually large amount of infantry was concentrated on the left side of the enemy camp, which immediately stood out from the usual formation pattern. After further analysis of the map, Firme pointed out that the right flank was usually weakened due to the inability to defend itself with shields, and concluded that the Rozak army was deliberately using the exact opposite strategy, strengthening the very side where their shield-bearers could not put up a solid wall. In one of the detachments, an indignant shield-bearer suggested that the opponents were afraid of repeating history when they had already been defeated on the right flank, and Firme nodded, making it clear that he had taken this into account. Looking at the enemy's formations and ranks, Firme concluded that they were going to concentrate their power on the left wing to collapse it before turning the entire attack on his right flank. However, he immediately rejected this trick, stating that deception could not shake the well-established defense and proven combat tactics built over years of training. Firme predicted that this massive attack on the left flank would only weaken the already weak right side of the enemy, and they would easily tear their formation apart. Smiling confidently, the king announced that the battle itself had already been effectively won thanks to the correct placement and well-thought-out maneuver. With these words, he gave the peremptory order, "Attention everyone, attack," and the cavalry rushed forward to the roar of weapons and the clatter of hooves. A whirlwind of spears and horsemen rushed headlong into the enemy's battle line, as knights on horseback cut through the air with their battle cries and charged into the thick of the enemy's foot ranks. The protagonist also commands his army to attack. His warriors ask him how this battle is different from their previous battle in the village. One of the warriors cried out to Ryan that the key to this battle would not be defense, as in the village, but the clash of infantry, and Firme confirmed that the main thing here would be the pure pressure of heavily armed ranks. Ryan specified that their detachment was placed on the left flank of the first line of heavy infantry under the command of Boros and Bartolo, exactly in the place where their shields and spears would form the densest wall. Both armies deployed cavalry detachments on both flanks. Ryan noted that cavalry moved much faster than infantry, so the battle would begin with a clash between them before the heavily armed ranks could consolidate their position in the center. He explained that the outcome of the first stage of the battle would determine whose cavalry would be stronger, and only then would it be possible to deliver a decisive blow with his infantry forces. On the left flank, Rhea and Rosewood were the first to move into battle. They stood at the head of their horsemen, ready to break through the enemy line. Ryan, watching them, enthusiastically addressed Rosewood, reminding him that the success of the entire trip depended on his actions, and Rhea announced an attack. The spears of the cavalry on both sides met with a roar in the center, the horses roared, and the riders rushed towards each other, towards the decisive blow. The cavalries of both armies are about to collide with each other and begin a fierce battle. The warriors collided. Everyone fell from their horses. The battle began very chaotically. Clouds of dust rose. There was a loud roar. Most of the warriors from both armies could not cope properly with such a collision and flew out. No one could stay in their saddle. Rhea managed to make her way through all this carnage, and on her steed she rushed deeper into the enemy line. The enemy horseman, confused by the appearance of a woman in the first line of attack, asked in surprise what the girl was doing there. Rhea knocked her opponent out of the saddle with one powerful blow of her spear, and the other knights stood in horror, watching as their opponent's horses overturned. Shock gripped the enemy squad when they realized that their cavalry was led by a strong woman who could snatch shields and knock people off their feet. One of the knights exclaimed in anger that he would not allow a woman to do such things on the battlefield and tried to rush forward to stop her. Boros, noticing the danger, rushed forward sharply, warning his comrades, "Watch out," and dealt a crushing blow with his spear. Ryan, caught up in the fight, turned to his friends and, pointing at Rhea, asked if she was okay and called for Rosewood's help. Rhea, without losing her presence of mind, nodded softly and replied that she was fine, preparing for the next attack. Ryan ordered the defenders to retreat and left himself the task of breaking through the center of the enemy formation alone in order to relieve their line as much as possible. Gathering his will into a fist, he pulled the spear forward again and, shouting, "Hi-ah-ah," rushed to break through the formation, concentrating on the target. The enemy knights, seeing this fierce determination, panicked and recognized his incredible strength and regretted that they had underestimated their opponents. The battlefield suddenly fell silent after the bloody assault. Ron exclaimed that everything was going well, and at this rate they would completely take over the left flank of the cavalry. The twins behind him cheered as Rosewood and Rhea performed, noting that this was how their best riders were expected to perform. Ron recalled the divine blessing that enhanced the physical and magical power of Rhea and Rosewood, and expressed confidence that they would easily capture the left flank. At this time, a dense wall of enemy heavy infantry approached Almus's line, and one of the soldiers shouted to the leader that the moment for the decisive battle had arrived. Ron encouraged them by saying that this was the moment and suggested they move on to using a special weapon, explosive spears. The spears, filled with black powder and paper detonators, exploded on impact, but they only had 10 charges left after defending the village. "This is only the first secret trump card," Ron declared, "but it will be able to stun the enemy and undermine his fighting spirit." With a cry of "throw," he gave the order to his men to launch the first explosive spears into the enemy line. Hundreds of projectiles whistled across the field, heading straight for the enemy ranks. Flashes and the roar of explosions pierced the line of Ferme's heavy infantry, sowing panic and destroying its integrity. The hero gave the command to attack, emphasizing his determination to go on a frontal assault. The cavalry fell upon the enemy, knocking down and rolling horses and soldiers over a pile of broken shields. The twins rushed forward, striking with shields and spears, not allowing their opponents to form a battle formation. The cavalry crashed into the infantry line, and the clang of metal gave way to the roar of shields and armor clashing. The image of the battle showed the broken formation turning into chaos, with warriors falling and armor fragments flying. The commander noticed mysterious flashes on the field before the collision and wondered what it could be. He also noted that some of his men suddenly scattered to the sides, concluding that there was an enemy vanguard of super-strong fighters. Demanding an end to the disorder, he ordered the flank defenses to be strengthened and the rotation of troops to continue. The soldiers built a strong wall of shields, preparing to take the brunt of the enemy's heavy infantry. The enemy moved forward in strict columns, which confirmed fears about his strength and discipline. He admitted that he did not know whether it was witchcraft, but noted that the phalanx would not break from such a weak attack, after which he declared that he was the one who would win this battle. The commander ordered that a reliable defensive front line be maintained, instructing that the position be held at any cost. He then gave the order to move the elite reserves to the right flank in preparation for the decisive blow. He explained that the front would slowly retreat to lure the enemy into a trap, after which the army of Rositz and Ferme would surround it from both sides. In his opinion, as long as it is possible to attack from at least one side, even the loss of the left wing will not prevent the battle from being won. Ron expressed concern, considering the current situation dangerous and requiring immediate action. He promised that he would not allow the enemy to bypass them, preparing to repel a flanking maneuver. In the explanatory diagram, he emphasized that the phalanx has a powerful offensive force from the front, but the flanks and left edge are vulnerable and effective only in a frontal attack. He concluded that if the enemy pressed them from the left flank, they would definitely lose, and therefore something had to be done urgently. Ron promised that the enemy would not pass, making it clear to his warriors that he intended to hold the line to the last. The commander recognized him as the same boy and noted that he was the leader of the children from the Griffin village. Almas introduced himself as the commander-in-chief of the Rositz army, explaining that he was the son of Griffin and the adopted son of Raymond, as well as the one who protected Tetra. He thought to himself that with such an obvious target, the enemies would focus their full attention on him. Almas declared that he was the supreme commander of the Rositza army and demanded that he be recognized as the military leader. The commander quickly realized that the son of the Griffin stood before them and reasoned that if he were killed, then victory would remain theirs. He gave the order to kill the boy, promising a large reward to anyone who could deal with the commander-in-chief of the enemy army. One of the soldiers noted with surprise that this man was indeed the commander-in-chief and asked again about the promised reward. The soldiers were convinced to carry out the order and declared that they would certainly kill the boy. Almas snapped back, making it clear that their attacks would not go unnoticed and that they were in vain hoping to deal with him so easily. He also said that he has superpower from divine blessing and assured that his enemies will not defeat him easily. Suddenly, an enemy soldier attacked Almas from behind. Ron, noticing the sudden threat, warned Almas to be careful. Rositza's soldiers were fighting with him and asked what to do next. One of the warriors emphasized that they could not allow the death of Raymond's adopted son and offered to join Bartolo's special squad. A fighter from the squad came forward, explaining that they were here to protect Commander-in-Chief Almas. The private noted that he saw Almas himself rush forward and hurried after him, and people from the village came with him. Almas gave orders to defend their position here to hold off the enemy. He explained that the enemy's objective was on their left flank and ordered them to prepare to repel the attack. Taking advantage of the situation, he called upon the divine blessing of the Griffin to stop the enemy here. He raised his voice, demanding more supernatural power, and encouraged his men. Almas exclaimed that none of his opponents could match his strength, and wondered if there was an enemy strong enough to do so. The enemy, confused, admitted that it was a mistake to underestimate Almas and that he was stronger than he initially seemed. The commander forced his men to regroup, reminding them that there were not many troops on Almas's side, and ordered them to be pushed back. The soldiers noted that Rosewood and Rhea were positioned in the left cavalry wing, indicating that they had a reinforced detachment of cavalry under their command. The commander-in-chief thought that with such a small number of troops, the enemy would physically not be able to reliably hold his left flank. Almas gave the order to hold the line, demonstrating his determination not to let the enemy through the battle lines. The warriors recognized that they were truly facing an elite, an army commanded by a great commander, capable of withstanding the superhuman strength of the leader. Almas was surprised to see the horses suddenly approaching, realizing that they were his own cavalry. The soldiers immediately recognized the cavalry as reinforcements from the right wing, confirming that this was the squadron that was supposed to come to the rescue. Ron explained that the enemy's right wing had been completely destroyed, and the commander-in-chief was astonished to admit the loss of that unit. The king ordered that the strongest forces be left on the defensive line, and that the elite reserves be immediately moved to the left flank. He noted that Ferme's light infantry, if left in the rear, risked being destroyed, and stressed the need to strengthen the flank. From above, one could see the cavalry wings closing in around Ferme's troops, preparing a trap for complete encirclement. He noted that the enemy cavalry numbered only about 30 horsemen, and the heavily armed infantry he sent would easily deal with such a group. Almas thought with a grin that their forces were now equal, since the number of his troops was equal to that of King Ferme. He expressed confidence that the left flank wing would eventually crush the enemy's weak right phalanx. Despite the pressure of the cavalry, he ordered the defense to be held on the right wing until the reserves arrived, demanding that the formation be maintained. He noted with surprise that the enemy encirclement had not yet closed, although according to their plans, the ring should have already closed. Almas explained that the reason for the failure was the untimely collision of the right wings, due to which the flank trap remained open. As he watched the battlefield, he noted the tilt of his army's ranks, recognizing it as a classic echelon formation. He explained that this tilt allows for a gradual shift in attack from the flank, creating a series of ledges for firing at the enemy. Looking at the cavalry, Almas noted that the enemy's resistance was beginning to weaken, and their ranks were maintaining formation under the onslaught of spears. In conclusion, he saw how the cavalry units again dispersed along the flanks, and concluded that the enemy would soon lose the initiative. The king was astonished by the mention of the echelon formation, realizing that a new tactical threat had been revealed to him. Almas explained that he had given his lines a strong slope in order to prolong the engagement of the weak right wing and allow the left to encircle the enemy. He noted that his cavalry was already enveloping the enemy from the rear and doubted whether they would hold out until their wings collided with his right. The ruler reluctantly admitted that, by delaying the attack on the parallel line, Almas intended to compensate for its weakness with a strengthened left wing. Almas expressed his gratitude to the competent commander Bartolo for the successful deployment and again appealed to King Farm. He predicted the inevitability of the defeat of the enemy army and called for preparation for the inevitable. A cry from the soldiers was heard, and the king, tearing himself away from his thoughts, gave the command to reform into a new order. The victorious spirit in him was not trampled. He recognized the genius of the plan and promised to take Almas's head with his own hands. Almas accepted the king's challenge, promising to avenge Lagos Ash and restore justice in Tetra's place. The soldiers unanimously supported their master, shouting that they were ready to carry out the order of King Ferme. The king charged forward, his blow described as coming from the superhuman strength of a leader, while Almas strained to withstand the onslaught. The soldiers noticed how stunned Almas was by the sudden force of the blow, and they noted his surprise. They said that Almas had taken a blow of truly superhuman strength, after which the king himself admitted that it was indeed terrible, but bearable as long as he defended himself in this way. The monarch admitted that the power of the blow was impressive, but suggested that with the right defense, it would not be a problem for Almas. The king thrust his spear again, showing complete superiority in strength, and a whirlwind of his attack flashed around. Almas explained that, if he applied all his force, the weapon would simply break, so he deliberately restrained himself. He wondered if he should use a shield instead of a spear to develop more swinging power. The soldiers noticed that the king had missed. Almas deftly dodged, and the spear flew past his body. So quickly did the king move to hand combat that he soon grabbed Almas, threw him to the ground, and caused a stream of blood to flow from the youth's mouth. Almas, leaning on his spear and shield, rose up, ready to continue the fight and meet the next attack. Almas tightens his shield, realizing that his direct attacks are useless. The king instantly parries every blow, and he is forced to wait to find a weak point in his opponent's defense. The king's powerful attack falls on Almas again, and he desperately presses himself to the ground, holding his shield in front of his head to block the swift thrust of the spear. Almas barely has time to react to another swift blow. His body bends, but the shield reliably absorbs the blow at the edge of strength. The king pauses, to express his displeasure at having to put in so much effort. He assesses Almas's tenacity and prepares for the next blow. The monarch takes a step back and, leaning on his shield, calmly says that he has been observing Almas's fighting style from behind. He acknowledges his strength, but still calls his technique too slow. The king's deep voice declares that Almas has no chance of winning, and it is only a matter of time before he finally breaks. Almas, breathing heavily, admits his mistake. It is dangerous to continue the grueling battle at the same pace, and he needs to change tactics to survive. The king raises his spear again, the blade's dazzling edge flashing above his head, and he mockingly asks how much longer Almas will stand, as if blinded. The king counterattacks and pushes the protagonist back. Almas retreats, skillfully placing his shield under the spear and pinning the king with his hand, and he notices with amazement that his opponent not only holds on, but also begins to dictate the terms of the battle. Almas is amazed to see that in the heat of battle, he suddenly swung his spear with all his might, without intending to do so, and barely manages to restrain himself from an even more powerful blow. He falls to the ground, losing his weapon to his opponent's counterattack. The king, with an imperturbable face, advises him to change his weapon, take another weapon, Almas, Rositsa. Almas, slightly embarrassed, carefully asks whether the king will regret such a decision. He sees that this sword is really capable of changing the course of the duel. A cry comes from the rear, "Leader, take this sword," and the thrown sword falls right at Almas's feet, as if an answer to his inner doubts. The king explains that this is a one-on-one duel, in which he cannot easily defeat his opponent with a new weapon. He values the fairness of the duel and does not want to make things easier for himself. The king boldly declares that he intends to win fairly. He needs a fair victory to raise the morale of his soldiers and is ready to accept the challenge in the name of honor. The protagonist picks up the sword from the ground and stands up on his own feet. He examines the blade and says that he will use this sword as a sign of respect for his opponent. He thinks to himself, finally, there is a chance. The king does not know his style of fighting with a sword, and this will give him the opportunity to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Gathering his courage, Almas rushes into the attack, confident that unexpected techniques and the new sharpness of the blade will defeat the experienced defense of the king. Almas considers tactics. The sword has a shorter range than a spear, and he is confident that the king will try to keep a safe distance. He quickly closes the distance, moving forward sharply and bringing his blade to meet the spear. The king is stunned by Almas's maneuverability and does not have time to use his advantage in the length of his weapon. Almas attacks with incredible speed, and the king only has time to flinch from the swift swing of the sword. With a smile, Almas states that it is not difficult for him to quickly close in on an opponent, relying on his endurance and skill. The king hisses in confusion. "Damn, how did you get so close so quickly?" desperately trying to contain the onslaught. Almas talks about kendo footwork, explaining that even with superhuman strength, lifting his legs is difficult, but this principle helps him maintain flexibility and mobility. The king watches Almas's dexterous steps, realizing that he is not giving him a moment's respite. Almas notes that while the king can still push him away with his shield and regain distance, the strength of his arm is equal to that of an entire army. The king growls back, shut up, I will never die in this place," clutching his spear and preparing to throw again. Almas let out a battle cry and rushed forward, preparing for the decisive clash. He instantly closed the distance and threw his sword towards the king, leaving a trail of speed behind him. The blade slammed into the shield, splitting it with a loud crack, and pieces of wood flew in all directions. Behind the king and Almas, at a distance, stood his warriors, who recoiled when they noticed how a spear and a sword clashed in its center. Gathering the last of his strength, the king rushed through the broken pieces of the shield, trying to regain his position. But the furious blow caused blood to flow from his lips, and he had difficulty keeping the spear from losing its balance. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the king's back. He groaned in pain and clutched his weapon even tighter. He soon realized that he would probably die right here on this field, and his heart sank with doom. Almas mentally noted that we all would have to face death one day, and there was no way to avoid it. Behind him, a voice from one of the soldiers said that Almas Rosic killed King Robert of Ferme, after which the wounded monarch himself asked him to take responsibility for this event. He told Almas that his dream was to unite half of the island of Adelnia, and that it was Almas who should do it in his place, praying that he would become a great king remembered in history, and wishing that the name of the foolish man Almas had killed would be forgotten. He asked him to fulfill his last wish, to make this girl happy. The king remembered that at the very beginning of his career, he had spared little Tetra Ash for the only time. He thought about how many words the king had managed to say before his death, although he himself could no longer answer. He convinced himself that if his name were to actually enter the annals, he would mention the king as the genius he himself had once feared like a griffin. The soldiers shouted that their commander had killed King Ferme. The warriors cried out in delight that the son of the griffin Sama had defeated the king. Almas warned that it was too early to celebrate while the battle was not yet over. The narrator's voice announced that the enemy general had been defeated by Almas, Rositz. He himself raised his sword and made it clear that the victory had not come easy, but now the battle could truly be considered won. The soldier immediately turned to Bartolo-sama, saying that he had something to report on the progress of the battle. Soon the news came that Almas Rositz defeated the enemy general Robert Firm, and thus completely destroyed the enemy's right flank. Observers reported that following the attack on the right wing, some of the enemy began to rapidly retreat from the battlefield. The morale of the troops was boosted, and the soldiers testified that Almas's performance lived up to all expectations, and that his skill in battle was truly outstanding. They noted that the remaining defense was now reduced to trifles, and victory was actually already close. The fighters decided not to waste time and finally finish off the remnants of the enemy, after which they would celebrate a truly solemn holiday. With a general cry, the troops raised their shields and spears, demonstrating complete confidence that the enemy army had already been broken. The text made it clear that due to the destruction of the command center, all of King Firme's troops were demoralized and defenseless. It was further said that after the decisive success, the detachment freely entered the capital and occupied the royal palace without bloodshed. In conclusion, the officers and rank-and-file soldiers expressed admiration for the precision of Almas's movements in the duel and began to discuss how to celebrate this brilliant victory. The soldiers remembered that this magnificent palace originally belonged to Lagos-sama and sadly expressed the hope that one day they would be able to return it back. One of the warriors said that they could now apologize to Lagos-sama, after which Almas nodded silently, indicating that everything was clear to him. Almas noticed that Tetra's hometown was opening up before him, and at that moment, one of the soldiers loudly called his name. Tetra and her companions approached Almas, smiling and confidently walking forward through the columns of the palace. The other troops, seeing her, exclaimed that Tetra and the others had arrived at the scene, confirming their presence. The officers' circle reported that not a single inhabitant of their village had died in this battle, and everyone felt incredibly lucky. A crowd of residents filled the gates of the palace, greeting the victors with loud shouts and joyful noise. The residents chanted the names of Almus-sama and Tetra-sama at the top of their voices, expressing admiration and gratitude for the rescue. One of the soldiers suggested that a national parade was unfolding in front of them in honor of their return, and suggested that Almas return the greeting. Almas raised his hand and nodded to indicate that he would gladly accept their welcoming response. Observers noted that warriors rode through the garrison on horseback, greeted by the joyful cries of the inhabitants, and they expressed admiration for the way the victors passed through the crowd. From the same balconies, one of the officers noted that Almas-kun always demonstrated more impressive results than expected of him, since he not only won the battle for the village, but also managed to defeat the enemy general. Another military leader suggested that now they only had to decide what to do with the territory of the kingdom of the fallen King Firme, and added that they should make sure that even when the brother came to his senses, there would be no problems with this. The strategy officer pointed out that since the people were dissatisfied with the rule of King Firme, the inhabitants, in his opinion, should be very glad to be freed from his tyranny. The same strategist wondered if the upcoming events could be the seed for a new rebellion depending on who they appointed as the next ruler, and he acknowledged the validity of this concern. The Supreme Council reported that they wished to transfer the right to rule the territories of King Firme Tetra, Esh, justifying this by the fact that her father, Lagos-sam, once owned this palace. Senior officials said that, given the original ownership of the territory by Lagos, it would be entirely natural for his daughter to take on this burden. One of the advisors explained that on the Adelnia Peninsula, women have no right to inherit, but this is where Almas-kun appears, capable of leveling the playing field. Another strategist recommended formalizing the marriage of Almas and Tetra to make him the legal heir to the territory, pointing out that while this would normally be inappropriate without adoption into the family, it was technically possible. Tetra wondered whether the people would accept her, expressing doubt that the inhabitants would agree to see a woman as ruler. He assured Tetra that she didn't have to worry about it since everyone now knew how successful Lagos Ash's reign had been. He further noted that those events of 6 years ago happened only because people were deceived by the sweet words of King Firme. He added that Tetra simply needs to believe in herself and expressed confidence that the people will welcome her with joy. He clarified that the Ash family, in his opinion, would be happy to accept Almas-kun, who had avenged all his relatives, and he himself wished for Almas-kun to become the next head of the Ash family. Tetra silently considered everything she had heard, looking closely at her interlocutor. He admitted that Tetra and Almas-kun's marriage was originally planned for a bit later, but emphasized that thanks to Almas-kun's great merits in the war, many formalities could be omitted, and the main thing could be gotten to right away. He announced that Tetra would marry Almas-kun and thus take back her hometown. He continued that if she truly wanted to be proud as her father's heir, she would have to become a great ruler of the former Ash territory and even surpass him in greatness. Tetra finally confirmed her consent, making it clear that she was ready to accept all the obligations offered to her. After these events, it took only about a month for the former territory of King Ferme to be completely under the control of the Kingdom of Rositz. He noted that King Rositz himself had recovered during this time without any complications. He went on to explain that everything was going well and the long-awaited day soon arrived. Almas admitted to himself that he was very nervous before the upcoming ceremony. He was reminded that all attention was on him today and was urged to hold on. He said that the palace that used to belong to King Ferma had now become the site of their wedding ceremony. The friends said they were ready and invited Almas to join them. One of the escorts apologized for forcing him to help, but he assured her that everything was fine and encouraged her to move forward quickly. Almas, looking at Tetra in her veil, thought to himself how beautiful she was. Tetra turned around and called Almas by her name, to which he immediately turned around. He whispered to her that she looked beautiful. Residents of the capital enthusiastically greeted the newlyweds with loud applause and smiles. The official host, having made sure that everyone was ready, invited those present to walk up to the altar. Almas and Tetra, holding hands, walked towards the podium with the guests, supporting each other. The young couple, having barely climbed the steps to the central place of the ceremony, looked solemn and a little excited. The priestess warmly congratulated them both on this important event. Almas, slightly confused, quietly said Yuri's name, addressing the presenter. Tetra smiled and thanked him for the kind words. The host announced that it was time to begin the ceremony. Almas stood frozen in place, seeming slightly stunned by what was happening. When the host asked whether they vowed to love and cherish each other for the rest of their lives, the newlyweds, having decisively whispered, confirmed their consent and proceeded to exchange rings. The attendant brought out a box containing a pair of rings, after which the narrator noted that 2 wedding rings had been carefully placed in a soft frame and prepared for the ceremony. In the next frame, he described how Almas and Tetra, standing in front of the altar, carefully removed their old gloves and simultaneously placed shining rings on each other's fingers. The officiating priest said a prayer, asking the gods of heaven, earth, and sea to protect the newlywed couple, reminding those present of the powers that had accompanied them since the most chaotic times. The priest then invited everyone to bestow their blessing on the future union, inviting those gathered to rejoice for the happiness of Almas and Tetra before moving on to the final kiss. When Tetra and Almas joined in a kiss, the crowd clapped their hands in unison, and the narrator emphasized that this moment caused a real explosion of joy in the hall. The roar of applause that exploded from the crowd, as the narrator noted, filled the entire room, and the faces of Almas's friends, Ron, Bartolo, and others, shone with delight. As evening approached, the narrator described, the city was filled with the hum of celebration. The sounds of cheerful shouts and music carried from the walls of the palace to the distant streets. Almas, standing on the balcony, thought to himself that this night promised to be a feast, similar to the parties of his former life, and he involuntarily smiled, expecting fun. Tetra, without losing her enthusiasm, pulled him into the crowd, declaring that she was going to have fun with Ron and Bartolo, and she herself decided that Almas should stay to accept congratulations from influential families. The narrator finished by saying that Almas was to remain in the palace to personally thank those who had come to honor the new alliance, and that was how the formal part of the ceremony ended. Almas, embarrassed, shouted at Tetra and Lego-sama and demanded that they stop whispering about the upcoming that night, expressing bewilderment at their behavior. One of the servants came up to Almas, carrying a carefully wrapped box, and announced that it was a congratulatory gift from the family who had sent only him and had not come to the wedding. Upon unwrapping the box and reading the enclosed plaque, Almas discovered that the gift was from the Debel family, whose members had not even attended the celebration. Tetra thoughtfully noted that the Debel family's position remained unclear. She wondered if they really approved of this marriage and how they felt about the annexation of the former territories of King Ferme. Under the night sky, Almas noted with a smile that nothing prevented them from simply sitting next to each other and enjoying the moment. He turned his attention to the joyfully celebrating guests, reminding himself that it was thanks to their support and friendship that this celebration had been possible. Memories of their first days together in the Bromelia forest suddenly came flooding back to Almas as he saw his friends continuing to have fun and raise toasts. He also emphasized to himself that this gala evening was the result of the hard work of each of those present, thanks to which it was possible to overcome numerous difficulties. Leaning against each other, Almas and Tetra nodded silently, agreeing that being next to each other in this moment was the most important thing. Under the twinkling stars, Almas, pressing Tetra to himself, confirmed to himself that nothing could compare to being next to her that evening. Tetra suddenly felt her blood run cold as she turned around and noticed a stranger sneaking up on Almas, her eyes widening in sudden surprise. The action moved to the outside of the palace, where the sun's rays gently glided over the openwork columns, emphasizing the grandeur of the building and creating a feeling of a light breeze. The king sternly reproached his brother for not seeming to fully understand the extent of his actions, and thus insisted on the seriousness of the situation. Raymond became worried about Almas Kun, noting how many events had happened during his absence, and his interlocutor reminded him that all royal powers could be transferred to him if necessary. The king admitted that he personally had nothing against the changes, but at the same time he could not resist complaining about the too rapid changes that had taken place in the kingdom. Raymond stated with conviction that now that Almas had killed the traitor and gained fame as a hero, the Kunesh family would definitely reconcile with him, and suggested that they report to Yuria as soon as possible and begin preparations for her wedding. When the question was raised about a possible full-scale war against Regard de Bella, one of the interlocutors hastily assured that he would not go for it, but insisted that there was no turning back, and everyone understood this perfectly well. Long shadows hung over the city walls, and a thought of who was really to blame for everything that had happened flashed through the minds of those present, leaving no answer. Claris's panorama, explaining that at about that same time Almas was completing his wedding ceremony. Finally, a stranger approached the entrance to the palace, took a deep breath, and, wiping the sweat from his forehead, enthusiastically admitted that he had long awaitedly arrived in Claris, the greatest trading city in the world. He raised his head and looked at the gate, appreciating the grandeur of the walls and the bustle that was seething behind them. The guard responded to the traveler's sudden exclamation by turning to him to understand what had shocked him so. The watchman hastened to warn him that if he was going to enter the city, he should not linger at the gate. The traveler immediately apologized, and then inquired about the terms of the passage fee. The guard explained that entry into the market town was free, but warned that anyone staying longer than a month would have to pay a tax. When asked if this was his first time here and where he came from, he stated that he was from the Scarlet Empire, known as the Country of Silk. He introduced himself as Yuseme from the Country of Silk and bowed politely to the guard. The watchman explained that there were two classes of residents in Claris. Some were required to pay taxes, others were not. He warned the traveler to be careful in dealing with the second-class inhabitants, as they were considered disloyal, and the traveler thanked him for his advice. Having received the instructions, he moved along the narrow street, urging himself step by step to penetrate deeper into the labyrinth of city blocks. He heard a sudden cry and turned around to see an exhausted man stumbling around the corner, clutching a bag of luggage to his side. An excited girl rushed past, reporting that someone had taken her bag and run away, and she hurried to him for help. He instantly grabbed the fleeing man by the strap of his luggage, calling him to stop and not allowing him to go away. As a result of the sudden, sharp maneuver, the thief, unable to keep his balance, knocked over the boxes and tin cans, which scattered with a crash across the cobblestones. He set himself on fire with the thought that such behavior only proved the guard was right. Second-class people could indeed be extremely unreliable. The girl soon caught up with them and solemnly thanked them for leaving the thief behind and returning her bag, without which she would have had serious problems. She explained that without this bag she would have been in trouble and thanked him for saving the situation, evoking sympathy from passers-by. He looked over the crippled thief as two guards approached him and threatened to make him a slave, then watched as he repeated in fear that he would never do it again. The girl happily opened her bag and showed him a bundle of drawings, sketches of buildings she had created around the world, including Kirishia in Persia, as well as several original architectural projects. He thoughtfully noted that it seemed very unusual for a girl to dream of becoming an architect, and smiled at her inspired look. He pondered a question about literacy in Claris and explained that most first-class citizens could read, write, and count, but that did not apply to the second class. The girl enthusiastically agreed that this was not surprising for the largest trading city in the world, and asked to give her a tour of Claris as a token of gratitude. He readily agreed and introduced her. His companion's name was Ismay, while his own name was Yue Seimei, with Yue being his family name and Seimei his given name. They delved into a conversation about Kirishia. The girl asked if he would like to learn about this country, and immediately went on to explain the reasons for the limitations of the Kirishian city-states by allied and non-aggression pacts. He confirmed that he had long wondered about this, and she suggested that the city-states had simply agreed to unite to fight off the great people of Persia. His interlocutor noted that it was now clear why the warriors of the independent cities of Kirishia were able to defeat the Persians twice, and he admitted that this had indeed aroused his curiosity. She noticed that he was busily writing down his notes while eating, and asked him to stop writing while he was eating. Yue Seimei concluded with a smile that she didn't mind combining jobs, but noted that she was at risk of oversleeping lunch due to her enthusiasm. The girl laughed and apologized, and he, leaning on his elbow, asked her why she was traveling around the world. Ismaya blushed slightly, but quietly admitted that she still hadn't decided on her final goal and asked to give her some time to think. He removed the notebook from the table and, putting the food aside, placed it in front of him, as if preparing for a serious conversation. He explained that, in Kirishia's words, his dream is to see the ocean at the edge of the world. She asked curiously about his desire to see the oceans, and he told her that he was born far to the east and at the age of 5 went on a journey with his parents to sail to the sea. He confessed that during that journey his parents died without ever reaching the ocean and left him their dying wish to fulfill their dream of the seas. She listened carefully and noted that this dream of his parents was different from his own, and he confirmed that it was indeed their goal and not his personal one. She demanded to know what he himself dreamed of, and he smiled and lit up, showing his hand a notebook from which, as was evident from its size, a multitude of sketches and notes had grown. He admitted that he wants to collect in his book everything he sees and hears during his travels, so that people can learn more about the world. She responded to this aspiration with delight and clapped her hands, noting that she liked such dreams. She assured him that there was little time left and he would soon be able to fulfill his parents' dream, and he, shuddering from her support, nodded in response. The following plan shows a map. In 2 days, a ship will leave Claris for Lisado on the Adelnia Peninsula, where its further journey to the borders of the ocean is planned. He laughed and noted that his long journey was coming to an end, and she thoughtfully prepared to continue the conversation. She asked him if he minded if she went with him, and he made it clear that he did, but asked if she had any special business. The girl explained that there were already too many talented architects in Kirishi, and she would hardly be able to find work there, which he listened to without objection. She then pointed out that this was not at all the case in the less developed part of the Adelnia Peninsula, where, on the contrary, there was a great demand for skilled architects. He nodded, confirming that her arguments were clear to him and would be taken into account. In response, they unanimously decided to go together to the Adelnia Peninsula and agreed to have a small celebration before leaving. In his memory, he gathered all the advisors and asked for silence in order to discuss important matters before King Rositz came to his senses. He was the first to touch on the subject of the former land of Ash, recently acquired as a result of the war, and offered to transfer it to his adopted son Almus Rositz, which was met with approval from those present. The advisors expressed their agreement with this decision, after which he internally noted that everything had gone very well. Thus, all participants unanimously supported the proposal, confirming their complete satisfaction with the result. The advisor reproached Raymond for nepotism, reminding him that no one even knew the origin of the boy to whom he was going to transfer such important lands. The king mentally admitted that he had expected so. Rhaegar Dibel will certainly oppose this decision. He explained that he could not ignore the accusations of nepotism because Almus was still his beloved adopted son. He then emphasized that Almus had triumphantly defeated King Firme, proving his valor on the battlefield. The king noted that he did not mean a cowardly man who would prefer to retreat to his lands and take refuge there. The advisor clarified that this was about the time when the boy was not yet the king's son and remained a defenseless orphan. In response, it was recalled that Almas was the son of the griffin, and the king knew this very well. The mentor doubted that the conversation was only about the orphan's status, pointing out the advisor's provocative wording. The representative of the assembly asked whether there were other worthy personalities among the generals who should be given these lands. In conclusion, it was said that the concern was caused only by the desire to make sure that Almas would be able to properly take care of the acquired possessions. In the presence of the others, one of the advisors suggested that it would be very difficult for a young man without his own strength and noble birth to govern vast lands. Another advisor, citing his obligations as a claimant to the throne, acknowledged the need to secure the support of the new owner and assured that there was no need to worry, since Almas would have at least 2 allies willing to support him. In response, the king explained that Bartolo would become Almas's military advisor. Pompous and Boros Ashperm will be responsible for internal affairs. After this, he expressed confidence that, thanks to such mentors, Almas would be able to properly manage the lands he had received, or at least do it better than some of those present. The advisor noted that even if the management turned out to be imperfect, it was still better than if the lands were entrusted to someone who had not proven himself in battle. Those gathered recalled that it was thanks to the actions of the 3 heroes that they received this plot of land, and considered it fair to transfer it to them, asking how it could have been done differently. However, one of the participants reminded that these lands are of strategic importance for defense against the kingdom of Domorgar, and therefore are required for the defense of the entire kingdom. The advisor countered that he would rather trust those who had courageously stood up to King Firma than those who had become frightened and retreated, emphasizing the practical value of combat experience. When the king asked if anyone shared his opinion, Raymond asked if anyone thought differently, and the king only cleared his throat without giving a detailed answer. Finally, the forum moderator proposed to put it to a vote, inviting everyone to express their agreement or disagreement with the transfer of lands to Almas. Those gathered raised their hands in approval, and it was noted that this issue could be closed and the next item on the agenda could be moved on. One of the advisors asked Rhaegar to calm down and explained that the king had no more than 2 years to live, while another accused Raymond of arrogance simply because of his relationship with the monarch. Baumet remarked that being careless was a bad habit, after which Raymond agreed and added that he was already destined to be engaged to Yuria. When asked which side he intended to stand on, the young man assured that he planned to serve the House of Debel all the days of his life. It was emphasized that Rhaegar-sama was the strongest of all the influential families, and therefore there could be no doubt about his accession to the throne, since neither the weak king nor his brother could prevent him. Raymond's adopted son might gain too much influence with the support of influential houses. One of the participants in the meeting immediately objected that this would not happen. Raymond, however, expressed the opinion that the boy's victory was pure luck and that he himself would have been capable of performing the same feat. In response, another warned that the pretender did not have the patronage of powerful families, and in the worst case, he would easily crush anyone who rebelled against him. Rhaegar-sama himself said that he would resort to extreme measures only if there was no other way out, and one of the advisors, in turn, accused him of his usual carelessness. Finally, the eldest of those present urged the future king to be careful, reminding him of his upcoming mission, to which Raymond replied that he was a man chosen by the spirits. The boy noted to himself that the range of use of a sword and a spear was different, which meant that the enemy would most likely try to keep his distance. He suddenly rushed forward, quickly closing the distance, causing the shield-wielding soldier to tense up in surprise. Turning around, he was inwardly surprised at how quickly the young man approached him. The boy then performed a series of swift chopping blows around the shield, which the soldier desperately pushed back in all directions. Despite the range of the weapon, he bravely confirmed to himself that he was easily capable of breaking the distance with his trained body and technique. The soldier let out an exasperated "damn it" as the enemy once again found themselves in a stubborn fight, giving him no chance to retreat. The young man attributed his success to the principles of kendo footwork, noting that with his superhuman strength he had no trouble lifting his legs off the ground. The soldier was forced to groan at the next overwhelming blow, as he tried to somehow hold back the onslaught. The boy mentally acknowledged that he still had some work to do in developing a strategy, but he was convinced that his arm strength was no less than his opponent's, and reminded the king of the ability to create distance with a shield strike. the soldier as he leaned over the shield and swore that he would never remain lying in that place. Raymond thought that in that case he would let the boy become king. The king reminded that without ambition a man cannot rule, and warned of an impending civil war if he yielded the throne to someone who was too ambitious. Raymond immediately agreed and assured that he fully understood the whole point, and then offered to tell Almas-kun everything. He asked if it was possible to explain everything to Yuria-sama, to which the king replied that he was doing everything according to her wishes. Raymond then motioned for Yuria-sama to leave, and she sat down on the bed and invited him in. Raymond entered cautiously and asked if she was still crying, hoping to support her after the engagement. Yuria-sama admitted that she does not want to marry Regard de Bella, that she hates him and wants to be only with Alma's son. Raymond offered to fulfill her wish with a slight smile, which made Yuria-sama surprised and sharply asked what he meant by that. She suddenly became happy, and her eyes began to glow. Yuria-sama, dropping her head, smiled with relief and thanked the king in an embrace, confessing that she loved him and her father too. Raymond tells the princess that all she needs is to make Almas fall in love with her. She is ready to take on this challenge. There is a sense of determination and action in the air. Almas questions Earl's decision, gently asking if he is sure of his choice not to stay. The question is thoughtful, leaving room for reflection and possible change of heart. He confidently confirms his decision. The conversation turns to caring for the horses, and that Ria is also staying in the village. It is mentioned that of all the refugees, only Earl came to Ash territory, which adds an element of exclusivity to the story. Earl's parting words are full of gratitude for his kindness. Though those who remain will miss him, they promise to dedicate their lives to repaying his help. It is a moment filled with genuine emotion and gratitude. Almas says that he is very glad that Earl is staying in the village and he can safely hand over the rule of the village to him. Someone reassures the other person that there is nothing to worry about and allows them to stay in the village. There is a sense of warmth and acceptance in the words, especially when the speaker expresses joy that Era will be there. A surprising fact is discussed. Most of the refugees decided to stay in the village of Almuza, despite the possibility of returning home. Some note that it is more comfortable here than in other places, expressing slight bewilderment about such a choice. A solemn declaration is made that Almas will transform the lands of Ash into a prosperous country. These words sound like a promise of a bright future, filled with hope and confidence in the changes to come. Almas says that this is his job and everyone who is with him now. He says that since everyone is here now, they can start discussing important matters. Barodilo Dano politely informed him that he was there as an advisor and that Almas Dano could address him simply by his first name, without unnecessary respectful titles. Bartolo Dono explained that his first duty as the owner of the land was to maintain order and protect the territory from external threats. He added that he would have to collect tribute for the benefit of the King of Rosets and adjust taxes so that there would be enough funds for security, maintaining order and defense against voodoo magic. Almas Dono noted with slight alarm that the list of tasks seemed too extensive, especially the part about calculating and redistributing income. Baradilo Dano reassured him by saying that Boros-sama would take over the judging duties while adhering to the previous rules, and Almas would not have to do everything alone. Almas Dano admitted that he would personally handle matters of order and would hand over the judging to Boros-sama in order to more effectively deploy his forces. Tetru-san suggested that their voodoo mages could focus on protecting the population from curses, exorcising evil spirits, and removing violators from the lists of permitted soul transmigrations. Almas Dono remembered that they still had a voodoo master hired by King Ferme at their disposal, and suggested that he could be recruited to guard this country. He asked if he could keep this magician under his command, or hire him at his own discretion in order to use his experience. The advisor praised the idea and suggested moving on to the next task, restoring the lands devastated by King Firm since Almas was now their rightful owner. Almas Dono thoughtfully noted that the first priority was to restore the lands. Boros-san expressed concern that such a large-scale job might be too much for Almas Dono, as he had never encountered such responsibilities before. In response, Almas Dono reminded that it was he who killed the King of Ferme, and therefore he was obliged to take responsibility for the restoration of the territories upon himself. He then reflected on the need for significant financial resources to revive the devastated lands, and that the only available source of income was to raise taxes, which, if excessive, would only complicate the process of reconstruction. Boros Dono emphasized that, without sufficient tax collection, they would not be able to pay tribute to the king of Rositz and ensure the security of the state, and that an excessive tax burden would inevitably cause discontent among the population. Almas suggested first conducting a detailed census of the population in order to know the exact number of residents and the amount of their property before setting new tax rates. He also pointed out that, after the war, many discrepancies in the data on the wealth of tax collectors came to light, which meant that no one could determine the real tax base. At the same time, Almas noted the risk of some collectors misappropriating part of the collected funds, which made the census even more necessary to prevent abuses. The advisors, although they acknowledged the usefulness of the census, doubted that without official results they would be able to prove the fact of concealment of income and stop the share of taxes that was going into the shadows. Ultimately, it was decided to start with a population census in order to minimize tax evasion and raise enough funds to restore the affected areas. Ron asked in horror what exactly they were going to have to do now. Almas Dono gently explained that they were not obliged to speak a language they did not understand, and he would be annoyed if they tried to express themselves in other people's words. The advisors reminded that their leader had now become part of a powerful family, and therefore it was important to take into account the status of reincarnated. One of them stressed that the differences between them and the new subjects were extremely important and should not be ignored. Almas Dono noted that if they did not show everyone who was in charge of this land, people would look down on him and no one would accept his authority. The advisors were surprised that he had remained silent for so long and asked if he had wanted to announce his intentions in advance. Almas Dono excitedly announced that they would use technology from their home village for the census. The advisors agreed that it was better not to interfere with his style of presentation and to speak in a language they understood. He explained that in order to keep track of each person's gender, age, and wealth, they would use paper to record all the data. One of the advisors noted that there are very few people in their ranks who are fluent in the Kirish language, which also needs to be taken into account when organizing the census. The advisors noticed that there were only 2 human scribes in their group, just the leader and Tetra, and therefore it became clear why they had not yet conducted a census, Almas Dono explained. He suggested making special forms where only numbers would need to be entered, noting that even for those who were poor at reading and writing, filling in only the numerical fields would not be particularly difficult. Almas Dono showed a sample form with empty cells for numbers, explaining that this would standardize the accounting method and avoid confusion. He rejected the idea of filling out all the forms by hand and announced his intention to cut a template out of a piece of wood to make the job much easier. He then went on to describe in detail the technology of the wooden stamp, cut out the necessary details on a block, apply a little paint, and press the template with paper. The advisors noted that in that case they would have no problem filling out the forms, and one of them switched the conversation to the next problem, determining the tax rate. Almas Dono reported that due to the careful collection of taxes by the previous government, the territories of Ash were almost empty, so it made sense to set low rates. He announced the introduction of a 10% tax on crops, the preservation of labor and military service, and the abolition of the individual tax. At the same time, he noted that the universal poll tax, although it brought in a stable income, was a heavy burden for the people, and its main task was to revive the lands, so he planned to compensate for the losses with additional taxes from those who had large allotments. Labor and military duties would not change. When advisors expressed concern about the significant costs of administering the territory, Almas Dono assured them that the necessary funding would come from exports. Almas Dono said he planned to distribute the farming tools they made, including the 2 threshers, to ease farmers' work and increase productivity, although he realized that doing so could put the old rice threshers out of work. The advisors acknowledged the validity of his argument and agreed that once the new machines were introduced, the work of the threshers would be transferred to the soldiers and their families, but they noted the need to simultaneously create alternative employment for those who would be left without their previous activities. Almas explained that by implementing technology, they will be able to significantly reduce labor costs in paper production, and by expanding the production chain, new jobs will be created, and income from the production of letterheads will be maintained. He proposed postponing the discussion of crop rotation and switching to the next task, establishing the production of distilled wine, emphasizing that this project will provide an additional source of income and diversify agricultural products. Almas recalled that a few years ago, a trial sample of moonshine was made and suggested that Bartolo try it, assuring that the method had already been worked out and could be reproduced on a permanent basis. When Bartolo tasted the drink, he expressed admiration for its strength and taste, calling it divine, and predicted successful sales on the market. After this, Alma spoke about the principle of distillation. He explained that initially, the alcohol in wine is already mixed with water, but when heated, the alcohol component evaporates first, which can then be collected separately. He explained that the secret lies in the difference in boiling temperatures of water and alcohol, which, with proper control of fire and condensation, produces pure alcohol, leaving water in the boiler. Olmus explained that after collecting the alcohol vapors, they are cooled to a liquid state to obtain a concentrate, or purbach, which contains the highest amount of alcohol. Thus, he concluded that the proposed method allows for the effective separation of the alcoholic fraction and ensures stable production of strong drink for sale and replenishment of the treasury. Almasdano explained that distillation from a barrel produces pure alcohol by removing the water content, but his sister noted that more sophisticated equipment is usually required to obtain such high quality. He pointed to an image of a primitive distillation apparatus, made according to current century designs using Adelnian technology, and emphasized that although they only had one such apparatus, the smiths would have to make additional parts to expand production. Bartolo expressed concern that there weren't many blacksmiths in the kingdom capable of working with iron, and Almas confirmed that they would need to make sure the artisans were willing to take on the task of making the necessary equipment. The advisor acknowledged that Almas had exceeded all expectations on tax reform issues, but suggested postponing further discussions for now and first celebrating the success with a strong drink. Almas then outlined the last item on the agenda, military affairs, and pointed out that without organizing an army, all previous efforts to ensure security would be incomplete. Bartolo admitted that although he had commanded troops under King Firm, now, given his new responsibilities, he honestly did not consider himself an expert in military affairs, and received permission from Almas to begin work, having first finished his wine. The head of the garrison reminded that since Almas had become the ruler of these lands, he had the responsibility to protect them and the people who inhabited the territory. He added that the primary tasks would be to exterminate bandits and repel a possible invasion by enemy armies. From this it followed that they needed armed forces, otherwise it would be impossible to carry out these tasks. Almas stated that they did not yet have an official army. In addition to the people present on the council, there were only a couple dozen village youths capable of fighting, and therefore he had to form a list of candidates for officers and soldiers for various combat missions. Almas Dono explained that their potential enemy was the large kingdom of Domorgar, which bordered Russia, and that the king of Russia expected them to protect his state. Bartolo inquired about how many soldiers Domorgar could muster. He estimated that Domorgar's forces numbered about 50,000 men. Bartolo explained that due to the vast territory and the many enemies, Domorgar would hardly be able to deploy his entire contingent, and therefore, in his opinion, only 10 to 20,000 would go against them. Almas recalled that when they fought against King Firme, they also had only 3,000 warriors, but Bartolo added that the king of Russia was seriously ill at the time, and these were exceptional circumstances, so the number of the army should increase over time. Almas promised that by the time of possible military action, they would recruit a sufficient number of fighters, and he himself would undertake their training since the people in these parts were already accustomed to war. He concluded that it was best to have a standing army. After all, even Ferme had a personal 100 of 300 men, but Bartolo warned that in the event of a sudden conflict, this might not be enough. Bartolo suggested recruiting soldiers who had previously served under the previous king and were left without work after the war, explaining that they had nowhere to go, and Almas admitted that ignoring the former warriors could turn them into dangerous avengers, but they could still be useful. Almas agreed to try this plan and decided to start recruiting former warriors into a new army. He noted that the issue of weapons should be postponed until funds become available, but it is already worth stocking up on black powder in case of emergency needs. At the end, he added that everyone should have their magic circles with them and asked if anyone had any objections before moving on. In response to the last question, everyone obediently stated that they had no objections. After this, Almas announced that everyone was free, smiled at Tetra, and saw the same warm agreement in her eyes. That night, he thought about how they all now lived in Ash territory, but that was only the beginning of their new life. He reminded himself that he and Tetra had moved into the palace and started living together, which gave him a sense of real home. That same night, they found themselves on the roof of the palace, where, holding hands, they raised their heads to the moon and the stars. Almas remembered how they sat quietly shoulder to shoulder, under the night sky, feeling the peace and closeness of each other. Tetra timidly asked if they were now husband and wife, and Almas confirmed this, assuring her of his responsibility. She admitted that she still doesn't fully believe what's happening and can't comprehend her happiness, looking at him with a gentle smile. Almas replied that he felt exactly the same way. She didn't need more words to understand the depth of his joy. Eventually, Tetra quietly called his name and they hugged, making an unspoken promise to each other to stay together forever. The duties of the rulers of these lands are discussed, noting that the main task has already been accomplished, but there are still unfinished business. The characters express their determination to complete what they started, demonstrating their readiness to fulfill their duty to the end. A list of geographical names is given, including the Kingdom of Domarad, the territory of Ash, Agrobia Almas, and other locations. It is mentioned that someone must fulfill some obligation related to these places. Several days have passed since the recent events. The heroes study the map, realizing that they have arrived in the bustling trading city of Kaz Riss. There are many more people here than in their native kingdom of Rositz, just as they expected. One pushes Tetra away, explaining that he'll be next to Almas all day. It is already uncomfortable in a crowded place, and now someone is pressing against him. It turns out they are here as bodyguards. Someone makes a remark about flirting. It is unprofessional. Everyone agrees, understanding the importance of the matter. There are only 4 of them, which reduces the risks. But the leader reminds us that we must not mix work and personal matters. The question arises, why did they switch to you? Ron and Rosewood ask Almas why they came to the trading city, since they could have sold everything in their kingdom. Almas says there are 2 reasons. The first reason is to find the first buyers. The second reason is to find funds for the reconstruction of the Ash area. Almas says that to facilitate the achievement of goals, he wants to take out a loan. There is a dispute about a loan. One is sure a large loan is more profitable than a small business. The other doubts and how to pay it back. But there is a plan. The main thing is to start. Someone suggests taking money from King Rositz or Raymond Sama, but others object. The kingdom has not yet overcome economic difficulties, and there are few rich buyers for their goods there. However, if the leader has decided so, then there is nothing to worry about. The heroes are nervous before meeting an influential merchant. I hope he doesn't eat us right away, they joke, realizing that the main difficulty is in the upcoming negotiations. This merchant is the same one to whom King Rositz gave a letter of recommendation. Standing at the cliff, the heroes cannot believe what they see. The characters see the ocean for the first time in this world. One is surprised by its saltiness, noting that it is exactly the same as in his previous world. The strong wind and salt spray tingle his skin. They observe large ships, impressed by the advanced shipbuilding of this world. Someone compares them to the ships from their previous world, noting that these are even larger. The technology clearly exceeds expectations. The group quickly looks around and decides not to linger, despite being surprised by the level of development of shipbuilding. Apparently, they have more important things to do than study local technologies. Approaching the building, they assume that this is the Eins-sama Trading Guild. One of the heroes politely apologizes for disturbing them, preparing for an important meeting. They present a letter of introduction from King Rositza. After formal greetings, they are asked to wait. The group agrees, observing protocol. While waiting to be received, the characters look around the room. Despite its modest size, it looks more solid than their bedroom, which makes an impression. The host greets the guests, noting that they have come from far away. Someone in the group catches his attention, arousing curiosity. Eins introduces himself, explaining that although he is not an Aldenian, he speaks their language. He is clearly ready to communicate, not wanting to lose face in front of important guests. Almas answers Eins in a foreign language, which greatly surprises him. Almas introduces his wife Tetra and 2 servants, Ron and Rosewood. A short introduction gives an idea of who is who in this company. Someone proudly notes a successful first encounter with the Carishian language. The polite greeting went well, and the guests are invited to move on. When asked about his knowledge of the language, Almas explains that he learned it from his wife, whose mother was Carishian. This reveals a small detail of their family history. Tetra tells a touching story of how her mother Helena, while traveling through the territory of Ash, fell in love with her father. which explains their cross-cultural connections. When the name Helena is mentioned, someone repeats it thoughtfully, as if remembering something important. There is a sense of nostalgia in this moment. The host invites the guests to sit down, moving on to the business part of the meeting. The atmosphere becomes more formal. The conversation moves to the essence of the visit. The guests are asked about the goods they want to sell. They are asked to show samples, starting business negotiations. Guests show samples of paper, naming it and mentioning a certain PALs. A short yes sounds like approval or confirmation of the quality of the product. The owner asks about the price, emphasizing the advantages of paper over papyrus and sheepskin. He clearly appreciates its practical value for various records. When examining the sample, the owner asks permission to tear the paper a little and try writing on it. This is a professional check of the quality of the goods before a possible transaction. Everyone sits in silence. The atmosphere around is tense. There is an active discussion about the commercial potential of the paper. The owner is evaluating the possibility of mass production, offering to sell it at double the price of papyrus. He is already calculating the potential profit if he manages to displace papyrus from the market. Business negotiations are moving to the final stage. The protagonist is thinking that they can get a good profit from this deal. The short lines, "So we've agreed on that," and of course indicate that a preliminary agreement on paper has been reached. Now it's the turn of the next item. Guests are offered to taste the wine. The first reaction is a comment about the strong characteristic smell. Apparently, the alcohol is quite strong, which causes mixed feelings among the tasters. One of the people present tries this wine for the first time. After a thorough evaluation, he makes a bold statement: this drink can be sold at 20 times the price of regular wine. Apparently, the quality of the product is truly exceptional. The owner, having tasted the wine, thoughtfully says, clearly assessing its properties and commercial potential. Mutual understanding is established between the business partners. They find a common language in assessing the goods. Someone insists on a higher price for a unique wine, but another doubts. After all, the taster admitted that he is trying it for the first time. An awkward pause ensues, turning into active bargaining. One of the guests firmly declares his desire to receive at least 30 times the price, but immediately doubts, isn't this too little? Apparently, the product is really special if it causes such disputes about the cost. An agreement on the price is reached unexpectedly quickly. "So fast," is the surprised comment, as if someone did not expect such a rapid outcome of the negotiations. Suddenly, someone notices a strange smile. "You've got me," is the playful accusation, adding a lightness to the tense trade negotiations. The conversation turns to a discussion of the loan. One of the participants gives in. "There is no way I can win this game against the merchant," acknowledging his skill in conducting business. Tetra receives confirmation that King Rositz had already mentioned their needs in a letter. "So, how much do you need?" A direct question moves the conversation to a practical level. The guests boldly ask for a triple sum, explaining that this is the approximate annual income from their lands. Apparently, the calculations were made in advance and carefully. The trader asks to see the papers first, but his "oh" reaction suggests an unexpected impression, perhaps from the amount or the terms. After some thought, the merchant agrees to give the money but sets a condition: a discount on the paper until the debt is paid off. It's not that simple. His words hint at the hidden complexities of the deal. Finally, a joyful "we agree" is heard. The agreement is concluded. Both sides are satisfied with the outcome of long and difficult negotiations. The negotiations ended, resolving the financial issues. Although the deal is beneficial to both parties, especially considering the special conditions on the paper, which will bring profit even if the debt is not repaid. Several weeks have passed since the main character was appointed ruler of the lands of Ash. Now he faced new tasks of managing the territory. Ron went to collect taxes from the villagers. When submitting the village tax, suspicions arose. The bags brought seemed too small for such a plot. It was decided to double-check their volume. It turned out that instead of the required 10 sacks, much less was delivered. Despite the headman's assurances that the payment had been made in full, his words were not believed. The elder swore that he had given away all the grain, but he was accused of concealment. Tensions grew, and the conflict was approaching its climax. An order was given to search the headman's house. The calm tone of the order betrayed confidence in the discovery of deception. The guards forced the deceiver to his knees and did not allow him to rise while he tried to justify himself. Ron showed him the tax report. Meanwhile, the search of the house bore fruit. During the search, a cache of wheat was found under the floor. The documents confirmed that the tax should be significantly higher. The elder was clearly hiding part of the harvest. A village elder found stealing will face a severe punishment, 50 lashes. Soyeon confirms that stealing is punishable by law, regardless of position. The village chief tries to justify himself by claiming that tax collection is a dangerous occupation that entitles one to a reward. However, Ron-sama doubts the admissibility of such methods, calling them excessive. In desperation, the village chief begs to keep this a secret from the ruler, offering some of Ron-sama's wheat as a bribe. But his attempts to negotiate only make matters worse. If a bribe is attempted, the punishment increases to 70 blows. The elder begs for mercy in horror, but the situation looks hopeless. The law is the law. Some note that such violations are common practice. However, now they will have to ask for mercy from the ruler of these lands himself. An order is given for immediate execution of the punishment. The remaining bags are loaded into a cart, ending this unpleasant story of tax fraud. Meanwhile, in the Palace of Ash, the characters rush to inform the leader about the incident, but on the way they notice Eru. The meeting seems timely, now they can discuss the situation with him directly. Greeting Eru, they inquire about his affairs. At this point, someone remembers that Eru might be the right person to discuss the problem that has arisen. Earl is immediately told about today's bribery attempt, boasting about the successful uncovering of the fraud. The pride in their voices testifies to a job well done in protecting the interests of the Ashlands. The problem of tax evasion in villages is discussed. Some people note that if everyone stopped hiding their income, people's lives would improve. However, the practice of concealment is being repeated for the 12th time, which raises questions about its scale. One character is proud of his preparation for the job, admiring Ron-kun as a role model. His words convey respect for his senior comrade and a desire to learn from his experience. It is suggested that the current situation will ultimately be beneficial. The character is confident that Mayor's strictness as a ruler is justified and will lead to positive changes. The importance of Almas-sama's team is emphasized. It is said that his popularity among the people of Ash is largely due to the support of his loyal assistants, including his companions. The report ends with an announcement of a trip to a northern village. The characters say goodbye, expressing hope for a quick meeting and the opportunity to rest after completing all the tasks. Someone thanks for the work done. This short phrase sums up the joint efforts and shows mutual respect between the participants of the events. The results of the tax revenue audit are discussed. A significant difference between expected and actual revenues is revealed, especially in the case of Amor. The problem requires further study. The success of determining accurate tax rates through the census is proudly reported. This achievement is attributed to the wisdom of Almus-sama and his policy of fair taxation. The successes in agriculture are discussed. The assimilation of new tools is going according to plan. The production of threshers has begun. Iron equipment has been purchased with borrowed funds, which should increase the efficiency of work. It is concluded that the situation is developing in a positive direction. Successes in agriculture and taxation indicate the correctness of the chosen course of management of the territories of Esh. The legacy of King Firme's time is discussed, many abandoned lands in the territory. The characters hope that cultivating these desolate areas will significantly increase crop yields in the future. The completed land purchase order is mentioned, but the difficulty in acquiring horses in the Triple E region is noted. This problem may create difficulties for agricultural work. Almus-sama is informed about plans to use horses not only for economic needs, but also as combat units in emergency situations. An order has already been given to purchase specially trained war horses. The important Harvest Festival is approaching, a significant event in the Kingdom of Rosettes, where nobles come together. It is expected that Rhaegar Dibel will also attend the event. The desire to avoid potential conflicts at the upcoming celebration is expressed, while concern for the well-being of Rosewood and other team members is also expressed. A recruitment of warriors has been announced, which raises questions among local residents. Some are perplexed and ask whether this means the beginning of a war while continuing their daily farm work. Recruitment conditions are published. Men from 15 to 30 years old are accepted. Service is declared voluntary, and payment will be made in wheat. Detailed requirements for candidates are announced. Future warriors are promised weapons at the expense of the Ash family. This is an important condition, since it would be difficult for many to acquire equipment on their own. The duties of the new warriors are explained: fighting bandits and protecting territories. At the same time, longing for the absent Ron and Rose is expressed, which shows the characters' personal experiences. Despite the military preparations, it is stressed that the main work will be to maintain order, rather than to conduct full-scale military operations. This should reassure the local population. Favorable terms of service are announced: lifelong employment, except in extreme cases, and pension provision. Recruits will receive housing near the palace and daily training. The recruitment is limited to 300 places. If there are a large number of applicants, a selection will be held. Applications are accepted through the elders within 2 weeks. Peasants discuss the news. This is a chance for the landless, but farmers will have to abandon their farms. The voluntary nature of recruitment is emphasized. One of those present asks about the possibility of serving, despite his past in the elite troops of King Ephraim. They tell him that skills and motivation are more important than origin. The army is ready to accept all comers, regardless of social status. Recruitment is open with an emphasis on equal opportunity. Candidates' backgrounds will not influence admission decisions. Some skeptically point out that the conditions are too good to be true. However, the numbers speak for themselves. The organizers are surprised. There are twice as many people willing as planned. This indicates a serious crisis in rural areas. The sad reason for this excitement is revealed. Many farms had been seized, leaving the former owners without a means of support. It is confirmed that most of King Firm's soldiers were simple peasants. One of the women shares stories she heard in the village about the hardships of military service. Recruitment into the army came at the right time for many landless peasants. For them, it was a real salvation, almost divine help in a difficult situation. One of the recruits enthusiastically declares his desire to become a great warrior. He emphasizes that they came here specifically for military service, not for farming. There is concern about the fate of those who do not get into the army. They may join the ranks of bandits. However, it is noted that many see the service as a chance to find a new home. A decision is being made to gradually increase recruitment as the economy improves. The question of funding is raised. Will there be enough money to support 300 soldiers, especially considering the recent tax cuts? This is causing serious concerns among the organizers. Some have noted that Meyer has become more responsible, worrying about the economy. This is a positive change, but doubts remain about the stability of the situation. The reasons for the economic decline under King Firm are discussed. Although the situation now is not ideal, it is still better than in those days. The main difference is that the current economy does not depend solely on agriculture. The new economic strategy is based on 3 sources of income: paper sales, alcohol, and sales taxes. This diversifies the Treasury's income, reducing risks. A profitable trading scheme is described: purchasing scarce Kirishi goods, paper, and reselling them to Adelni merchants. This brings in significant income. It is planned to establish a permanent turnover of high-quality Kirishi goods in the territory of Esh. This will attract more traders and buyers. A comprehensive economic development plan has been proposed, attracting traders of scarce goods, developing the local market, and introducing reasonable taxes. This should lead to prosperity for the Esh territory. An economic strategy is discussed, where paper and alcohol become key goods. Not only do they generate income, but they also stimulate trade in the territory of Esh. It is noted that in Adelnia, such a practice has already become common among the nobles. The characters move from discussion to action. Ron is tasked with preparing the army, while other tasks are delegated to Rose. The importance of moving from planning to actual work is emphasized. Someone interrupts the conversation, asking for a minute of attention. The question sounds concerned, which immediately puts the interlocutors on their guard. The imminent arrival of Eins with 100 horses and 50 German slaves is announced. This news becomes the reason for discussing new possibilities for strengthening the army. The idea of creating a cavalry unit is put forward. The importance of mounted warriors in future battles, especially for reconnaissance operations, is emphasized. The current state of the cavalry in the Kingdom of Rositz is discussed. For now, it is just rich people on horses without proper training. The new unit should change this situation. Ron is offered the chance to lead the cavalry, citing his riding skills and his care for the slaves who will form the core of the new unit. Ron is surprised by the offer, considering Boros-sama to be a more suitable candidate. He doubts his experience in commanding cavalry. They convince him by citing arguments. He is the best rider among his acquaintances, has equal status in this situation, and also has a good relationship with Ria, the German. It is emphasized that although Boros-sama has never commanded a cavalry, he has other advantages. However, Ron remains the most balanced candidate for the role. It is decided that Rosewood will lead the cavalry, despite his reservations. He is convinced that he is the ideal candidate due to his ability to communicate with the slaves in their language, even if not perfectly. Graham will be responsible for the archers, and Ron for the infantry. This division of roles precludes the possibility of combining them into one squad. Rosewood, having made his decision, expresses his willingness to put forth all his efforts to fulfill his new role. His enthusiasm demonstrates his acceptance of responsibility. A few days later, the promised cavalry detachment arrives. Even Almas himself is impressed by the sight of hundreds of horses, although it was he who gave the order to acquire them. Ainza-sama proudly displays the horses, calling it an honor. Tetra and Almas personally check the numbers, instructing Rose to count the animals for accuracy. It turns out that the horses were collected bit by bit, 30 from stockpiles, 50 from Kirishi traders, and another 20 from Adelnian nomads. Ainz explains the difficulties of acquiring them. At the same time, the slaves arrive. Ainz admits that he would like to buy horses directly from the nomadic tribes of the Adelnian Peninsula, which would be cheaper. He selects the best available. A column of slaves passes by the heroes, and from them only the rumble of stomping and the clanking of steel chains can be heard. Almas introduces himself to the newly arrived slaves as their new master, expressing a desire to meet everyone. He asks Raya to translate his words to ensure that his message is understood correctly. Rhea obliges, introducing Almas as the new master and conveying his greetings. She clearly pronounces his name and explains that this is an official address from the ruler of these lands, ensuring clear communication between the parties. One of the slaves asks for food. Rhea translates his request. Almas immediately takes control of the situation, promising not only food, but also the opportunity to swim, as well as new clothes. Almas decides to test Rose's ability to handle the remaining slaves. He asks Rhea to translate his instructions, demonstrating a systematic approach to organizing the new unit. Rose tries to speak German, asking Rhea if he pronounced the phrase correctly. His efforts are commendable, although the full sentence is a bit confusing. Still in German, he asks those who have already changed their clothes to start listening to him. He introduced himself to the slaves as a representative of these lands. The terms of service are announced. The slaves will receive a decent salary, and if they serve well, they will be able to earn their freedom. Their main task will be to serve as mounted warriors. Some slaves take promises with skepticism, considering them empty talk. This shows their mistrust of new masters after their experience of slavery. Rose became very angry at the words from the slave and approached him with fury. Rose learns the slave's name, and he introduces himself as Vergar. Vergar begins to mock and taunt Rose, who in turn tries to enter into a dialogue with the slave and convince him to believe him. Rhea enters the dialogue and sets herself as an example to all the slaves, saying that she was once freed from slavery. Rose wonders if the slave will obey him, but he sarcastically replies that he does not obey those weaker than him. They decide to have a duel. If Rose wins, Vergar agreed to obey him. The slave asked that if he won, he would be given freedom. Rose agreed to these terms. The two go their separate ways. Rhea reported this situation to Almas, who told her to return to Rose. Almas began to ask Enz about the German people. He said that they were mainly engaged in hunting and farming, and that they rode horses well, thanks to the knowledge of the nomadic peoples in the neighborhood. The main character noted that the Germans were not natural riders. Vergar approaches his horse and, seeing a stirrup on the saddle, asks what it is. Rose explains to him that they are needed to keep from falling off the horse. He also said that it would not be fair if he uses them, and Vergar does not. The slave thanked him for the honor, but still asked to take them off. Almas noticed this and said that it was the right decision to fight without unfamiliar devices. Both warriors prepared for battle by putting on armor. They were given sticks wrapped in cloth instead of spears. Almas announced the rules and asked no one to overdo it. Even these sticks can kill an opponent. He also said that both sticks were the same, as were the horses. Everything was fair. He asked the fighters to move away to the same distance. Almas gave the signal to begin the battle. Both riders rushed towards each other. Vergar begins to say that, despite all the equal conditions, he will strike first because of his physique. Almas says there are differences between fighting with a spear on foot and on horseback, but there are also nuances to everything. Rose, on horseback, parries the slave's attack and easily counterattacks him in the chest. Virger falls from his horse. Almas stops the fight. Everyone is happy that Rose won, but not everyone understood what just happened. Almas explained Rose's parry and counterattack. Enns finds his actions inhuman. Almas knew in his head what skills Rose needed to do this maneuver, but out loud he only said that Rose could fight a bear with only a spear. Rose himself approached Virgar and extended his hand to him to stand up. The slave admits his defeat and says he will obey, calling Rose master. Rose is modest and asks not to call him that. Ria ran up and hugged Rose, congratulating him. He thanked her because she was the one who taught him how to ride a horse like that. At Ash's palace, Almas is met by Soyan. Almas says that they have resolved all issues with the army and all that remains is to wait for the harvest festival. He is informed that a strange guy and girl want to see him. Almas expresses concern about strangers. Without identification documents, they could pose a threat. As the new ruler, he understands his responsibility for the safety of the lands of Ash. The discussion turns to two specific individuals, a female architect and a male researcher from the Scarlet Empire. Someone points out that their skills could be useful given the shortage of skilled personnel. A girl claims to be the chief architect, and a young man declares large-scale exploration of the entire continent, including reaching the ocean. These ambitious statements provoke mixed reactions. Despite his initial hesitation, Almas decides to give them a chance. He orders them to be led to the document room, showing interest in their stories. His curiosity as a ruler overrides his caution. Almas admits that he still knows little about this world and wants to expand his knowledge. Even if he does not understand everything, he recognizes the potential value of these specialists for his lands. The formal introduction takes place. The strangers introduce themselves as Ismay and Semei. Their names and titles sound unfamiliar to the locals, emphasizing their foreign origin. Almas greets the guests politely, inviting them to sit down. His reception warms up, demonstrating a shift from suspicion to professional interest. His visitors cordially agree and sit down at the table. Almas has already been informed that the couple wants to work for him, and he asks them to tell him more about themselves. The girl starts talking first. She tells him that she is an architect and can design any building that Almas wants. She starts showing him her old drawings. Ismaya displays an impressive array of skills, from constructing buildings and infrastructure to creating siege weapons like trebuchets and ballistas. Her skills clearly go beyond those of a typical architect. Almas, looking through her drawings, acknowledges their quality, although he himself does not understand architecture. He is surprised why such a talented specialist came to him, and not to more prestigious kingdoms. Ismaya initially tries to flatter him, saying that she believes in Almas as a son of the Griffin and a hero. However, Seimei interrupts her, insisting on honesty. It seems that she has good reasons for seeking work here. The real reason is acknowledged. She was refused admission in all the kingdoms. Almas notices gender discrimination in the profession. All the famous architects at court are men. An additional complication is that Ismaya speaks Kirishan, which creates communication barriers. Seimei explains that there is prejudice against female architects in Adelnia. The paradox is discussed. King Rositz, being progressive, could hire her, but he is seriously ill. Ismaya fears that the next ruler will simply fire her, so she chose the young and promising Almas. Almas understands her calculations, to build a reputation in new lands where her talents will be appreciated rather than judged by her gender. However, he remains cautious. Lord Ash makes a calculated decision to test her skills and practice before formally hiring her. It is a reasonable compromise between openness to talent and necessary caution. The situation reveals social problems of the world, gender prejudices and bureaucratic barriers that prevent talents from being realized. Ismaya represents a new type of specialist who breaks stereotypes. Ismaya gets a chance to prove his worth, and the lands of Ash get an opportunity to acquire a high-class specialist who is undervalued elsewhere. Almas offers Ismaya a trial period to rebuild the border wall. If successful, she will receive housing and an official position. It is a practical approach that allows her skills to be tested on a real project. Ismaya enthusiastically accepts the challenge, promising not to disappoint. Her exclamation sounds like a vow of allegiance in her native tongue, demonstrating her determination to prove her worth. Moving on to Seimei, Almas asks to hear his story. The researcher introduces himself as coming from the Crimson Empire, known as the Country of Silk, located far to the west. Seimei shares his achievement. A month ago, he reached the edge of the world and saw the ocean. Now, his goal is to write a book about his travels, for which he needs high-quality paper from Esh. He explains that the paper of the Esh territory is superior to papyrus and leather, making it ideal for his project. However, its high cost forces him to offer his services in exchange for access to the material. Seimei draws parallels with classic works like the Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, dreaming of creating a work of similar significance. His ambitions extend beyond personal glory. He wants to preserve knowledge of the modern era for posterity. Almus is interested in this project because he understands its potential cultural value. He ensures that the book does not become the subject of speculation, demonstrating respect for intellectual work. The lands of Ash become a magnet for talents from all over the world. Paper, as an innovative product, attracts not only traders but also intellectuals like Seimei. He asks for only paper as his only wish. Both specialists, Ismay and Seimei, represent different aspects of the territory's development, infrastructure, and culture. Their cooperation with Almus can take Ash to a new level. Almus, balancing between practical benefits and support for significant projects, demonstrates the qualities of an enlightened ruler who understands the value of both material and intellectual development. Almus gives the task that this book should tell about all the adventures of the author. He will give the boy a place to sleep, food, and as much ink and paper as he needs. In return, he only wants to be the first reader of this book. The heroes arrived in the kingdom of Rositz. Upon arrival, the heroes are shocked by how many people have gathered for the harvest festival. They are met by Almus's father, and he and Tetra bow their heads respectfully before the king's brother. Almus brought wine with him as a gift. His father has already heard about this wine. Rumors spread quickly. Almus will forgive Ron for carrying the barrels of wine to the tables. Almus warns his father that the wine is very strong. In turn, Raymond sends the protagonist and his wife to where all the influential families are. They come to where the entire retinue is gathered, and they also meet familiar faces who were at their wedding. Almus wants to greet everyone without provoking regard. Debella, because his lands are located next to the lands of Ash. Tetra walks and looks around and notices a mother with a child. She is thinking about something. An unexpected conversation unfolds at the harvest festival. Tetra asks a provocative question. Do you want a boy or a girl first? Which causes confusion in Almus. The discussion takes a frivolous turn. Almus, embarrassed, admits that he is not against the girl. In the future, he will have a son-in-law. But then he adds that a boy will more quickly prevent possible dynastic conflicts. He first proposed a boy, then a girl, and he smiled sincerely. Tetra was thinking about having more children later, and Asmus asked her if she really wanted a whole crowd of children. The topic suddenly changes. The guests ask to tell the story of the victory over King Ferme. Almus laughs it off, offering a drink and a snack first. But under pressure, he begins to remember. About farm, he quotes the king's last words. Make this girl happy. He admits that these words weigh heavily on him. One girl interrupts the main character's thoughts and asks him to shake her hand. The guests continue to ask for a story. One woman wants Almus to tell her daughter about his exploits. Others pick up, Almus herself, I want to hear it too. Tetra, speechless, watched as a group of women gathered around Almus, each trying to get his attention, and he mentally acknowledged that his era of popularity seemed to have truly arrived. One of the women, with a mischievous smile, reminded him that he only had one wife so far, and suggested starting another family. Almus felt that they were trying to take the place of his second wife and gain the power of the Ash family. When they hinted that he should take his time and stay with them longer, as if inviting him to learn more about the paper, he mentally admitted to himself that they would not let him escape. Almus noticed that all these girls belonged to the Debelli family, so he tried to slip away, but Tetra grabbed his hand and pulled him out of there. She suggested that they go and try some special food that they couldn't find in their lands, and he agreed without hesitation. She led him along despite the displeased looks from the others, and he thanked her and timidly asked her to be a little more friendly. She explained to him that they are not in a strong family, so they want to become his wife. He says that despite the excuses, he would like to see Tetra smile more often. The girl said that she would let the hero know about it in advance. If he wanted to take a concubine, then in fact she would not be against it. But she asked him to make sure that it wouldn't destroy their family. The guy said that he knew it and she was right, as always. He wondered if he would have to marry a concubine, but marrying someone you don't even love is just weird. He chuckled questioningly, looking away. A man was walking towards him with his henchmen. The hero said that it looked like a show since he brought so many people with him. The knight behind called Almas, saying that the one in front was Rigar Dibel. The hero learned that the man was the same Rigar Dibel. They stood opposite each other. The man's subordinate reported to him what kind of person was in front of him. The man smiled, saying who would he see in front of him if not Almas and Tetra Dono. The guys were surprised. The man extended his hands to them, saying that he was pleased to meet them and he would like to congratulate them once again on their wedding. The hero thought that the man was not as bad as rumors said. He thanked Rigar. Rigar said he was terribly sorry he couldn't be there for their wedding. The hero asked him not to say that because he had heard Rigar was sick that day, so he shouldn't blame himself. The man said that although he was never sick, for some reason he felt sick. The hero's hand was squeezed. The two men dueled in a firm handshake. The angry hero responded with a smile, saying how sorry he was to hear that and that Rigar should take care of himself in the future. He squeezed the man's hand so hard that he hissed in pain. Rigar pulled his hand away, shouting at the hero that he was a damned beast. He turned angrily at the hero, asking how this pathetic mongrel dared to do this. The hero thought that the worst first impression, and he didn't like it from the start. They just weren't right for each other, but he had the grip. Everyone was watching them. Rigar walked away, shouting at the observers what they were looking at and for them to get out of the way. Tetra told Almas that Rigar had left. A guy ran up behind him, asking the hero if he was okay. The hero was surprised to see Ron. Admis said he was fine. They were just saying hello, and Ron shouldn't worry. The other guy was swearing, saying that the guy was picking a fight with his brother. The brat had surrounded himself with a huge entourage, and they were looking at them weirdly too. Ron screamed, asking what he said he wouldn't let it go. That easily, he suggested going over there and punching them in the face. Almas said no. The man behind him said that to be more precise, Ron didn't seem to feel them directing their murderous glares at them. Everyone else did too. The hero suggested instead to just calm down, and Ron not to give in to provocations. It is better to behave more restrained in such a place, otherwise you can scare the people around you, so you need to be careful. Everyone agreed with him. The hero asked what was happening now, hearing running behind him. Uria was walking down the street, and the crowd was calling out to her. Tetra said how beautiful this girl is, and the hero said that in the end she will say a prayer at the harvest festival. In fact, she is a star today. The hero and the girl's eyes met. She greeted Almas and Tetra. The boys also greeted her by bowing. She asked what was wrong with the guys. They could call her simply Yuri without formality. Almas answered that they couldn't, because now they were in full view of everyone and there was another snag. Where the guy pointed stood Yuria's fiancé, Rygar. The man was laughing in the company of a lady. Uria smiled. The hero thought that after the children of the Griffin orphans, Uria was the second one with whom he lived most of his life in this world. If possible, he would like to stay close to her, follow her life, and see her living happily like Tetra Ron and other orphans. Although the hero loves her, he is already married and Yuri has a fiancé. But the hero was angry that he just thought that a man like Rigar was her fiancé. He decided that he had to stop, because no matter who he was badly branding someone as bad, not to mention that he said the same thing to Ron. The hero wondered if he was really that jealous of her now. After all, he was sorry that he already had a wife. Uria took his hand. She bowed, telling Almas that she relied on him and would now leave him. Rigar appeared ahead, telling Yuri to wait. He said that today she was as beautiful as ever. They were both already engaged, so they had something to talk about. The girl responded, apologizing and saying that she was busy preparing for prayer, so she told them to postpone the conversation until later. As she left, she reminded Almas that she was counting on him. Rigar turned angrily towards the hero, and it seemed that a conflict was about to begin. Tetra grabbed the guy by the hair, telling him to stop and calm down. He should look around. He saw that all eyes were directed at them. The girl told him that he better stop, and the guy agreed with her, thanks. The next full moon after the harvest festival. Somewhere in the kingdom of Rosets. Taking off his hood, the hero said that a lot of time had passed since he was last in this place. When Yuri grabbed his hand, she put a piece of paper in his palm, and it said that he should come to the place where they first met on the next full moon. Opening the door, the hero thought that if he was not mistaken, he went to the right store. He apologized as he went inside. Yuri was indeed already waiting for him inside. The hero smiled when he saw her. The girl said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and thanked him for coming to this place. The hero replied that she had invited him here and asked if it was okay that they were here. The girl smiled, answering that she had received permission from the shop owner. The hero remembered that person, the owner. For him, it was nostalgic. The girl suddenly asked if he remembered their first meeting. The hero replied that of course he did, and remembered that there was caramel grass there. The girl confirmed it. She wanted to ask if he remembered, but he unexpectedly handed her the plant. She was surprised. He said it was a souvenir of some caramel grass. When she told him to come to this place where they first met, he was overcome with nostalgia, so he went into the forest and collected it before coming here. The girl thanked him, saying how dear she was to her. Her eyes were teary as she called him. Yuria confessed that she loved him. The guy blushed and replied that he knew about it. She approached him, asking what about him, if he loved her. He replied that it was obvious that he did. They kissed. He turned to Yuri. The girl opened her eyes. Yuria said that he kisses better now, probably thanks to Tetra. The hero didn't understand what he was doing. The girl said that it had not been that long since they had married. Was it too early for Almas to be looking for a concubine? The hero replied that she had no right to say such a thing, considering that she had invited him. She called out to him. The girl asked the guy if he would marry her, asking him. He was surprised and kept silent. She did not understand his behavior and asked if he hated her. He denied it, saying that he loved Yuria, and maybe it was impolite on his part, but he loved Yuria as much as he loved Tetra. The girl then asked why he was silent, if it was because he felt sorry in front of Tetra. He replied that it was one of the reasons, but not the most important one. She asked again, why then? She shouted that if they got married, he would be able to do whatever he wanted with her, and she wouldn't lose to Tetra either. She said that, moreover, he would get the right to become the heir of King Ruzitsa. The guy replied that this was the problem if he married her. He asked if she thought Reincarnated will do nothing. He will never accept this, and it will start a civil war. He thought that at that time, King Fermi attacked them even though they did nothing. They had no choice but to resist. But now he has a choice. He may not marry Yuria, thereby preventing a civil war. Moreover, he has no determination. The hero did not think to become the successor of King Rositsa's, because this means that he will have to take on a huge responsibility that cannot be compared with anything he has gone through. But that didn't mean that he didn't want to be king. Moreover, he wanted Yuri, and he doesn't want to give her to this Reincarnated. What he needs now is determination. And he knew what he had to do to get this determination. He asked Yuri to give him some time to think. The girl answered that she understood and said that she would wait only 2 days. He should come to a decision within these 2 days. She said that if he didn't do it, if he didn't accept her, she would be forced to marry Rieger, Debella. Late at night, the hero was riding his horse. Tetra came out into the street, welcoming him back and asking where he had been. He told his wife that he had seen Yuri. She asked in surprise that he usually didn't try to hide something like that. He replied that he didn't think he could hide it from Tetra. After all, she was a smart girl. He bowed to the ground, saying that he was very sorry because he had been unfaithful to her. She asked if that was true and wondered what exactly he had done. She sat down next to him, asking between her and Yuri who was the better kisser. The guy answered that of course it was her. She asked between her and Yuri whom he loved the most, and the guy again answered that it was her. She smiled, saying that everything was fine then. He asked if Tetra should be angry, and she asked if he wanted that. She said that if it made him feel better, then she would be angry with him. He said that it was not necessary, and everything was fine, apologizing to her. She said that everything was fine as long as he understood. Tetra said that since he had already done it, there was nothing to be done, but it couldn't be left as it was. The guy replied that he understood and promised that he wouldn't do it again, but that wasn't what the girl meant. She sat down on the ground opposite him. She reminded him that she was his wife. A wife is a subject who is subordinate to her husband, who is the head of the family, and she has no right to go against his final decision. The guy asked Tetra to tell him what she really felt. He didn't want to force her to follow him. Tetra said that she loves him for being decisive. She loves him because he will always find a solution, no matter what time, no matter how hard. She loves him because he does not hesitate. But she told him that even he can hesitate and that's okay, but he shouldn't force his decision on others. It's not her problem. She said that the problem is between him and Yuri. She loves him, and she has already decided that she wants to marry him. The rest is up to him to reject or accept her proposal. She added that he shouldn't worry about her because even if he loves Yuria more than her, she still loves him. Even if he doesn't love her, she will still love the hero. She took his hand, saying that even if he hated her, she would still love him. And even if his answer led to destruction, no matter which path he took, she would still love him. She wants to walk next to him. The guy replied that he understood everything, but there was something he wanted to consult about. He asked if there would be anything terrible in it, and she nodded. A little later, deep heart of the Romalia forest, the hero, seeing someone, said that thank God he was here because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In front of him was a griffin who, upon waking up, recognized the hero. The hero told the griffin everything, and he briefly understood that the hero wanted to be closer to Uria, that same girl with lavender hair. The hero did not like his wording. Griffin realized that the downside is that this Uria is the daughter of the leader of the pack, so if he does this to her, he will have to take the place of the leader. But since the hero is new to the pack, there are people who do not want him to become the leader, so there is a chance that everything will turn into a war. The griffin asked if that was why the hero didn't know what to do. Almas answered that it was more or less true, but asked if the griffin could talk about it a little more politely, at least that it was a marriage and not something else. Then the griffin asked if the hero would really listen to him if he told him something. The hero replied that no, because he was not here for the griffin to decide for him, he came to consult with him. It became clear to the griffin, and he asked again about the hero's intentions for Yuri. The hero replied that it was true, and then the griffin advised to do it, or there would be some problems. The hero repeated again that it could cause a war. There may be casualties among the hero's friends, Ron, and the rest may die. The griffin replied that it was entirely up to them, whether they would help him or not. He didn't need to worry about it. The griffin really didn't understand why the hero was worried about a possible conflict within the pack. He just needed to win, or he thought he would lose. The hero replied that he believed that he could win. But he was tormented by doubts. The griffin once told him that people who kill other people without feeling any guilt are not people. The griffin remembered these words. Humans are creatures that form a pack, so people who kill others without feeling guilty are a problem because it would be impossible to protect the pack. Because of them, they cannot live in it, but the hero is different. The griffin called him ruler, and it is the duty of the hero to rule the pack. He does not live inside the pack. He is the one who directs it. The one who does not obey the rules of the pack, so it does not matter whether he belongs to it or not. If not, then it is even better. In the end, he will be able to protect it. The griffin said that since the hero became the ruler, he must fulfill his duty to the pack, so he cannot let small sacrifices bother him for the sake of the pack. Now he must understand this. The griffin said that if you don't think about it, then maybe the hero has some problems with taking into account possible victims, but they are just pathetic strangers to him. Moreover, the griffin reminded that until now the hero had killed many people. Does he not remember all this only for the sake of those children and his own benefit? The hero replied that he could not express his own desire on such a scale as to risk the lives of others. The griffin laughed, saying that in the end he would have to kill. He asked to listen carefully to the fact that in this world, if there is something that cannot be done, he simply will not do it. But he can do it if he wants. When a lion becomes the leader of a pack, he kills the children of the previous leader. Even fish eat their own children, which they have just given birth to. They are given the right to do whatever they want. They can fight back against oppression or live under its yoke. This world exists to be used. Whether he will enjoy life or want to destroy everything around him depends only on the hero. He added that only a hero can decide his fate. If there is anything he doubts, he will ultimately regret whatever option he chooses. But the worst regret is if he cannot decide or leaves this choice to someone else. It is better to decide once whether he will reject it or accept it. The hero thought that it was true, that he would regret it regardless of the choice he made. Both options were bad in this case. Almas thanked the griffin and said that he had come to the right conclusion. The griffin asked if he had already made a decision, and the hero replied that he had, so now he must hurry. The griffin liked this face of the hero and wished him to fulfill his destiny. The hero came to the king, and he asked the boy if he had made a decision. The hero replied that, first of all, he would like to thank him for giving him time to think about the decision. He knows that he will now make an even more shameful request, but he asked him to give him the kingdom and Yuri. Almas asked Yuria if she would mind marrying him. The girl rushed towards him with happiness, agreeing. The king angrily asked if he could leave it for later. The guy standing next to him said that nevertheless the hero made a decision faster than they thought. They said it would take him at least a week. He was even going to go to the hero and convince him that if he thought too long, it would be even better. The hero said in surprise that Yuria had said that he only had 3 days. The king said that even a man like him would not give him just 3 days to make such a decision. He even planned to wait a whole month and was sure that he could stay alive until then. The hero called Yuria, and she tried to justify herself by saying that she simply thought that he would make a decision faster if the deadline was short. The king suggested to put aside his daughter's stupid act. He was grateful to the people who pushed the hero to make the right decision. The hero felt that the griffin had recently told him something really obvious. Anyway, the king decided to ask the hero if he planned to do something big when he became king. The hero replied that he wanted to unite the Adelnia Peninsula. Everyone was surprised. He laughed, saying he was joking. Almas thought that it seemed that King Firma's dream was considered ridiculous by most. The king said that now they had to decide on the time of the announcement of their engagement, their marriage, and finally their ascension to the throne. He asked if the hero had any special preferences. The hero replied that it would be better to finish everything in a short time, about 2 days. The king realized that if they finished everything in 2 days, Rhaegar would not have time to gather an army. Therefore, the hero will immediately gather an army after the ceremony and deal with all the nobles who will be there. The hero corrected the king, saying that, to be more precise, he planned to gather an army before the ceremony. The king asked if he planned to do it anytime soon because, frankly, the king wanted to hand over the throne to him while he was still alive, after which he could die peacefully. Kroll asked if the hero was sure that he also preferred this path. The hero answered that it was so. He also thought about it and decided that it would be better to do it while the king was still alive. But there was one problem: because the hero lacked achievements, it would be difficult to do. The king admitted that he was also worried about this part. It hadn't been that long since the hero had ruled the Ash territory, so he didn't have any notable achievements yet, but he would need to earn them in order to be able to inherit the throne. And the king had an idea about this. He said that the kingdom of King Domorgar was going to attack them soon, and he was giving him command of his entire army to stop the invasion. The hero asked when this would happen, but the king was not sure of the exact date. But Domorgar signed a peace treaty with the kingdom of Gilbert. Apparently, they plan to expand their territory to the south. The king is sure that they will make their move in less than 3 years, and the hero asked if the king will be alive by then. The man answered that he will come up with something. A very experienced voodoo magician also cares about his health. He said that he would give the details later, but for now the hero needs to tell his wife everything, as well as Bartolo and Boros. In addition to his vassals, he must make sure that at least 10 people the hero trusts know about this secret. The more people know about it, the more likely it is that there will be a leak. The hero accepted the king's order and wanted to leave, but the girl asked him to stay. She thought it would be better if she told Tiatra everything herself. The hero decided that she was right and said that then they should go to her together. The girl was delighted. 2 wives met each other. The hero explained to Tiatra why he decided to marry Yuria. The girl was glad to hear this, and Yuri said that she was very angry now. Yuria bowed down, saying that she was very sorry, and asked Tiatra why exactly. Yuria said that she was sorry for trying to marry Almas and taking the place of the main wife. The hero realized that if he marries Yuria, he will eventually become king, which means that Yuria will take the place of the main wife, while Tiatra will become a concubine. Tiatra said that she is not angry. She does not care at all about her situation. It is just that Yuria did not consult with her. In that case, she would have given Almas a stronger push, and if she really feels guilty about this, then she should have said something at the very beginning. Yuria admitted that the girl was right and apologized. Tiatra forgave her. The hero was glad that they still got along well with each other. Yuri asked if the girl was sure, because now she would take the place of the main wife. Tetra was sure, because after all, she was Almas's first wife, and no matter what happened, the face of the first girl Almas married would not change. She said that the position is not important, only love is important, although it seems that the girl is more worried about the position. Yuria screamed, asking why she did it. It seemed to her that Tiatra was talking like that, as if Yuria was doing this for the position of the main wife. The hero thought that this was bad, and he had to do something to defuse the situation. He told the girls to calm down, at least for his sake, but quickly got hit with a stick by Tiatra. The hero asked to stop and said that the sound of the blow and pain did not agree with each other. Could it be that the girl had inserted an iron rod there? Tiatra answered that he had guessed wrong because it was a hidden blade. The hero agreed that it was cool, but asked if she could refrain from hitting him, he could die that way. Yuri asked her to make the same for her. The hero thought that, in general, this was the end of it. After all, he was glad that they were still getting along so well. A little later, Ron called the leader, saying that everyone was still there. The hero said to take them into the room and close the doors. Teatra said that it had been a long time since they had all gathered in one place. That was because everyone already had their own responsibilities. The guy on the side said that he hadn't seen Ria today. The hero said that what he wanted to talk about would not concern Ria. The man smiled, saying that he didn't think he would gather everyone, including him and Barton. Apparently there would be a big announcement today. The hero allowed them to sit down. The girl asked why Yuri was in this place. Ron only asked not to say that she was here looking for someone to marry. Barton said that Ron knew that it couldn't be true. The hero said straight out that he was going to marry Yuri. Ron asked if this meant that Almas would inherit the throne. The hero replied that it was true, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The girl said that ever since she found out that Yuria would marry Rhaegar, she'd always been worried about her, and now she was glad that she was marrying Almas. The guy called his brother, saying, "Does this mean that he decided to go to war against Rhaegar, and the hero threw him? That's why he will cause them even more trouble. Besides, all this is because of the love between him and Yuria." The hero felt guilty for dragging them into this situation, and he was truly sorry, but he needed their help. The boys said it was too late to regret that he had dragged them into this story, and they didn't like Debel. The man congratulated Almas, but wanted to ask a question. Boros asked what would happen to Tetra now. The hero replied that Tetra was still his wife, although she could not remain his main wife, but he would never abandon her. He promised him that even after he became king, he would not leave the position of the head of the Ash family. Boros apologized for the stupid question, but he was just worried. Boros was once for Princess Yuria that she would finally be able to marry the prince she wanted so much. At least he thought so. After all, he had been accompanying her for a long time. Now he would be the king's retinue. The young man said that not only the Debel family, but also other noble families would be against the hero. The hero agreed with Earl, but he already had a plan. There was a good chance that King Domorgar's kingdom would launch an invasion soon if that happened. The king planned to put him as a commander to collect the achievements. This would help suppress opposition from other families who did not unite with Rhaegar. And with his supporters, the hero plans to keep an eye on them, and then start political aggression against them if some loophole appears. Now, everyone knows everything. The hero bowed, saying that from now on he would rely on their help. At the border between the territory of Ash and the territory of Debel, the soldier called Gilbert, saying that he had gathered everyone in this village and also collected the grain tax. The man looked at the bag and asked how he dared to lie to him. The man said of course not, but Gilbert asked why it wasn't all the tax due. The man said that was all they had and asked them to wait until next year. The man promised to pay for everything. Gilbert pushed him away, insulting him for his poverty. They went to check the barn and decided to dig it up to check. They found 4 barrels of seeds, and the man shouted that if they took them, they would have nothing to plant. He nudged the old man, saying he would lend them the seeds and they would pay him back with interest. He told the servants to load the seeds. He asked the soldiers if everyone had gathered, and upon learning that they had, he asked the townspeople how they dared to disgrace him after all the care he had taken of them. Gilbert said he could easily tell from their faces what they were hiding from him. He saw the girl and asked who she was, because she was definitely not from this village. She said that she was from a neighboring village. When he learned that she was from another territory, he asked if she had provided a report on this, and he understood from her behavior that she had not. He asked why she moved to this village. Was it because of marriage? She begged him to forgive her, and he said it could be fixed, but she would now have to pay a tax on the marriage and the first night. The man next to her bent down, begging for mercy and promising that they would pay everything next month. He realized that this man was her husband and told her to pay now, but said that on one condition he could forget about these taxes and the report. He said that in exchange for the first night, he promised that no one would bother them and they could just forget about taxes and reporting. Gilbert said that originally, the lord of these lands, Rhaegar the Debel, had the right to the first night, but this does not change the fact that she will be deprived of honor. Not only will he forget about the crime committed by her husband, they will also not have to pay taxes. The girl accepted his offer and left, saying goodbye to her husband and asking him to wait. The man became despondent. Elsewhere, the girl asked the hero if this was the same fort. He confirmed Ismae's words and asked her opinion if it was different from the one in Kishiria. Ismae said the construction techniques used to build the fort were similar to those used about 200 years ago. But although the design is old, judging by the multi-layered stones, The builder was skillful, so the girl believes that an architect worked here. For example, if you go to the edge and look down, many blind spots will appear. Even at first glance, this fort looks like it has many blind sides. During an assault, it will be easy to capture it. Even from the inside, it has many intersections. The hero asked if she meant the routes that people take. She replied that yes, and people can easily collide in them. Ismaya said honestly that the entire fort needed to be renovated, but there were still no places in Ash's territory where they could get good stones. The hero asked Tetra if she knew where they could buy them, and the girl replied that if she remembered correctly, Dibel's territory made the best stones in the kingdom. The hero didn't want to be in debt to Dibel. Tetra replied that this still didn't mean that this was the only place where they could buy them. She thought that they could also buy them on the territory of Rositza. This made things easier for Almas, and he decided to buy them from the king. He asked Ismaya if he could leave the design of the fort to her. The girl was happy that in one day she became a designer of the fort. She said that she could finish it right away, now adding only a few changes to the design that she made not so long ago. The guy asked how long it would take, and Ismaya replied that, including purchasing the necessary supplies, she could finish everything in a week. Then the hero decided to rely on her. Ash Palace. Ron greeted the leader and he asked if everything had been okay in his absence. Ron said that something had happened, but it was not worth talking about it on the street, and the hero would better hear everything from Boros, who was waiting for him inside. The hero went inside and asked Boros what had happened. The man said that refugees from the territory of Dibel came to them. The hero asked how many of them there were, and whether anything had been heard from the house of Dibel, whether they had asked for the people to be returned. He was told that there were about 200 people there, and they had not heard anything from the Dibel house. The hero didn't understand. They had lost 200 people. They couldn't have failed to notice the loss. He asked how many people knew about the refugees, and Boros said that everyone in this room was Ron and a few of their warriors. Ismaya said that since Ron had met the refugees by pure chance, they had decided to keep it a secret. Almas realized that if he acted carefully, he could perhaps solve this problem without bad consequences. The man decided to call the refugee representative. She said that she wanted to talk to Almas. The girl begged Almas to take them in. The hero asked why they were looking for shelter. The woman explained that it was all because of the heavy taxes that they were unable to pay. The land tax is 30% of the harvest. Also the tax on clothing, fruit, forced labor and military service, marriage tax. Ron said that meant they had to give a gift to the ruler, not the family they married into. There was also a death tax. She went on to talk about the funeral tax and the right to the first night. Moreover, the relatives of the Dibel family do whatever they want, and no one stops them. Coercion and robbery are normal things for them. They sometimes kill people on a whim. The hero understood everything and told the representative that she could return to her people. He ordered Roy and Soyen to take care of the people. The hero asked Earl to gather information about the Dibel family and asked if the guy could tell how true the woman's story was. Earl replied that from what he had found out, all these taxes were real. It seemed like they were literally being squeezed out. He had even heard that they sometimes had to sell their own children. The hero asked Boros what he thought, and he replied that he had also heard many bad stories about the Dibel family when Lagos still ruled this place. Many refugees from the Dibel territory also came to them. He even heard that when King Ferme ruled this territory, people from the Dibel territory also came to him. Almas said that these lands were in bad condition under King Firm, and yet they preferred to go here than to stay there. Tetra returned after talking to them, and the hero asked how everything went. She said that each of them has their own story, but these forced connections and murders may not be true. However, it does not change the fact that the Dibel family does bad things, and it seems that the people in the Dibel territory really hate them. Tetra asked what the hero's plan would be, and he replied that he wanted to protect them in the end. He was sure of Rhaegar Dibel will not forgive people who escaped from his territory anymore, as it could also weaken him. He called Boros, asking if he could pretend that they knew nothing about this. Boros also agreed with Almas's words, but moving between different territories requires permission between both rulers of the lands. If they accept it, they will thereby break the law. But in that case, he will protect them, knowing about the violation of the law, even if this case goes to court. King Rosic, who will administer the court, will still support him. Because of this, even if Dibel finds out about it, they should not have any problems, but it is still true that they prefer to keep it a secret. In that case, the hero suggested sending them to their village in the Ramalia forest. He was sure that no one would find them there. Ismaya said that this was the perfect excuse, since Raya said that she didn't have enough people in the village. Then they just had to provide them with food. Boros understood everything and decided to secretly lead them to the village at night. A few days later, Ash's palace, the girl, calling the hero, said that Dibel had arrived. The hero asked how many people came with him. He came earlier than Almas thought, but he doesn't know how much he knows about refugees. He thought it would be better to just greet him and then see. The hero ordered Soyeon to greet him politely and prepare some food. The hero was sure that Dibel would be calmer on a full stomach, but now they needed to focus on weakening his vigilance. Almas, finding himself with the man, said that he had prepared several simple dishes for him and asked him to enjoy them. Dibel thanked him, and there was silence. The hero noticed that he was strangely calm. Was he really happy with the food or something else? He decided to ask him after he ate. When the plates were empty, he asked him what brought him to him. Rhaegar said that several people had escaped from his territory, and he believed that some of them were seeking refuge in this territory, and asked if the hero knew anything about this. The hero knew, of course, but he wouldn't let Rhaegar know about it. Almas said he was very sorry, but he hadn't heard anything about it and promised to investigate it immediately. The hero thought that even if it wasn't true, he had taken care to hide all the refugees, and without any evidence, Rhaegar would have nothing to show. They even covered their tracks and smells so that the dogs couldn't track them down. Rhaegar told the hero, according to the law of the kingdom, permission from both rulers of the lands is required to move to another territory, and asked if the hero knows about it. He answered that he knows, and so what? An angry Rhaegar said that the hero would be wise not to take it so lightly if they found any humans later. The hero interrupted him. The hero replied that he really didn't understand what the man was talking about, but if they found refugees, they would immediately inform him about it. It was the least he could do for him as a sign of respect. At this point, Rhaegar left. Tetra asked how it all went, and the hero said that Rhaegar had suspected him from the very beginning. The hero thought that these refugees were some kind of trap, but it seems that this is not the case. Now they can only wait to see what he will do next. A little later, Rhaegar was tearing the whole room apart, shouting that this kid was pretending to be innocent. He shouted to the girls, asking what they were looking at, and for them to call Bernard and Gilbert. He asked what they thought about it. Gilbert was sure that the refugees went to the territory of Ash. Although they were from the village located according to his observations, they had no more choices. They could go to the territory of Domorgar, but it would take several days, so they would be easily discovered by them. The second replied that they had no evidence yet. They would not be able to bring the case to court. Apparently, Almas had completely covered their tracks. Gilbert asked if this meant he had no choice but to surrender. Bernard replied that at least they had warned them. The next time they have a conflict with them, they will be able to use this excuse to limit their freedom so that next time they will be ready. Rhaegar growled for Almas to wait for this moment. A week later, this event served as a trigger. A large wave of refugees began migrating from Dibel territory to Ash territory. The man called Almas, apologizing for disturbing him so late. The boy asked what had happened. They received a report from their voodoo mages monitoring the border of Dibel territory, and they report that they have discovered about 1,000 refugees heading towards their lands, and to top it all off, Dibel warriors have already detected their movements. Boros said that Dibel had already sent about 1,000 warriors to block their path. Almas said they couldn't ignore the appearance of 1,000 warriors near their border. The hero ordered Bartolo to take 700 of their warriors, as well as 300 from the reserve, and move with them to the border, and asked if the man could organize everything in a short time. Bartolo said to leave everything to him. He always has 1,000 warriors ready to move at any moment. Teatra asked her husband if he was going to invade Dibel territory. The hero replied that, of course it wasn't. It was just a precaution in case Dibel warriors crossed the border. The man next to him said that it would be interesting if they did cross it, because it was a good chance. Why don't they go further and kill Rhaegar? Almas replied that it was rare to hear him say that, but it was unlikely that Rhaegar would be there. The hero thought that if he started an unnecessary fight, the Rhaegars would be much more careful with him, which could later cause problems with marriage and ascending to the throne. The hero decided to act according to the situation. The hero looked into the distance, saying that the land on the other side belonged to Rhaegar. Across the river from them were Rhaegar's warriors. The guy approached Almas saying that Bernard, Rigar's closest assistant, had arrived to see them. Judging by what the guy had heard, he was a competent person. He asked the hero if he could send someone to meet him, but the hero wanted to talk to him personally and ordered him to be let in. Bernard asked if he could find out from the hero why he had brought his warriors here. The hero answered the man that they were the first to bring the soldiers to the border, and Almas had no desire to fight them. As long as they did not try to attack them or cross the border, they would do nothing. Believing his words, the man began to leave until the hero called out to him, asking if he was in command of the army. Bernard replied that Rigar's relative, Gilbert, was in command of the army and asked why the hero was asking. The hero replied that it was nothing special and he just thought he should introduce himself to the commander later. Almas was informed that the refugees had reached the barricade and were apparently already on the other side. It looked like they were going to break through it. But everyone thought that it was impossible. Deebel's warriors blocked the road, and behind the barricade the cavalry was standing ready. Although there were 1,000 of them, half of them women and old people, it would hardly be enough to cross the river. The hero replied that this was to be expected, and now he just hoped that nothing bad would happen. The soldiers had already begun to detain the refugees. They begged to be saved. Panic and a scuffle began. The barricade was broken. The refugees broke through the barricade, which was very bad, because all those who are uncontrollable will be suppressed by force. The hero, seeing what was happening, said that it would simply be a one-way slaughter. Ron called out to the leader saying that they had to save these innocent children. The hero thought so too, but no matter what happened, they couldn't interfere. People continued to die, and the hero ordered his men to control themselves. One of the refugees managed to reach the river, and he screamed for help. A few days ago, a village near the border. That day, the man lost his beloved wife. He apologized to others for Gilbert taking another woman from the village. The grandmother next to him comforted him, saying that as long as she did not resist, Gilbert would at least spare her life. A couple of days later, Gilbert's cart returned to the village again, and finally the man's wife came out. He hugged her, sobbing. The next day, he came to his wife to bring her something to eat and asked how she was feeling. But his wife was dead. He only found out later that his wife had resisted until the very end. This fact angered Gilbert, so he allowed his warriors to harm her. The day his wife passed away, his heart was broken. A couple of days after that, people started talking about escaping from Deebel territory. The man said he wasn't forcing anyone to go with them, but he suggested that they all go to Ash's territory together. Everyone was planning to leave the village. But the man was no longer bothered by anything. They extended a hand to him, saying that he should also go with them. The man knew he had no right to tell him this, but it was because of the man that he lost his wife. But he should not give up his life just because of Gilbert. People began to criticize the Deebels. One of the men recalled a rumor that during the battle with King Fermi, the same Rigar had fled from the battlefield, but he was told to keep quiet if he wanted to live. The man was warned that they were leaving tomorrow, and he still had time to think. All his wonderful memories with his wife turned into tragic memories. He no longer had the strength to stay in this village, and he said goodbye to his beloved. The people at the barricade said that it looked like Ash's warriors were on the other side of the river, and once they crossed it, they would be safe. They saw that Deebels had also brought archers with them and were probably going to shoot at them. Gilbert was among the archers. The man was angry, thinking that Gilbert was to blame for his wife's death. The refugees began to destroy the barricade. The man had no goal, he just followed other people and started running. Compared to him, the man who was killed by soldiers begged to save his life, hoping to squeeze it out, and there was a woman who brought a child with her. But he who doesn't care about his own life anymore is still alive while people who are trying to survive are dying. More and more people are losing loved ones who are important to them, like his wife is not normal. He decided that now at least he should call for help. The man noted that no one was reacting because it was not their problem and they would not do anything. He knew he had to come up with something, anything, to get them involved. He remembered what the man had said about spreading rumors about the Deebels. The man shouted that Rigar was a cowardly bastard. The man screamed that their leader Rigar had wet his pants in fear right in the middle of the battle. He knew that if Gilbert allowed the man who said such a thing to escape, he too would be executed. The archers readied their arrows. The man had attracted the archers' attention and would now be able to involve the Ash family in this. 2 arrows hit him in the back. The Steeless flew towards the hero. The man was glad he did it. One arrow reached the man, Ash. It was his revenge. A dying man saw his dead wife in front of him and smiled as he died. The hero caught the arrow. He called Baltoro, asking if he thought the arrow had hit him by pure chance. Baltoro replied that it was a clear act of aggression. The hero then called Boros. He asked if it was enough to pass it off as an attack, and was told that it was hardly a gesture of goodwill, since the arrow had been shot into their territory. Although the hero did not know the man's name, he understood what he had wanted to do. At least now he could rest in peace. The hero called the warriors, telling them about the act of aggression. That meant they had to eliminate the threat now. Bartolo said that if they attacked from this point, they would hit them right in the flank, which was the perfect plan for them. The hero called for an attack. Dibel's warriors asked him to stop, assuring him that it was a mistake, but the hero continued to approach, looking for Gilbert. Bernard rebuked Gilbert for shooting that arrow and called for the warriors to retreat. The hero reached the center of the army and found Gilbert. Gilbert shouted that it was okay if he killed Almas. He would fix everything after that. This was his chance. The hero asked Ron if he heard that, and he nodded. Almas asked if the man understood that these words could be used as evidence of his attempt on the hero's life. Gilbert shouted at him to shut up and attack. The man was quickly neutralized. The hero's hand trembled. The man asked what they should wish for, whether to run after the soldiers, but the hero replied that it was too much. He decided to first ensure the safety of the refugees and leave this place. The kingdom of King Rositz. The king was irritated by Almas's actions, and the guy next to him said that he always thought that the hero was a calmer person. But since they were abandoned by the ruler, they went over to the hero's side. So it's better to take this positively. The old man shouted that the king should not act on emotions, and Raymond spoils the hero. Although this time everything ended well, there is no guarantee that this will not happen again, and if it happens again, the king promised to cancel the engagement. But still, the hero managed to save people, so he did not regret, although he felt guilty before the king. The hero asked about the trial, and the king explained that the people who confirmed that Dibel's warriors attacked first were the hero's retinue, the warriors of the Ash family, as well as the refugees and warriors of the Dibel family who were grateful for the mercy. In short, Dibel's officers did not admit this, and it was still sufficient evidence, but not enough to compensate. The hero understood that they would not testify against themselves, especially Dibel's people. Raymond explained that the testimony of one high official was worth 100 testimonies of lower-class people. But if they go to court, the hero will still win, and it will hurt the reputation. The hero thought about how it will hurt both of them, and he thought that everything is fine as long as it does not cause harm. But the king said that there is something else left. It turned out that Rhaegal was demanding a holy duel to resolve the incident. The hero did not understand what it was. Raymond explained that it is used to fight a duel to decide who is right. When both sides cannot prove their case, the court cannot make a decision for a duel. The consent of both parties is required. Both warriors swear oaths in the name of the god, and then fight in the presence of the high priestess Yuria. If he is right, the god will take his side. Raymond was embarrassed by this tradition, and in any case the hero had enough evidence so that he had no need to participate in the duel. The king also said that Almas could refuse, but it would hurt his reputation. People will call him a coward or a liar. The king is confident in this strategy and puts Bernard to clear his name after the failure. The hero was confident of victory, but Raymond warned that Rhaegar was the strongest man in the kingdom. The king said that he was much stronger than anyone else, so Bernard believed that he would win. Now the hero remembered that they had shaken hands at the festival, although then he had emerged victorious. Rhaegar had about the same strength as him. The hero asked if Rhaegal had a blessing. Yuria, being behind, decided to explain it to him. The girl heard about Almas's victory, which now got him into trouble. He asked about Dibel's power. She saw it once. Rhaegar had exactly the same blessing as the hero. The hero was surprised that Rhaegar had the same blessing. He didn't understand whether it was normal for two people to have the king's blessing, not to mention that it was clearly not encouraging. The king said that if the hero believed in his victory, he would agree to the duel. The man said that Almas would win the duel because it would be complete. It would destroy Dibel's influence and at the same time automatically fix the hero's position as the next king. The king told Yuri to explain the rules of the duel. She said that the duel would be one-on-one and she would be the judge determining the winner. This duel would be a fight to the death, so he would automatically be the winner if he killed his opponent, but there were cases where the winner was declared when the other one lost consciousness. In case of something, you can surrender, but it is worse than death. He can choose any weapon, but to honor the tradition, long-range weapons, poisons, or other weapons that are considered cowardice are not recommended. People will look at him with disdain if victory is in this way. The hero realized that murder was permitted and told the king that he accepted this duel. The old man said that the battle would be in a week. Ramalia Forest. The hero told the griffin everything and said that he came in search of the sword. The griffin realized that he needed the swords for use, not for sale. The hero also asked for a lot of steel for the war and asked if it was possible to take them all. The griffin said that they were useless to him, so the hero could do whatever he wanted with them. The griffin led him into the cave. As the hero thought, since there were swords of people who tried to fight the griffin, they were all good. The griffin almost forgot about another sword and said to wait for it after flying away. This sword was very smelly, so he buried it a little further away from the cave. But among all the swords, it was the only one that could hurt him. The hero was shocked to remember that even black powder could only tickle the griffin, but this sword could even wound it. This sword was made of dragon Damascus steel. When the hero later asked Enzo about this steel, he learned that Damascus dragon steel is a special type of steel produced in the East, the strongest type of steel made by combining Damascus steel and dragon core. The griffin agreed to give it to the hero on the condition that he not bring the stinking sword back. The hero thanked the griffin. After that, he took the sword to the blacksmith to make a handle and a sheath, and now the sword was ready for the duel. Elsewhere, Bernard said he didn't think the hero would agree to a duel. Rigar reassured his subordinate by saying he would simply win the duel. He asked if Bernard doubted him, and he replied that of course not. Everyone knew Rigar was the strongest, but they still had to be prepared for the unexpected. Rigar just laughed at this concern. Gilbert was once again asking for trouble with sharp words. Bernard thought that Gilbert had not only challenged him to a hopeless fight, he had even been captured, giving the hero an advantage in negotiations. Because of him, they had to spend a lot of money to pay the ransom, and the refugee issue had become complicated. But Rigar was happy that, thanks to this, he could kill the hero. Rigar said that this is the end of the Ash family. When he becomes king, he will take the Ashlands for himself and find a way to make the hero's wives his servants and make Yuria his princess. The day of the sacred duel, Yuria announced that today there would be a duel between Rigar and Almas. The loser of the duel will have to admit his sin and, as agreed, will also have to give his lands and property to the winner. Yuria said that this was the last confirmation to prove their innocence and asked if they swear to have a fair fight and honor its result. The boys took an oath, and she asked them to take their positions. The hero thought that this duel would be his first fight against someone else with a blessing, not to mention that it was the exact same blessing as his. A normal sword would not be able to cope with the power of the king's blessing, but with this sword there should be no problem. Another important factor in this duel is the difference between their weapons. Yuria wanted to announce the start of the duel, but Rigar didn't let him finish and immediately attacked. The hero wondered if this was a scam. It was premature to start a duel. At least he now knew that this sword could handle a clash between two people with the blessing of the king. He saw that Rigar's sword was also not bad. It seemed that their swords were the same in terms of quality. During the fight, the hero noticed that Dibel was simply swinging his sword, relying on his blessing. Although he seems to know a little about swordsmanship, he makes a lot of unnecessary movements. Since it is enough to defeat a normal person, he does not blame them for treating him as the strongest. But if that's all he has, then Rigar wouldn't have a chance against King Ferme. Dibel was capable of. He, cursing, asked if the hero was making fun of him. The fight continued. Rigar was able to forcefully push Almas back. People said that Ash wouldn't be able to handle him. The hero thought that, from the point of view of others, it looked like Rigar was holding the initiative over him, but in fact he had almost exhausted all his stamina in this fight. The hero decided that it was time for a decisive breakthrough. He told Yuria to watch carefully. He dodged the blow. The hero finally took a swing. Rigar shouted that he surrendered. The girl announced that Almas Ash had won. The hero thought that if he killed Dibel now, it would solve all his problems. He noticed that he wet his pants. The king declared that the duel had ended in Almas's victory, and it was time to move on to fulfilling the conditions. The Dibel family was obliged to cede their property and lands to the Ash, and Rigar was to make a formal apology to the Ash family. Rigar apologized, but the king said that was not all. He was unhappy with the guy's tyrannical rule, which was the source of the problem, and as soon as the guy returned, he should think about it and correct himself. The hero could not imagine that the king would scold him for the internal affairs of the house. Those who supported the house of Dibel were also ashamed. The next day, the king praised the hero for his work. The hero was upset that he did not kill Rieger. The king replied that it would be even better if the hero killed him, and some people might hold a grudge. After all, even if he was dead, the Dibel family would continue to exist. But since he surrendered in the duel, everyone will consider him a coward who brought shame upon himself. The families that supported him will turn away, and those who are close to him will look for an excuse to distance themselves. Uriah said that surrendering in a sacred duel carries great weight, since nobles are also warriors. Once they enter a duel, for them there is only victory or death, not to mention that Rhaegar himself challenged the hero to a duel. Raymond explained that people expect a ruler to rule and fight. Everyone knows how bad Rhaegar's ruling abilities are, but his fighting strength is higher than many. But he lost the battle, and it became clear that he had no right to be king, so the nobles would stay away from him. The king said that in any case he had no reason to keep the engagement with Uriah and Rhaegar, and he would use the duel as a break for the engagement. But the man asked Almas to understand that this did not mean that he had already acknowledged him. But still, the king could not afford to leave an empty place for the next king. He said they should announce their wedding as soon as possible, but the problem was timing. Raymond suggested doing it after the hero did something worthwhile. Almas suggested doing it after King Demorgar tried to attack. The king said that such a great achievement was not needed now. He wanted to strengthen the kingdom before they started a war with Demorgar. And for this, the Dibel faction needed to be cleansed, so the hero's marriage to Uriah would be ideal for this purpose. Raymond added on Bernard's account, saying that they must force him to leave his faction or accept defeat. The hero had heard of his competence, and Boros was surprised by the man's skills. Most of Rhaegar's retinue are blood-related people. Fires are current only because of blood, and are truly stupid, but Bernard is different. In addition, the middle and lower retinue of the Dibel family are personally selected by Bernard, and they are also competent. The nobles trust him. It can be said that the house of the Dibel family rests on one person. The king said that if this man died, everything would be easy and simple, but he didn't think they could rely on this achievement now. It was more important. They needed to aim for him to lose his position. The hero thought whether he should do something new, although it would not be considered an achievement in front of the king and nobles. People are waiting for the government and war. If he correctly uses the story about that small kingdom that he heard from Enzo, it could be a good achievement. The hero asked about diplomacy and said that there was one kingdom that caught his attention, so he decided to establish good relations with them. He wanted to form an alliance with them, believing that they would be strong allies. The king asked which kingdom he was talking about. The hero spoke of the kingdom of Alva, located to the east of Rositza. The king knew that these were the people living on the other side of the Alva mountain belt. It was not long ago that the Ash family formed a cavalry army made up of Germans. It was then that the hero heard about the nomadic people from Ain Ziz. Demorgar, with whom they will eventually enter into war, is stronger than this kingdom. If they fight them head-on, they will not be able to win, which means that they will be drawn into a defensive war. In this case, the presence of cavalry is very important. The inhabitants of Adelnia do not pay much attention to it, so if they do not train a cavalry army, they will be able to gain the upper hand. They have stirrups, so they have an advantage. The problem is where to get war horses, and that's why trade with Alva is important for them. The hero said he wanted to get war horses from Alva, or hire mercenaries. That's why he wanted to make an alliance. The king said that because of the language and cultural barrier, they didn't trade much with them. The king wanted to invite someone who had already been in contact with them. The hero called Enz, who had made deals with them. Enzo said that Alva's ancestors were horsemen who ruled there, but then they lost their power and returned to their lands. Some of them decided to stay and assimilate with those living there, so they began to call those who returned Alva's people. The king was surprised at how well they assimilated. Enzo said that the lands of Alva were originally dry, so they were more focused on livestock farming, so it was easy for them. The mountain range that surrounded them further isolated them from the world. Their population was always small, and there were only about 1,000 of them left. Now their blood is completely mixed, which is why they resemble the people of Adelnia. They had a special custom of placing stone blocks on their children's noses so that their faces would be frightening to their enemies. Enzo said that they don't do that anymore. The hero asked if they knew the Adelnian language, and he confirmed it, but added that they have their own dialect, and the cultures are different. In the end, the king was not against the idea and asked Raymond for his thoughts. He did not give a clear answer and asked Boros and Bartolo. The man replied that they sometimes traded with them, and since they were isolated, they had not seen many wars. The man was sure that they would respond to them in a friendly manner if they made contact. The second one said that it would be good if they had Alva's horsemen, and he thought it was a good idea. The hero did not understand what the situation was there now with all this, and they answered him that the people of Alva are divided into 3 large tribes. Tribes Exus, Ares, and Lupus. Ares and Lupus. At the moment, the Ares tribe is weak, and it is under the rule of the Lupus tribe, so basically the power struggle is between Exus and Lupus. The hero asked which of them they could befriend, and Enzo advised Exius. The Lupus tribe refuses to make contact with people from the outside world, while Exius tries to make contact and even takes up farming. Jaya on dry land without rain can farm as long as there is a river, and it is quite expected that agriculture is more productive than a nomadic way of life. So it is understandable why they switched to agriculture, but it will not be easy to change it. The hero decided that the Exus had progressive thinking and could form an alliance with them. He asked the king for permission to negotiate with them. The king agreed, and the hero asked Enz to help him with the intermediate negotiations. Enzo asked permission to participate in them personally, and so they decided to send an envoy to the lands of Alva. Although they send a messenger, the hero does not have much to do. They sent rosewood from the Ash family. First, they started with the first deal and sent them wheat, rock salt, and wine, while the tribe sent them wool and horses. Basically, it's just a small-scale agreement, and since they get resources that were rare for them, it's a win-win deal that was easily accepted. As the hero thought, the tribe also looked for a trading partner. After that, things went well, and they made a big profit. Things were gaining momentum at a time when they were already close to them. Raymond reported that he had received word from a spy in Domorgar, and everything indicated that they had transferred part of their army, and according to the spy, everything would begin in 6 months. They were trying to cut them off from food supplies at the same time as the invasion. The hero promised to finish preparations by the 5th month. The hero decided to strengthen the alliance with Exus, and for this purpose decided to go there himself. Alva mountain range. They were close to their goal, and the hero rode along praising his horse. Yuria went with them. They took her with them because the tribe wanted to meet Yuria, who is famous for using voodoo. The girl noticed that someone was coming towards them. These were the people of Exus. Yuri and the people of Exus quickly found a common language. A man appeared before them, calling himself Muzio. He is the chieftain's second son. He immediately recognized who Almas and Yuri were. The guys introduced themselves to him in the same way. The guys quickly switched to informal communication, because Muzio turned out to be too simple a guy. They all moved on. Seeing the boys riding well, Muzio asked about the instruments on their horses. The hero thought about the stirrup that quickly aroused his interest. The guy asked to teach them how to make it. The hero promised to send them some with the next messenger, so the hero wanted to befriend them. Yuria talked with the chieftain's son about the wool that they sent them. The guy also praised the wheat that they sent them and asked to teach them the secret. Yuria changed the topic to Almas. The hero began to explain how to improve agriculture by talking about 3 things that crops need. He talked about water, sunlight, and nutrition from the soil. If there is not enough of something, there will be no harvest, but most depends on the weather, and water can be taken from the river. But they can control the nutrition of the soil, which is necessary for a good harvest. At first, any soil is nutritious, so this is not a problem, but over time it becomes depleted. Now Muzio understood why their harvest was getting smaller and smaller. The hero advised, first of all, to simply let the soil rest, without planting anything on it for a year. The hero also advised that in order for the fields not to remain idle, the ash should be scattered or mixed with soil from the forest, which is saturated with substances. He will tell you about other methods only after the alliance is concluded. Muzio had more reasons to convince his father. The hero realized that Muzio supported the progressive faction and the formation of an alliance. Yuri asked if the leader was against the alliance. Muzio said his father is from the conservative faction and hates farming and does not seem to support trading as it could destroy their culture. He also thought it was stupid to kill their people for the sake of other people's wars. The hero realized that the most important person was against the alliance, but he did not seem to be a stubborn person. Although he hates farming, he is not against it and agrees to open a deal. It seems that it is all about profit, and the hero feels that he can convince him with profit. After stopping for a break, they began to set up camp. The hero observed and discussed the yurts with Mutsuo. A soldier galloped up to them, announcing that a furious dragon had been spotted heading their way. The hero was surprised. Although he knows they exist, this will be his first encounter with a fantasy monster other than a griffin. Mutsuo said that if it goes berserk, it will be difficult to deal with. The guy apologized and asked the guests to evacuate. Mutsuo asked the hero to help them. The hero said that he had a dragon steel sword with him, and then Mutsuo winked and invited him to hunt. The hero said that he shouldn't just wink when inviting him to hunt because he knew that the hero was an important person from the neighboring kingdom. Mutsuo said that the rampaging dragon is basically a bipedal carnivorous dragon. Its scales are more or less as hard as steel, and you need to aim for the hole between the scales. He asked if the hero is confident in his abilities. The hero asked to give it to him. He is sure that he will cut it like butter. Then it was decided to use Mutsuo and Almus as bait. The hero asked if they could outrun him after they lured him to them. The boy replied that he was slower than a horse and could not see well in the dark if they tried to run as fast as they could to get away. They could try to deal with him or run away after the others had evacuated. The boys began to lure the monster. The dragon opened its mouth and pursued them. As they had planned, they had lured it. The hero noticed the resemblance of the dragon to a Tyrannosaurus. Mutsuo aimed the arrow and decided to poke it a little and released the arrow. The dragon roared and the hero's horse reared. Almus fell to the ground, cursing the horse. Mutsuo said that if they rode on one horse, the dragon would catch up with them, so they would have to kill it here. The hero apologized for the trouble he had caused, and the boy told him not to worry and promised to introduce him to a good horse later. The hero began to fight the creature using a sword. Mutsuo said that attacking an enraged dragon from the front was reckless, and that at this rate everything would end badly. He galloped off to help the hero. He began to shoot arrows at the monster. The hero was puzzled how a short bow could pierce scales that the hero's sword could not pierce. The hero realized that the wind was blowing in the same direction as the arrow. The hero shouted that in that case he was counting on Mutsuo's support. He started attacking again. He swung, telling the monster to fall already. The dragon fell, and the hero decided to jump to deliver the finishing blow. Finally, they defeated him. Mutsuo was surprised that the hero killed the enraged dragon almost single-handedly, which means he has quite a terrible physical strength. He hopes that the hero will reveal this secret to him later. They decided to pick up the body later, and the hero asked for a ride. They returned to the others. Yuria saw that the hero was covered in blood and became worried. The guy said that it was the blood of a monster. The girl was examining him when Enzo came up to ask what had happened to the dragon. Almus said that he had killed it and offered to pick up the body the next morning. All the yurts had already been set up, thanks to the people of Exus. Mutsuo offered to sleep with the hero that night, and the hero asked him to choose his words more carefully. Mutsuo decided to prepare the food, and the hero took on the wine. They poured the alcohol into cups. Mutsuo asked to tell about his inhuman strength. The hero agreed to tell, but only if Mutsuo told him why he controlled the wind when he shot the arrow. The guy thought so, and Almus noticed this and said that it was from his blessing, which allows him to control the wind. They call it the blessing of the wind spirit. Now the hero knew 4, including himself, with blessings. Mutsuo again spoke about the physical strength of the hero, asking to notice that if he were a normal person, the dragon would then bite off a good piece of him. How great is the hero's reaction to avoid such a thing? The hero said that it was also a hunter's blessing that increased his physical strength. The hero still didn't want to reveal his trump card, but he didn't lie when he said that it increased his physical strength. The hero said that he would like to form an alliance with the Exus tribe, so he asked if Mutsuo would help him. The boy didn't mind. He also didn't mind that the hero wanted to hire them as cavalry since they were actually poor, so they would be more than happy to accept it. They also had people forced to sell their goats to survive, but it seemed his father wanted a slightly better deal. The hero said that they would help each other if one of them was in danger, because it was a two-way alliance. In that case, Mutsuo had no reason to refuse. After all, they were also threatened by the Lupus tribe. From their point of view, the kingdom of Rosets is quite strong, which is why they will be a great ally for them. But is the hero sure that he agrees to this deal? Almus answered that he does, and the king entrusted him with the entire negotiation. Muzio asked about whether the king is ill and whether the next king will agree to an alliance. The hero replied that the next candidate for the role of king also approved of this union, but the hero could not yet say who it was. In that case, they only had to figure out the payment and selection of people. Muzio asked permission to take command, not to mention that he is the head of a non-conservative faction, and asked if the hero allows plunder during war. The hero realized that for the horsemen, war is tantamount to plunder. The hero allowed everything as long as it did not affect the war against the kingdom of King Demorgar. The rest depended on Princess Yuria, whether she could cure the illness of her stepmother Muzio or not. Chief Exus had 3 wives. They are called the first, second, and third queen respectively. Muzio is the son of the second queen, while the crown prince Metil was born from the third queen. The third prince was born from the first queen. Thus, the youngest holds the highest position. Yuria was currently treating the third queen. The woman asked if it was possible to cure her. Yuria believed in it and said that she would now perform the ritual. Therefore, she asked to leave them because it was a secret. Almas left, and Yuria said that her weakness was not related to the disease. The third queen asked again, and the girl told her that it was a curse and, moreover, a very sophisticated one. Although it does not act immediately, it slowly weakens her body. Yuria thought that there were people in their tribe who could do something like that and asked the queen what her guesses were. She didn't think there was anything like that. Yuria said that maybe it was something she got 2 or 3 months before she got sick, and maybe it was still stored somewhere nearby. The woman couldn't think of anything. In that case, Yuria asked if she had received anything from the first or second queen. The woman handed over a pendant she had received from the second queen when she celebrated the new year. But that was not it. Then she held out the pillow she had received from the first queen. Yuria realized that this was it and tore it apart. There was an insect inside. Yuria said that it was goo poison. She would send the curse back to whoever made it, but most of the time it was sent to the voodoo mage who made it so that it wouldn't harm the first queen. Yuria started working. When it was all over, she told the queen to get dressed and gave her a medicine that had a cleansing effect and told her to keep it with her. As for the curse, the rest was up to the queen. She told the hero everything, and he understood that the struggle for power always happens. The girl said that in Rositza it is also a problem, not having a future heir yet. The hero asked if he wasn't aiming for the crown, then isn't it usually the first son that gets dealt with? And since he's still young, that's not a problem. The girl suggested that it was because of the strict security and women in the tribe occupying a higher position. Yuria is sure that this is the main reason, and the hero became interested in what Muzio thinks about all this. Yuria remembered that they spent the night together. It turned out that he promised to give the hero a horse tomorrow and talk about an alliance. The hero confirmed and said that tomorrow he still needed to deal with the dragon's corpse. It was time for him to go. The girl offered to sleep with her. He told me not to be stupid and kissed me and left. The next day, the hero asked Muzio if he would mind splitting everything 50-50. He agreed, but the main problem was to divide the Shinken and Hecuren because they cannot be divided in half. Shinken is a special metal located in the heart, while Hecuren is one special scale on the body. Muzio had to prepare for the wedding, so he asked to give the Hecuren to him, as it was valuable as a decoration. The hero agreed to take the Shinken for himself. He decided to either give it to Enzo to sell or forge another sword from it. The hero decided to talk about the horse, and Muzio said that they would immediately find him a suitable one. The guy asked the hero about his preferences for a horse. He wanted a red horse, and for it to be brave and obedient. He decided to take a look first, and if he didn't find the right one, he would continue searching. They arrived at the place. The hero saw many good horses. The hero wanted to look at the horses at other stalls, but the guy warned him that the mares there were not as good as those the hero had looked at before. Almas noticed one of the horses, saying that it looked pretentious. He asked Muzio if he could make a loud noise, and he allowed it. He threw firecrackers made of black gunpowder. All the horses except one were frightened. Muzio was surprised by the sound and asked if the hero had chosen. The hero chose the one who was not afraid. Muzio warned that this horse had a black mark, and according to legend, horses with black marks summon evil spirits. Moreover, the mare of this horse died in childbirth, and then her mother also died, not to mention that during the fire, everyone except this horse burned. The hero asked why they kept her then. Muzio said that it was because her mother was very good, and the horse itself was quite strong. They were keeping her for offspring. The guy thought that since the hero was the son of a griffin, he could choose her. The guy said that the hero can try it to decide. The hero, riding on her, realized that she did not resist when he put on the saddle and stirrup. He was already deciding what name to give her when the wolves appeared in front of them. He was surprised that they would show up in broad daylight and so close to the tribe's village. That's what he got for riding this horse for the first time. He threw firecrackers at them and ran away with the horse, still deciding that he wanted to take it for himself. Capital of the Exus tribe. Harry's girl, that it is an honor for her to meet King Exus. She adds that she came here on behalf of King Rositz. She introduced herself as Yuri Rositz. The guy next to her bowed and introduced himself as Almas Ash, adding that he was accompanying Yuria. The man in front of them said he was glad to see them here. He introduced himself as the chief of the Exus tribe. The older man says that if you follow their customs, he is the king of Exus. Turning to Princess Yuria, he first asks to allow him to thank her for her help. He added that they had done him a great service. He offered his hand to the girl, who shook it with a kind smile. Almas thought about the fact that now Yuri is the confidant of King Rositza, but he is also responsible for the details of the negotiations. He understands that King Exus also understands this very well. The rest of the negotiations now lies with the guy. The king suggests that Almas get straight to the main topic of discussion. Their offer of an alliance is very generous, if slightly flawed. The king's tribe is quite weak, so food from their kingdom would be very welcome, but it is still too cheap for the king to ask to risk their lives. Not to mention that by allying with them, the king's tribe will also act against the kingdom of Demorgar. He added that they also have enough trouble with their main rival, the Lupus tribe. Since their subjugation by the Ovan tribe, they have been gradually encroaching on their territory. The king explains that if they form an alliance with the kingdom of Demorgar, they will become a serious threat to them, and asks what they think about it. Almas reflects that the king's reasoning for why he is against the union is more or less similar to what Muzio said. The guy says abruptly that everything is as the king said, so he believes that they really need a bilateral alliance. The king did not immediately understand about the two-way alliance. The guy answered positively and explained that if Domorgar attacked them, the Exus tribe would help them, but if the Lupus tribe attacked the king, they would come running to help. The king notes that this is a very interesting proposal, but it will only balance the pros and cons. The king says that he can accept the proposal only if it brings more pros than cons. Almas thought, realizing that the king was right. If they were going to form an alliance, then there should be more pluses than minuses. The guy asks that, in that case, Methel becomes the main successor, and clarifies whether this statement is true. The king replies that it is so, and asks, so what? Almas asks, what if the king himself were added as an heir to the union, and asks what the king thinks about this. Basically, this means that King Rositz will support Matil as the crown prince. Of course, this is not to interfere with the succession to the throne in his tribe. The king himself is silent. Almas continues by saying that the second prince is Muzio and the third prince is Leidos. The guy says that he wants their names to be added to this union as well. The guy explained that in that case, Methel's position as the hereditary prince would be even stronger. The king says it's working out pretty well, but there's only one question left. He says that, given the fact that the king of Rositz is not in the best condition, he will ask the question, how will his future successor react to their union? Almas replies that there is no need to worry about this. His heir also supports this union, although he cannot share the king's identity with him. The king bows his head and says that he would like his heir to confirm this personally, rather than have it be verbally, but he believes that Almas is it. The guy tensed up after these words. The king noticed that he had hit the bullseye. He continues by saying that they had gathered enough information about their leadership, as one must be well informed about who one was going to ally with, and at the very least he expected them to come as a negotiator. The boys were very surprised. The king noticed that they also got along well with each other. He smiled and said that a couple were quite easy to read. Exus says that since the guy is the heir, there is nothing wrong with hiding his identity from unnecessary attention. Almas wanted to start some mouse, but the box interrupted him and told them not to worry. He would not bother the people who helped him. In the end, Yuria helped him enough regarding the matter with the third queen. The king says that he guarantees that he will also keep this secret. Almas realizes that the king is essentially saying that they too must keep the curse incident a secret. In this way, he wants to say that they can count on his support, he clarifies. Isn't this too bold of him, since he is just the leader of a key tribe? Almas bows and says that for them, this is certainly not too daring. He asks to accept his gratitude and explains that he has been promised the position of the next king if he makes this alliance. The king understands what he is talking about. The man then suggests that they form this alliance. The guy raises his head and smiles. They shake hands. Almas thanks the king, for this is a strong alliance. And so their alliance was sealed. With this achievement, the boy secured his place as the next king, and he became engaged to Yuria, Dibel family palace. From there, loud cries of abuse could be heard. The boy banged his head on the floor, wondering why Almas would become the future king. He turns to the mustachioed man with a loud question. Isn't this strange? The man asks Regar to calm down. Fear can be heard in his voice. He kicked Gilbert in the stomach, loudly ordering him to shut up. The mustachioed man's face twisted in intense, searing pain. Regar grabbed the stick and began to smash everything around with loud shouts of abuse. He grabbed his head, asking himself what the fuck he was supposed to do with all this now. He sat down on the floor, crossed his legs and holding his head, began to beg Bernard for help. But this time Bernard was nowhere to be found. Not long before, several residents from the Dibel territory had gathered in a small hut. Earl's people. The guy asked Earl what this was. The guy explained that it was a detailed list of the people in Dibel's house and their influence in it. The man behind the counter asked if he had gathered all this information. Earl replied that he had been a traveling merchant in the past, so he still had some connections with people in Dibel territory. The guy continued by saying that the structure in Dibel's house is very simple. It is divided into two sides, Dibel's relatives and non-relatives. He explained that the first was led by Gilbert and the second by Bernard. Earl added that all important roles in the Dibel household are monopolized by members of the Dibel family, while official work is done by competent people outside the main family. The man replied that it was a very bad structure. The people with power and the people who actually have power have changed places. The guy behind the counter asked why the people didn't rebel and instead submitted to Dibel. Earl replied that it had something to do with the history of the kingdom. The boy continued, saying that two powerful influences were replaced by one when the House of Esh was destroyed. Then a rumor spread about the deterioration of the health of King Rozek, and then people began to think that the House of Dibel would take over. The smart people in the kingdom began to gather under Dibel's family, as it had a better prospect. But he himself did not understand and treated them badly. Then the man who greeted them after giving them the job was Bernard. The girl behind the counter asked if Bernard was their savior and if they owed him a debt. Earl replied that it was true, and therefore if Bernard managed to win the struggle for influence in the house, it would be even better for them. The guy thinks that this is why the non-relatives' side is subordinate to the Dibel house. The guy added that, using this moment, he would try to persuade them to cross over to the other side. They are competent, but they do not like the current state of affairs. They think about changing their loyalty. Earl asks if they can help find the people on this list. The couple responds that they will be happy to help the guy in his search. The guy was happy and said that it was very good and suggested meeting at the same place tomorrow. The next day, the man behind the counter said he had good news for Earl. He continued by saying that they had narrowed it down to the top 3 people he was confident could trust. Earl replied that he understood everything. The man explained that there was Yosef, the head of a detachment of 100 people, Dora, the master of dogs, America, an expert in the Krishan language. The man asks if it would be good if the Ash family would accept them, and Earl replies that that would be very good. The guy replies that he wants to check them out himself first. He says that he will meet with each of them in the role of a traitor. The guy asks the couple to continue working with the list. They cheerfully respond positively. Earl continues by saying that after he has made contact with them, he will decide whether to snatch them from the Dibel faction or not. He cheerfully says that he is heading out. He headed to a small town. A man nearby was working out hard. Looking at this, he wondered if this was Yosef, the leader of a detachment of 100 men, the man who had commanded a detachment capable of suffering on equal terms with King Fermat during the previous war. As he walked up the stairs, he thought that he would have to try hard to say hello and try to leave a good impression of himself. He greeted loudly, drawing the working man's attention to himself, and the latter turned around. The man asked loudly who this guy was and what he was doing here. The guy introduces himself as Earl. He says he is a vegetable vendor and asks if the man minds if the guy steals a little of his time. The man put down his training weapon and doubted the guy's power and asked if he was just a vegetable vendor, since he had never seen the guy before. Earl smiled awkwardly and replied that he had been traveling to faraway places, but had wandered around the house for a bit and had eventually returned here. The man asked again about distant places and continued. He said that the guy had nothing to do here. The man did not need anything from him, so he told the guy to just leave. Earl realized that the man was very careful. He asked the man not to speak like that. He took out a case of water and asked Yosef if he would like to try it. The man looked at the case strangely. It seems he knows what's inside. Adelnia, lately, it was made in the ash house. Yosef opened his eyes and asked where the guy got it from. Earl told him that it was a really rare thing that only a handful of people could get, and thanks to his connections, he was able to get it. The guy continued that this was also one of the reasons why he came back here. He wanted to try this wine. Earl offers to commemorate their meeting. He offers a drink. Yosef was very surprised by this. They sat down and began to open the case of wine. After trying it, the man smiled brightly and loudly exclaimed that this thing was wonderful. Earl added that, no joke, it's just something, no matter the type of alcohol, the first one to try it will always be very surprised, but not Yosef. The man replied that this was actually the second time he was trying it, which surprised him greatly, but Yosef continued that he had asked to share the leftovers at the harvest festival. Earl apologized abruptly and said that he was not aware of such a high position that he was able to taste this wine at the harvest festival and asked the man to introduce himself. The man waved off the pleasantries and replied that his name was Yosef, adding that he was the commander of a detachment of 100 men. Earl opened his eyes wide and said loudly that he was sitting in front of a great man who wielded a spear and a sword. The guy seemed to understand everything and added that this explained his athletic build. Yosef smiled and said the merchants are indeed good with words, but he doesn't think the guy has anything that interests him, but still asks to show the guy what he has. Earl suggests turnips to start. Yosef was surprised that the turnips looked as if no one had touched them. Earl smiled and said that they were the best he had. The man was upset and said that he was very sorry, but he had absolutely no money to buy something of such quality. Earl was indeed upset, but Yosef replied that despite his high position, he was not paid as much as it might seem at first glance. The man continued, saying that restraint is a virtue and he prefers to buy leftovers. Earl lowered his head and said that, as expected of Yosef, although the troop of 100 people was famous throughout the world, he understood that the troop lived very modestly, and he respected them very much for that. Yosef was surprised by this statement and asked if people like him were really paid much more in other places. Earl answered in the affirmative and asked if all this didn't apply to men. The latter was surprised and said that the guy was talking nonsense. He added that he was quite happy with the fact that he was being paid in wheat, but he understood that now money could be needed for anything, and the exchange rate of wheat for money was quite low. Earl nodded and said that the man should probably discuss it with his superior. The guy added that it cannot be that the kingdom treats people like Yosef so badly, much less such great people whom the kingdom never wants to let go. Yosef was lost in thought when suddenly someone next to them began actively calling for Dad. 3 children ran to Yosef screaming. They were calling for their father, and the man smiled and was happy when he saw his children. Earl asked if these were his children, to which he received a positive answer. Yosef shared that although it is difficult for him with children, he feels that everything works out for him, especially if it is for his children. Earl was lost in thought until the older child asked, "What about food?" Yosef said that they had a guest and therefore asked for a little patience, to which the child replied that they were very hungry. The man realized that he would not be able to talk calmly. He apologized, realizing that he had to leave. Earl asked the man to stay. The guy put a bundle of vegetables in front of him and asked him to accept this gift. Yosef doubted and asked the boy again if he was sure, to which the latter replied that everything was fine, even though the quality was lower than that turnip. He hoped that they would get along well in the future. The guy added that if they didn't mind, he would bring more and sell it at a very good price. The man was loudly surprised and said that he would be very happy about that. The boy began to walk away from Yosef's house and waved his hand to him and his sons. He has a new idea in his head, and now he is going to visit the other 2 territories of Devel, Earl's hidden hut. After checking everyone he was offered from the list, his friends asked him how it all went. The guy shared that everything went great and he had a good feeling about these three. He explained that Yosef values his skills and also has a clear goal to feed his children so he can be trusted. Dora is worried about the man's offer to use her offer. She is proud of her work. If they can use it, then there is no need to worry about her betrayal. After meeting Amerigo, the guy immediately took out a loan. He is good in accounts, so he will be much more valuable to the Ash House than those two. Also, it seems he is in poverty, so using the debt, they can get him out of this situation. After finishing his story, Earl asked how his friends were doing. The girl replied that now they would have to be careful, because in comparison with those three, these people were not as good and their trust could be doubted, but they could make a list of several dozen people. Earl understood everything and asked to split the list into two parts. The girl became interested. The guy clarified that people should be divided into those in need and those who can be sent on reconnaissance missions. The man behind the counter seemed to doubt. Earl turned around and replied that he would do the reconnaissance himself, so they would leave it for tomorrow, and told him to try hard, to which he received a positive answer. About a month passed. Yosef's house. The whole family was in grief, because one of the children was very ill, and of course there was no money for treatment. Everyone sat nearby to support him. The boy was feverish. He was breathing heavily. There was a cold cloth on his forehead, which had almost warmed up. Two children next to the man loudly say that their brother is not feeling well, and Yosef, of course, understands this. He hangs his head, saying that he is pathetic because he cannot find money for his son's medicine. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The man turned his head and asked who was there. It was Earl. He greeted the man politely, and the latter was glad to see him. The guy brought him vegetables as he promised, and Yosef thanked the guy for such kindness. The man started scratching his head and said that the guy should leave now and apologized. Earl was surprised by this statement, opened his eyes and asked what had happened. The man admitted that his son was sick. The guy raised his eyebrows in a sympathetic gesture and said that it was really terrible. Earl asked abruptly for permission to enter the house and examine the boy in case he could help the boy in any way. Joseph had no choice but to hope that the boy could help and let him into the house. Earl was already standing next to the boy's bed and put his hand to his forehead and the boy's forehead, trying to understand how bad it was. He left the boy's room so as not to disturb the baby. Earl wasn't sure, but he thought the boy showed signs of malnutrition and asked if the man had tried talking to the Debel household. Yosef replied that, of course, but the shaman from the house of Debel would never come to a stranger like him. The man suddenly tensed up and said that he was also ridiculed after asking for a review of the working conditions. The man admits that he can no longer ask the Debel house for anything. He can't even help a suffering child. Earl fell silent and thought deeply. The guy offers the man to go over to the side of the Ash House. Yosef was very surprised by this offer. Earl explains that the status of commander of a detachment of 100 people is guaranteed. Now, the pay is 10 times more. He added that a mansion would be prepared, and also, depending on success, one could hope for a promotion. The man scratched his head awkwardly, said that it was a cool offer, but there was something. The man instantly fell silent when he realized what he had been promised and opened his mouth wide. Earl apologized for not telling him earlier that he had been a vassal of House Almus all this time. Yosef frowned when he realized he had been deceived. The guy confessed honestly and asked if the man would agree to his proposal. Yosef remembers that he is indebted to Bernard. Earl doubted his words and said that it was because of him that the man was now completely in debt and living in poverty. He said that Regar had broken off the engagement and was deprived of the right to inherit, and that Bernard would be removed from the political system and power. The guy added that the man would end up in the same situation as him, so he wouldn't be able to help in any way. Yosef fell silent, thinking about something. Earl explained that Almus was still young and always lacked subordinates. He had no family, so anyone had a chance to get promoted. The boy continued, saying that the boy had a future just like the man, and asked how long he would cling to Debel's house. He asked Joseph to think again about his proposal, for the sake of his children. The man sighed heavily. He put his hand on his head, grinned and said that the guy was able to catch him. Earl's eyes lit up with hope. Joseph asked the boy to wait 3 days, and also that he agreed to his proposal. Earl smiled, agreed, and said she would wait for the man at the mansion on the Ash property. The boy left his house, politely waving goodbye to the man. Earl pulled his hood up, knowing there were only 2 people left to convince. Thus, all three came under the protection of House Ash, and this news reached Rhaegar, Dibella, residents of Dibel, as Wority. Rhaegar tore the papers in his hands and wondered what kind of nonsense this was. He had in his hands the resignation and migration letters from Joseph, Dola, and Amerigo. The guy started to loudly complain that he understood what papers he had in his hands. He loudly asked why they were moving to the Ash territory. The man next to him replied that people would serve the House of Ash, to which Rhaegar began to loudly complain that this would definitely not happen. The man explained that if they all paid the immigration tax, then everything would be according to the law. He added that the consent of 2 houses would also be needed. If Rhaegar refused innocent commoners, then his master would become famous as a scoundrel. Rhaegar certainly didn't like this. He rudely asked why his subordinate thought so, to which the man apologized for his rude words. The guy said that they were all going to Ash's house and ordered the horses to be prepared. The subordinate wondered what he was planning. Rhaegar replied that all this irritated him and he was going to personally voice all his complaints. The man asked the gentleman to stop because this would not really achieve anything. Rhaegar ordered him to shut up and asked him rudely whose side he was on anyway. Bernard replied, of course, on his master's side, and the boy replied that then he should shut his mouth. Rhaegar set off while Bernard watched him silently. The man was addressed abruptly. He understands that he was unable to stop the guy, rather the opposite. He was asked, in that case, their transition. The man interrupted him and said that it was obvious. Bernard understands that the preconditions for this were there before. One, with the dissolution of the engagement, the vassals lost faith in him. They must take immediate action. However, the next time 10 people went to the lands of LL, Rhaegar was loudly indignant. He thought that this house had probably sent out spies along with the new arrivals. Gilbert smiled slyly and turned politely to Rhaegar. The guy looked up and asked why he spoke so abruptly. The man began his story. He said that there were rumors that Bernard had made a deal with the King of Rosets behind his back. Rhaegar's face twisted at this information. He shouted sharply that this definitely couldn't be. Bernard couldn't do this. Gilbert added that, however, if you think about it, it was he who insisted on the holy battle. Bernard never makes hasty decisions. He is well aware of the incredible power of Almas Ash. Rhaegar frowned and wondered if the man had done this on purpose. Gilbert bowed slightly and said that everything was so. Without a doubt, the guy could not believe what he heard. Rhaegar rushed around the room in panic. The guy went into thought, saying that the people Bernard had transferred were different. She said that no one could be trusted. Rhaegar loudly ordered Gilbert to keep an eye on the richest remaining vassals, but nothing more, and asked if the man understood everything. Gilbert bowed politely and said that he understood everything. He thought that this was enough. The man behind the counter told Earl that everything went smoothly. The guy smiled brightly and said that it was true. They had already gathered 13 people, but that was enough to cause trouble in Dibel's house. Earl says their strategy is paying off. The man replies that it is wonderful and adds that rumors have already begun to spread about them, and besides, they have spent a lot of effort. Earl said they had no choice. Now the remaining people in Dibel territory would not be able to balance the income of the house. All 3 of them fell silent for a while. The girl asked hesitantly what their next step was. Earl explained that their next target, the last remnant of Dibel's house, was Bernard. The guy clarified that if they didn't lure him away, then their plan had failed. The couple was silent for a while. Earl asked if there was something wrong with them. The couple asked if they really had to do this. The guy was surprised. The man asked hesitantly if they should take such risks to fulfill the plan. The guy doesn't understand why they think that way. The man explained that it was already clear that the Dibel house was now on the verge of collapse. If they left everything as it was, they would not have the strength to resist them, and asked if that was really not the case. Earl scratched his head and replied that it was not so, and clarified, especially if it concerned Bernard. The guy clarified that if the rumors are true, then Bernard is one of those who should be feared. He began to tell that when the king handed over the throne to Almas, Rhaegar had no faith in his victory. The House of Dibel found itself in a rather difficult situation. Then Bernard suggested taking the throne by force. Of course, their forces will not be enough for this, so they make a deal with the powerful kingdom of Demorgul. Wrapped around the king's neck, he will become Demorgul's vassal. Earl asked to remember the battle with Ferme. Rhaegar did not fight but sat out in his territories. The guy continued, saying that he was not brave enough for such a thing. It was extremely difficult to decide on such a betrayal alone. Earl said that now he has enough confidence to defect to another country, but no one will support him, so he will never decide to do it. The guy clarified that Regar is currently supported by Bernard. Earl concluded that this was precisely why dealing with Bernard was their main task. He understands that the couple is exhausted by this long game of hide-and-seek. Earl said that there was only one last step left and asked us to try it together. The couple smiled affectionately. The man raised his fist encouragingly and said that Bernard was their last target. The girl supported him and said that they would deal with him. Quiet streets of the city. Gilbert turned to his master. Regar was unhappy with this and rudely asked what happened. The man bowed politely and said that he hoped that this time they would definitely believe him. The guy was interested. Gilbert said that recently someone suspicious was seen near Bernard's mansion late at night. Regar lacked facts. He ordered to speak more precisely. The man agreed and said that, as his master had ordered, he had been keeping an eye on the rich vassals. In the darkness, he saw a silhouette and followed it. Eventually, they led him to the lands of Ash. Regar asked for more. Gilbert said he didn't want to say it, but it seemed that Bernard was in cahoots with Almas Bro. This shocked the guy so much that he opened his eyes in anger and shock. Regar didn't want to believe in Bernard's betrayal until the very end, but he didn't care about the others. He ordered several people to be sent to spy on him. The guy threatened that if no evidence appeared within a week, he would be clean. The boys were again happy that everything went well. The girl clarified that, according to the report she received, their rumors reached Regar's ears, and also added that he had increased surveillance of Bernard. The man shouted that it was a success, and asked if they could finish it. Earl replied that not yet, they needed to put the finishing touches on it. The guy suddenly lifted the blanket and said that it was time for the last one. The couple was very surprised by what they saw before their eyes. 3 days later, Bernard's mansion. Bernard sat and drew something on paper with a brush. He rolled up the paper and tied it with a string. The man gave the letter to the servant and ordered him to deliver it to de Morgul. Bernarda said that this letter might be the only hope for the house of Debel. The subordinate asked if something was bothering him and asked if it was really Ash's house. Bernard responded positively and said that Gilbert could take advantage of this. He understood that in any case, it was worth being vigilant. Suddenly, he heard some noise above the ceiling and wondered what it could be. He asked the maid sharply what was going on. The girl replied that the ambassadors had arrived. Bernard's eyes widened in realization of what was happening. He abruptly approached the girl, grabbed her by the shoulders, and asked who these ambassadors were. The girl awkwardly answered that they were the ambassadors of the House of Ash. The man abruptly asked, did they really let them in? The girl with trembling hands replied that the ambassadors said that they were aware of Bernard, that is why they came to visit. The man loudly and sharply asked what they had done. Bernard began to loudly signal the girl to send them back as quickly as possible, saying that the man should not say hello. He handed it over. Earl was already behind him and greeted the man with a polite smile. Bernard turned around and, realizing who was standing in front of him, was very surprised and opened his eyes wide. Earl confirmed his name, bowed, and said that he was the ambassador of Mr. Almas, and introduced himself by his name. She began to explain that House Debel and House Ash were not on the best of terms right now. The guy continued by saying that he understood his reluctance to meet them, but they wanted to correct this misunderstanding, so they came to him personally today. Bernard bowed back and apologized for his rudeness. He hoped that they could work out any disputes between the two houses. He looked up and said that he hoped that in that case, he hoped that they wouldn't mind if Regar acted as a witness to their conversation. Earl smiled and said he didn't mind, but asked that they present him with their modest gifts first. He turned to his friend and asked to show him. In the man's hands were 2 chests filled with gold. Bernard's eyes widened at what he had just seen. Earl smiled and said that it was a kind gesture from Mr. Almas and politely asked to accept it. Bernard's eyes widened at these words. This does not look like a gesture of goodwill at all. The man fell over, saying that he could not accept such a gesture of goodwill. He politely asked to take it and leave. Earl was very surprised by the statement. He loudly apologized if he had offended Bernard. The guy bowed slightly, apologized and said it was just a gesture of goodwill, but did not argue and said that they would leave. A quiet and dark night fell upon the city. Bernard asked his servant if they had left, to which he replied that they had. The servant added that the boy had left his gifts anyway, which surprised Bernard greatly. Trembling, he said it was just a game. The man ordered that it be sent back immediately, to which the servant next to him bowed and said that he would do everything. Bernard heard some rustling behind him. It made him very nervous. He turned his head and thought that perhaps it was too late now. Very loud cries were heard on the streets of the throat. Someone was loudly asking, "Is this really true? Could the informant have been mistaken?" Gilbert raised his hands and said that he himself could not believe what he had learned, but he was sure that Bernard had definitely accepted the ambassador's gifts. Regar pushed the man aside and turned to the servants nearby, asking what they would say. They only bowed and left the question unanswered. Gilbert thought that everyone here was only dreaming of Bernard leaving. The man began to rejoice that now none of his vassals could betray him and said goodbye to Bernard. Someone spoke politely to Bernard to get his attention. The man says that if Gilbert has decided on something, then he can no longer be persuaded. He understands that at this rate, he will definitely be killed. The girl apologized to him. Bernard replied that there was no need to apologize for something like that. He said that it was Earl who used different dirty tricks. He understood that if they had refused, Earl would have come up with something else. The man realizes that now is his time to act. After some time, he reached Regar, saying that they needed to talk. The guy looked sternly at Bernard and asked if something had happened. The man replied that he was already quite old. He bowed and added that he would probably retire very soon. Regar was surprised by such a statement. Bernard added that he wanted to give all his duties to Gilbert. The guy didn't like this. He banged the table loudly and asked if the man really thought he would be allowed to leave. The latter simply apologized. Bernard turned around and pointed Jan out. Regar screamed, tried to stop him, but nothing worked. The man didn't even turn around. Finally, Regar shouted the man's name loudly, hoping that he would stop, but it didn't work. It was bright morning. Bernard got out of bed, realizing that now he would not be able to just get out of bed. The girl next to him covered her face, saying that the gentleman's face had undergone strong changes. This is the consequence of losing the blessing of the great king. The man smiled slightly. Bernard realizes that he has taken on too much and now he needs to get some rest. After this, his illness began to progress rapidly and Bernard soon died. At the age of 82, perhaps he died happy that his clan was not involved in the civil war. Almas made an alliance with the Exus tribe. Earl successfully completed his plan. It was the 6th month, and finally the invasion of the kingdom of Demorgol into the lands of Ash began. The man loudly announced, saying that everyone probably knew that the kingdom of Demorgol had sent its troops to their lands. He added that with the help of Almas Ash, their kingdom would repel this attack. He asked Almas to come over. The boy proudly stepped forward, saying that he would definitely defeat Demorgol. People smiled politely at him and whispered among themselves. The girl came up from behind and addressed Almas. She smiled kindly and said that if she couldn't go with him, she would at least walk him home. The guy politely thanked Yuri. The girl added that the DeBell house was not even present at the ceremony. Almas replied that they themselves refused the invitation. He assumed that this was because they learned about the appointment of the general. The guy smiled and said that he wanted to ask the girl to take care of the capital in his absence. Yuria smiled back and said that the guy could count on her. The general was addressed sharply and loudly. Almas turned his head and asked Ron what had happened. The man asked if he had found out the enemy's numbers. The guy replied that it was about 25,000, a figure that really surprised the man. Almas began to tell that they have 10,000 soldiers and 1,000 mounted warriors. 2,000 mounted warriors came to them from the Exus tribe. In total, 13,000 warriors, the guy summed up, saying that the enemy army is almost twice as big as them. Ron grabbed his head and said that he wanted to gather more troops and asked if they had too few troops from the rich clans. Almas replied that they had no other choice, although he had gathered troops, but Regar was still the head of the house of Dibel. That's why they hadn't gathered many. The guy added that other clans had also provided them with quite a few soldiers, saying that he could join Demorgol right during the battle and go against them. He says that such soldiers would be superfluous in their army. Almas asked Ron not to worry. He added that the United States had declared its neutrality. The guy summed it up by saying that everything wasn't that bad and advised the man to just remember that. The soldier turned to his general and informed him that they would soon pass over the hill. They arrived in the Teria Valley. Ron said that everything can be seen from here, especially the fortress. Almas replied that the fortress is quite old and it seems to have been renovated. The guy says that Ismay's project was very good. Building outer walls to increase the defensive power was indeed a good idea. Ron turned sharply to his general and said that he would show everything to the recruits and just let him rest. Almas apologized and said that he would do so and asked the guys to also find time to rest. The guy entered the room where Tetra met him. The girl asked sharply about the enemy army. The guy answered that it was 25,000, but Tetra asked if they could win. Almas replied that in a normal fight, no, but he discussed it with everyone. In order to win, they need to do two things. First, to maintain such an army, it is necessary to replenish supplies, so they must be promised a supply line to the enemy. Secondly, Demorgal does not have the best relations with neighboring states. If they can take advantage of this, they will acquire new allies. Almas smiled and said that they would definitely cope. He asked the girl if she was worried. Tetra replied that no, she knew the guy would never lose. Ron runs into the room with a loud scream. Almas asked what happened. The man reported that enemies appeared on the horizon and asked the general to go with him. The guy tensed up, getting up from his chair, ready to run. The group ran to the exit of the building to assess the situation. They ran out into the street, looking at the approaching enemy army. Domoragala's army, the guy asked, is it really 25,000? Tetra responded by saying that it was time for Almas to take command into his own hands. After all, a general was not just some word. The guy nodded approvingly and said that he could be relied on. Thus began the Battle of Almas and his army, which would be called the 7 Days' War. Some time ago, the army of Demorgal, the guy calls out to Tonino and asks what he thinks their chances of winning are. The man responded by saying that, of course they won't win, but he promises that he will definitely bring victory. The guy lazily replied that he would leave it all to him. Tonino smiles proudly and believes in his victory. He is the general of the army of Domoragala Tonino. Before him sits the commander of the army, the first prince of Demorgal, Carlo Demorgal. The man understands that it is rude to say this, but he considers the guy too mediocre. The guy sits next to him, complaining that he is bored. But he appreciates this guy. Why? Such people always shift work to others without a second thought, to their subordinates who will cope with it, and so everyone goes to their subordinates with honor. The man understands that he is being used, but in return he was promised the status of a great general. Tonino believes that together they will conquer all of Adelnia. The prince rarely asked why the general suddenly started laughing. The general woke up abruptly and asked for forgiveness. The man told Carlo that their main goal now was to capture the lands of Ash. He added that after this they would make peace. The prince frowned and asked, couldn't they just destroy the entire kingdom of Rositz? Carlo added, what is the point of fighting small states if you can take everything at once? The general replied that they should wait for large-scale conflicts in neighboring countries and then they can take them. He gave the case of Rigar as an example. The soldier came running with a loud cry that he had a report for Tonino and Carlo. He was given permission to speak. The soldier replied that the fortress of Tyria had appeared and also that they would soon arrive at the battlefield. The prince smiled and replied that he would leave everything to the general. Camp, first day of the 7-Day War. Tonino asks, with a stern look, to look at something. He pointed at the map, saying that according to the plan, the fortress of Tyria was divided into 3 zones, with gates located in the north and south, adding that most likely 8,000 people would hold off the siege. The man also said that all forces were thrown into defending the northern gates. He said that they needed to create a siege force and asked if anyone had any questions. The prince thought about it. The general thought that something had happened to Carlo, and the boy asked the man to tell him something. The guy said that his question would sound strange and asked why he didn't ignore this fortress. All the men standing there were very surprised by such a bold statement. Tonino just smiled. The man told Carlo that their supplies would only last for 3 days, and if they did not build a reliable supply network, their army would simply be destroyed. He said that not all of the enemy's army was located in the fortress, so the best solution would be to gradually weaken them. He does not want to allow this to happen, but in case of defeat, having a retreat path plays a very important role. Carlo scratched his chin and said that he understood everything. All the warriors relaxed. The prince smiled and told Tonino to continue and ask what their next step was. The man said that first there would be reconnaissance in force. He added that they would send combat slaves. Tyria Fortress, West Tower. The guy reports that a new wave of enemies is already here. Ron noticed that they were all wearing collars and were not armed. How could you not look at them? They were slaves. He turned to Graham and asked what they had in their hands. The guy replied that they were carrying logs and various tree branches, and he thought they wanted to fill the ditch with them. He raised his hand sharply and said that they must stop the people immediately before this happens, and ordered the archer to get ready. Graham ordered to try to avoid unnecessary hits and added to aim at the load on their shoulders. The command to fire sounded, and all the archers instantly released their arrows. The crowd of poor slaves ran, carrying out the order they had been given. A huge wave of arrows flew towards the fleeing crowd, menacingly flying straight at them. Some arrows hit the load on their shoulders, some hit the people directly, and some missed them altogether. Graham was very surprised. He realized that they were barely affected, and in a panic warned that they were continuing to advance. Ron smiled sarcastically and said that it seemed his squad lacked practice. Graham replied that it was not so, and added that their cargo looked vulnerable, but in fact it was very strong. He concluded that their burden was not only a means of overcoming the ditch, but also a good shield. He also noted that due to the lack of heavy cargo, they were much faster than they could have been. Ron thought about it and asked, so they sent them out without armor and with a shield at the ready? Graham abruptly ordered a change in tactics and told them to shoot straight at the people as soon as they approached the ditch. The poor slaves ran to the fortress as quickly as possible. The archers continued shooting. They tried to aim as best as possible. The arrows hit people. Ron realized that if they didn't run, they became easy targets. People jumped into the ditch. Ron was very surprised by this. He turned to his comrade and asked if they were really throwing not only the load into the ditch, but also jumping in themselves. He asked if they really didn't want to live. Graham answered that no, He explained that they boast about their shields, which gives them a chance to swim in the water. And he also noted that, moreover, people were gathering logs together. The guy didn't want to believe that they were building a bridge. The people managed to build a ladder and quickly ran to their comrades. Ron was very surprised that people decided to put their ladder on their not very stable bridge. Graham stopped people who were trying to climb the wall with a bow shot. People started falling down the stairs. The guy noticed that they were not capable of more. They have absolutely no weapons, so they can't do anything else. The people turned around and started running back. Ron looked at them with wide eyes, not understanding why they were retreating. The archer wanted to shoot and not let them do it, but Graham stopped him and said that there was no point in shooting. The guy didn't like the order. He started saying that if they ran away now, they could come back with help later, and asked if that wasn't true. He wanted to take them out before that. Graham replied that they definitely wouldn't attack a second time. He understood that their fate had already been determined. Headquarters of the army of Domorgal. The soldier informed Tonino that a group of slaves had already escaped, and the man replied that he already knew about it. He says he expected at least one to be able to climb the wall, but it was too much work for them. He gestured for the soldier to come closer to him. The man ordered to destroy all slaves who came running back, to find out their names and to destroy their families. The soldier said that she would carry out the order. He called the archers closer and told them the plan, and they began to destroy the slaves one by one. Tonino began to speak, saying that the slaves, whose identity had not been confirmed, had served them bravely, as he had promised. He had ordered a hawk to be sent with a letter about the liberation of their families. The soldier accepted the order. He continued, saying that thanks to the people, they had a bridge across the moat, and he gave the order to begin the siege. Suddenly, a huge explosion appeared in front of them. This greatly shocked Tonino and the other soldiers. The soldier quickly reported that their bridge over the moat had been destroyed, and the man replied that he could see it himself. The man noticed that they were using the same fire weapon. Carlo appeared next to him with a sly smile and asked if this was the end of this strategy. The prince spread his arms and said that they had returned to where they started, and asked what the man would do now. Tonino bowed and said that it was just a routine reconnaissance. The men continued, saying that they had found out that the enemy had a fire elixir. He added that during this time they had time to prepare for the next step. The prince asked what the next step was. Tonino only damaged that the siege begins. Fortress Tyria, Central Tower. Ron realizes that the enemy slaves have retreated. Almas turned to Tetra and asked if there was any information about damage to the towers. The girl replied that there was none, and that she thought they were doing a good job. The guy said that this was a good start. He added that the problems were just beginning. The enemy had not yet sent the main army. Tetra agreed with him and asked sharply what she saw there. They both began to peer ahead, trying to understand what they saw ahead. The guy realized that these were siege towers. He noticed that they had erected them quite quickly. Almost he squinted, realizing that they were going to capture the fortress. The crowd of soldiers fled, collecting everything that could help them in the siege of the tower. They were approaching the moat. They wanted to block it in order to get closer to the tower. In front of them, they put up wooden fences. This surprised Almus very much. He looked closely at the enemies. They took out their guns and started shooting at the people at the top of the tower. People in Ash's house were getting injured one after another. The sufferers shouted to Almus that the enemy's light infantry was firing at them. Tetra said that they were distracting attention in order to bring siege towers to the fortress. The guy replied that they were underestimating the power of their fireball. He understands that this is just in time. He shouted sharply for no one to be afraid. He ordered to ignore the siege towers and shoot the enemy's light infantry. The soldiers pulled heavy siege towers towards the fortress to begin the attack. The armed archers continued their attack. They destroyed the people one after another. Almus turned sharply to look at another wounded soldier. The girl shouted that there were archers inside the tower, and the guy gave the order to lie down on the ground. The enemy archers began to attack more actively in order to remove the people and capture the fortress. The girl covered her head with her hands and shouted that it was a very dense fire and asked what they were going to do. The guy decided to draw her attention to something. Alma said the siege towers had entered the catapult's range. The girl asked about the weapon. The king installed Ismay and asked if it shoots stones. Almas gave a negative answer and added that their shells would be much stronger. He explained that their catapults had a rather short firing range. He wanted to get the enemy closer, and he abruptly gave the order to shoot. His soldiers took up the order and shouted their approval. The catapult fired a projectile. He approached one of the towers. The shell hit the turret, causing heavy damage to it. Tetra noticed that the shell had hit and noticed the loud explosion and asked if this was all the fire elixir. Almas answered in the affirmative and explained that the towers were made of wood and should therefore collapse in one blast. The girl noticed that the tower had withstood the blow and was still intact. The guy was very surprised and looked at the tower, which remained intact. He found this very strange and wondered if her fabric was soaked with water. Almas abandons this idea, realizing that in that case they would still be able to destroy the tower. He realizes that their enemies did something else. Domorgul's rate. The prince looked at something in his hand, asking if these magicians had really strengthened their towers. The man replied that everything was so. He explained that the outside of the tower was covered with wet animal skin, under which iron plates were hidden, and thanks to the power of the magicians, their towers were resistant to the fire elixir. He added that their enemy relied too much on the fire elixir, so he would let the siege towers get within the right distance. He concluded that their failure had lowered the enemy's morale. The soldier bowed and told Tonino that the towers had reached the required distance, and the man replied that everything was fine. He turned to the prince and said it was time to move on to the next step. Fortress Terria, West Tower. Graham frowned and said, the fire elixir didn't work. He added that they were unable to stop the siege towers and had no choice but to shoot enemy soldiers with bows and arrows. Ron loudly asked if the people heard and ordered to protect the archers with their lives. Graham thinks about the fact that now their opponents are ordinary soldiers. He understands that they are different from slaves because they are protected by iron armor. He realizes that over 70% of their archers are using bronze arrows. At this rate, they won't be able to penetrate their armor. He noticed a man in the center of the squad. He will tear that, most likely, he gives orders to others. The guy suddenly grabbed his hands and pointed them at the man, shouting that this was their commander. He hit the right target. Graham looks down at the people below, thinking that their coordination must be off. He silently looked at the remaining people. The guy cursed, realizing that they had failed and that with such an army one could only expect that they would be able to get together. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He looked at the towers, which had come as close as possible. Ron pushed his friend away and shouted loudly for him to be careful, adding that their finest hour had come. The soldiers began to shout loudly that the siege towers had opened. The ladder fell, and enemy soldiers began to run from the tower, their eyes shining with a desire to kill. The enemy troops quickly fled to the fortress in order to capture it. Ron held the sword tightly in his hands and defended himself from the enemies. Removing one after another from his path, he stood boldly before his enemies. The soldier tried to attack, but the guy was faster and was able to dodge. He quickly wounded the soldier and removed him from his path. The soldier simply fell off the bridge. The guy put his sword on his shoulder, looking arrogantly at the defeated soldier. He raised his hand and gave a loud order not to allow enemy soldiers to climb the walls of the fortress. The soldiers behind him warned that the enemy was shooting arrows and asked the commander to be careful. The enemy soldiers were close and tried to attack Ron. He smiled and asked with a sly smile, "Do the archers really shoot from the front rows?" The man took out one of the enemies, shouting for General Ron to be careful. The guy was surprised that Joseph appeared next to him. The man smiled brightly, saying that now the captain is in his debt. He thinks about how he was very useful. Ron looks at him strangely and says that the man confuses the concepts of duty and desire. Soldier stood between them, which greatly surprised the boys. Ron asked sharply what the man was waiting for and ordered Joseph to take action. The man understood the order and quickly began to act and attack the enemies. Graham looked at all this from the side with tense silence. He looked at this picture with disappointment, realizing that this was what was to be expected from enemy soldiers. The guy thought about the fact that Ron and Joseph were among the best swordsmen of the Ash House. They instantly cut their hair to match each other, fighting shoulder to shoulder. Graham hopes that the rest of the tower is much calmer. Fortress Terria, East Tower, East Tower. A fierce battle was underway. Two enemy kingdoms clashed in battle. One of the soldiers started shouting, "What do you mean by that? Are they really ready to give their fortress to the enemy?" He himself dodged a blow from one of the soldiers by moving to the side. He attacked back, wounding his enemy. The guy turned to his comrades and loudly asked why they were standing still. He ordered them to take out their shields, and the soldiers loudly agreed. A new wave of offensive by both sides. The same ripe soldier said that there was a very narrow passage here, and this was an excellent chance to use archers. They suddenly raised their weapons, pointing them at the enemy, and the order was given to shoot. The two sides clashed in a fierce battle. Each side wanted to win and take what was theirs, but the enemy side began to slowly retreat. The guy said loudly that they were able to push the enemy back for a short time, and they turned to him sharply, telling him that they were in trouble. Boros turned sharply and asked what had happened. He was abruptly informed that the enemy was rising from below. The guy ran to the edge and looked down to assess the situation. He looked at the boats filled with people. They were building a bridge to give their comrades a chance to get closer to the fortress. Boros began to shout loudly about the spoons on which they build bridges for their comrades. He cursed at them and started shouting, were they really going to hold up these ladders to compensate for the shaking from the waves? The boy started calling Bartolo, trying to figure out where he was. The man was standing nearby and drinking something. The guy suddenly turned to him. Boros started shouting that now was not the time to drink alcohol. This picture made him angry. The man asked what the guy was talking about. Bartolo said that it was obvious that the enemy had directed their forces to capture the Eastern Tower, which meant that they had figured out their main objective. The man suddenly threw the bottle he had been drinking from at his enemy's head. He fell, and the man rejoiced. Bartolo chuckled and said that they had a worthless commander. He added that he didn't care about the young and energetic commanders in the West. The man clarified that the commander wanted to take the East, where experienced soldiers were fighting. Boros endured with malice in his voice. If the man understood the whole situation, then why did he not care? He reminded that if they lost, they would not be able to carry out the order. The man nodded indifferently. Soldiers approached them and reported that the preparation was complete. The guy waved his hand, saying that everything was fine. Boros looked at the man next to him and addressed him with doubt. Bartolo said that they had no other choice, so he was about to use the weapon that Almus gave them. Boros was surprised by the words about a new weapon. Bartolo continued, saying that in order to strike as much fear into the enemy as possible, they should fire all their weapons at once. He took aim, prepared, and a shot. The weapon fired with enormous force. Boros took a step back from the onslaught of the shot. All the weapons fired at once, causing a huge noise in the ears and a strong jolt. A huge veil of smoke and gunfire rose over the fortress. The enemy soldiers looked up, trying to figure out where all the noise was coming from. The smoke from the shot left behind a huge cloud of smoke, which the soldiers noticed. realizing that they could not see anything above. Bartolo gave the order to aim at one point and to point all weapons. He gritted his teeth and said that they must destroy the enemy siege towers. The man gave a new command for them to start shooting. The enemy soldiers retreated back again from the shots. The enemy towers began to burn. Slowly but surely planks began to peel off and other parts fell. Boros smiled and asked if they had really succeeded. He watched as the tower, the fire elixir had not worked quickly, was finally burning. Bartolo concluded that even a tower resistant to the fire elixir could not withstand the firepower of the new weapon. Boros didn't understand how this was possible and asked if this incredible weapon was really made by Ismaya. Tetra appeared behind him and thanked him for the praise. The guy turned around and was surprised by the presence of the girl. He asked if there should be a girl in the central tower. The girl explained that Almas had decided to send reinforcements from the central tower, including her. Bartolo asked if it was too dangerous for the girl. He reminded her that the girl was a witch and she should not fight in the front lines. The girl sharply ordered the guy to bend over. The guys dispersed. Tetra struck an enemy soldier. The boys looked back at the girl with looks that were filled with fear. Tetra put her hands on her waist and said that she was not a witch, but a sorceress. The guy apologized for making a mistake. The girl said it was okay. Boros decided to ask what kind of weapon it was. Tetra said it was simple. She called the weapon a flamethrower. She explained that they pour a mixture of olive oil and black powder inside. Then they fan it with air magic, and finally they ignite the mixture at the very muzzle with fire magic. The girl said that, as a precaution, it is necessary to interrupt the fire supply right during the process, otherwise the structure will simply explode. Boros was surprised by the danger of this weapon. Tetra continued, saying that the fuel is used up almost immediately, making the weapon impossible to use more than once. Bartolo said that such a weapon is a less versatile tool than the fire elixir, and added that it would be difficult to use in anything other than large-scale battles. Boros said that the weapon is very effective. Everyone exhaled, realizing that they almost gave up the tower, but fortunately, they were able to hold back the enemy's onslaught. Boros clenched his fist, smiled, and said that their troops were almost unharmed and their spirit was high. He thought that they could finish the first day of the siege without unnecessary losses. Bartolo supported him. The man ordered everyone to listen to him. He said that there was very little time left until sunset and asked them to hold on. Thus ended the first day of the siege. No serious clashes occurred on this day. Siege camp of Domorgal 7 Days War, first night. Tonino asked sternly what their losses were. The soldier behind him bowed and remained silent when asked this question. The man asked sharply if the guy really didn't want to say anything. Tonino said that the burnt tower must have cost them several hundred people and asked if that was true. The soldier said that everything was so, and added that some managed to escape by jumping straight into the ditch, but they still received serious injuries, because of which they will not be able to participate in the battle. They looked into the room filled with wounded soldiers. The man said that these were very big losses for them. The soldier next to him said that it was. Tonino got angry and said that the fire-shooting weapon was a real thorn in their situation. The guy next to him said that even the unwounded soldiers were afraid of this weapon and their morale was completely broken. The prince appeared nearby and said with a smile that the man had been badly beaten up. Tonino was surprised by his presence and responded with a greeting to Carlo. The guy asked what the general was going to do now. The man bowed and replied that he was not going to deviate from the original plan. Tonino said it might seem like they are tolerating a one-sided situation, but he denies that idea. The man shared that the fortress is completely surrounded. He says that whether there will be reinforcements or ammunition, but their enemy will not receive anything else, he concludes that now the enemy has limited forces and supplies. Tonino said that, as for them, they have no time limit if the opponent is too strong. The man smiled and said that they could simply wear him down to the point of complete despair. Fortress Teria, Central Tower. A soldier brought Almas a list of the wounded and dead. The boy smiled and thanked Boros and Bartolo. Looking at the list, he realized that despite such a battle, their losses were not that severe. Almas smiles and shares that, as he thought, in this type of battle they are gaining the upper hand. He added that the enemy army probably suffered greater losses than them. The guy shares his thoughts in order to give his soldiers drinks. Boros firmly said that he agreed with this idea because it was very important for him to maintain fighting spirit. Bartolo scratched his head and also agreed, saying that he couldn't live without drinking. Tetra was there and asked why the man wanted a drink. Bartolo replied that the lady had done a great job today, and he added that he was impressed by her abilities. Almas proudly said that his soldiers had also done a very good job, and asked Graham and Ron's opinion about taking a short rest. Ron said it was possible, but you had to be on your guard and stay alert at night. Graham nodded and said that he agreed with his comrade, because if the enemy decided to organize a night raid and they were not prepared, then they would not be able to respond properly. Alma said that then let those who get drunk quickly and lose the lottery stand guard, and added that everyone else can rest and drink. The guy wished everyone a good night's rest. Almas and Tetra next to them wanted to rest and go to bed. The girl was already almost asleep. A soldier suddenly runs into the room and shouts that they are under attack again. Tetra stood up and began to rub her eyes from fatigue. Almas frowned and was surprised by the night attack, but was ready to fight back. The guy understands that it was not in vain that he listened to the men and put some on guard. He asked how many enemies were coming their way. The knight replied that he saw people heading in their direction, but there were not very many of them. Almas tries to see at least someone, but because of the darkness, it is very difficult to do so. Tetra said he would light the way for them to see the people ahead. She conjured several glowing spheres that shone brightly in the darkness of the night. The guy realizes that they are using night cover and have sent the warriors without torches. Almas says that there are still not enough people for a night attack and asks what Bartolo is going to do. The man shared his thoughts. He thinks that they use the night to hide their numbers because their goal is to sow chaos. Bartolo continued to say that either that or they were faking before the real attack, but he also understood that it would be difficult for anyone to advance at night, especially them. The man says that, in any case, it will not be the most difficult, but the guy understands that he is absolutely right. Suddenly, they were attacked. Almas gave the command to lie down. All the knights lay down on the ground, saving themselves from the enemy's arrows. Bartolo was very surprised by this and wondered where the shots were coming from. Almas shouted sharply that everything happened under them, under the rubble. Bartolo did not immediately understand and began to shake her head in search of the enemy. The enemy soldiers began to run from their hiding place with malicious laughter. Tetra saw this and told everyone that they had escaped. Bartolo started shouting to find out if everyone was safe. Almas answered positively and asked the man what was going on. He asked what the last attack meant and what their goal was. The man doubted the answer. They turned around at the noise. A new wave of enemy soldiers was approaching them. They shouted loudly and beat the drums, shouting about their desire to destroy. Tetra covered her ears. She really didn't like that the enemies were so noisy. Almas looked at this and realized something. The guy made the assumption that they were trying to wear them down very badly and asked Bartolo if that was true. The man agreed, saying that the enemy would use intimidation tactics while they were on guard, and if they showed their baresh, the enemy would attack. If they chased, the enemy would run away, and concluded that this would continue until the morning. Almas realized that the enemies did not want to give them a chance to sleep. He agreed that this was the best strategy for besieging the fortress. The man said that something had to be done, because if we ignored this, the enemies might climb the walls. Almas said that he would send some of the warriors to deal with them, and the rest would rest. The guy understood that this was not the easiest task, and this night would be difficult for them. The enemies again began to run in a crowd towards the fortress. Siege camp of Domerhal I Die. The knights shouted that the sun had already risen and ordered everyone to get up. Tonino smiled and said that their warriors were well rested, so they could attack. For him, this was the best morning. He raised his head proudly, saying that their enemy certainly couldn't get a good night's rest. Carlo appeared nearby, saying that the man was truly a terrifying person. Tonino greeted him. The prince smiled and asked the man how long he thought it would take to take the fortress. The man bowed and said he was sure that if they continued to press at the same pace, a week or even 2. Tonino smiled and added that the small neighboring kingdom would not last much longer. He understood that it was stupid to lay siege without supply routes. He suggested not to wait a week, but to force the enemy to surrender today. Tonino began to say that the rising star Ash, Almas Ash, would be defeated by them, the army of the kingdom of Demorgal, and ordered to go into battle. And so began the second day of the 7-day war, second day of the siege. Fortress Teria, Western Tower. Ron yawns loudly and complains that he is very sleepy. Graham rudely tells the guy to control himself. The guy replies that words won't help matters. Ron added that the noise made it impossible for the soldiers to get any sleep, even when they were doing a great job of repelling attacks on the fortress. Suddenly, someone attacked the guy, trying to hurt him. The guy reacted quickly and fought back against the enemy soldier. He swore loudly that these soldiers were really annoying him as one of them fell down from the tower. The archers prepared to shoot, but they were very tired and sleepy. Graham understands that the accuracy of their archers has dropped significantly. He believes that if this continues, then Ron's troops will also be left without strength. The latter gave the order to use the weapon sharply. He added the order to begin preparations. The soldiers straightened up. Graham asked the guy to wait for now. Too late, the weapon fired sharply, hiding everything behind a fog of strong and powerful fire. Ron raised his fist, happy that they were able to destroy the siege tower. Graham began to swear that the guy was celebrating too early and asked to look down. Ron looked up and saw a bunch of soldiers trying to climb the tower with all their might. He was very surprised. The guy started to defend himself and knock down the enemy warriors so that they could not get higher. Graham looked at this. He knew that this would happen. The boy grabbed his bow and drew it, preparing to attack. He thought about the main weakness of the cannons, the lack of the ability to fire continuously. He wondered if they had really thought of everything for the next step. He cursed. All these warriors were getting on his nerves. Ron rushed forward, shouting that he was going to show all his strength to these weaklings. Terria Fortress, East Tower, East Tower. Boros thought about it. He found it very strange that yesterday the enemies did nothing but climb the tower, without a break, and now, Bartolo replied that gunpowder was simply a fierce weapon, and asked if the man wanted to use it again. Boros replied that he definitely did not want to use it now. He looked down at the boats filled with enemies. The man said that the enemies were acting very strangely. He thought that it didn't look like a full-force attack, and they were also very limited in resources, which is why they shouldn't waste resources just like that. Bartolo accepts that the man is right and asks what they should do now. Boros replies that fortunately for them, Lady Tetra herself has climbed the Eastern Tower, and with her wisdom they will definitely be able to come up with something effective. Bartolo said that it sounded very coherent and asked what they should do. Tetra appeared next to him and asked him to leave it to her. The girl said that first we need to remove the barrier from the siege tower. She politely asked to cover it. The man replied that they would cover for her and asked if she was sure she could handle it. Tetra replied that she could handle it. She said that there weren't many wizards in their army, which is why it was dangerous to put them on the battlefield, but a person using such magic cards could replace a dozen military soldiers. Boros says that, in this way, these magical papers with seals can be used by anyone at any time, and if these papers are used correctly, then the balance of power can be turned in their favor. Tetra continued, saying that the same thing applies to the tower. They simply don't have enough people to remove such a powerful barrier. The girl added that this becomes possible only if the necessary seals are used. She began to cast a spell and ordered the barter to disappear. The girl explained that, without the magic barrier, it was an ordinary clock tower. She pointed the gun and said that now it would be very easy to deal with the tower. A powerful stream of magic rushed forward dangerously. He approached the tower, striking hard, striking hard. The entire tower fell in an instant, leaving only useless pieces of wood. All the warriors opened their eyes wide looking at this. Boros and Bartolo began to discuss how the girl had handled the tower very easily and did not understand why they had struggled with her for so long yesterday. Tetra explained that, if you think about it, none of the enemies expected that they would be able to remove the barrier, which is why they did not try to strengthen the tower. Bartolo smiled and said that this was to be expected from Tetra. He asks if the girl will be able to handle the rest of the towers. The girl sighed and replied that using this method is not the best solution. Tetra began to explain that writing these papers takes very little time. She added that if they threw all their efforts into creating them, they would lose combat-ready wizards. She wanted to say something else, but enemy soldiers crept up from behind, shouting loudly. The warriors noticed that this was the same witch and were going to wound her. The girl grabbed the weapon tightly and took a step forward. Bartolo's eyes widened. She grabbed the sword and headed forward. Boros also opened his mouth wide at such a picture. The soldiers laughed and asked if she was really going to pretend to be a warrior. Tetra replied that it was and asked if she didn't look cool. Bartolo and Boros pulled the girl back sharply, shouting at her not to dare do such a thing. Boros gave the command to protect the girl and not allow the enemies to approach her. Tetra said that she expected this from the enemies. They rushed to attack to get rid of the magician. The girl added that if you use magic on the front lines, then, in addition to the magician, the soldiers next to him will be hit. Bartolo emphasized her incredible insight, asking if the girl could really handle a sword. Tetra replied that she could, and added that Almas taught her this. The guy made a surprised expression on his face and said that the girl would definitely be able to stand up for herself. Boros suggests to his comrade to keep Tetra as far away from the front lines as possible. Bartolo said that the man is right. He understands that they must protect her with their lives. Teria Fortress, Western Tower. Graham shoots a bow, trying to defend himself from enemies. The guy says that maybe they were able to stop the enemy advance. He turned to Ron and asked how he was doing. The latter replied that they had dealt with all the enemies. The guy suddenly turned around and asked Graham what was that flat thing driving there. The guy was surprised by such a question. They noticed that the enemy soldiers were carrying something heavy, like a house. Graham bent down and tried to see. He said he didn't know what it was. He noticed that it was much smaller compared to the siege towers. He noticed the log in front and thought it was a battering ram. The guy said it was strange because they had recently used the towers to climb the towers, bypassing the moat. Ron laughed and asked if his words were true. He thought that the turtles wouldn't even reach the walls of the tower. Graham agreed with his comrade, but still doesn't understand why they decided. Suddenly, they started stacking planks to cover the moat. The guy realized something and suddenly perked up. Enemy troops collected logs and dragged them to the water. The ditch was filled with logs, boards, and anything else that the soldiers could get their hands on. Ron realized that they were dumping all the remains into the moat. Graham was surprised and realized that the remains of the towers were indeed enough to cover the moat. He gathered all his thoughts and shouted that they urgently needed to deal with this ram. Ron said that he understood everything and ordered to bring the gunpowder. The guy took a small bundle, clung to it, and said loudly that after those siege towers, for him, breaking these wooden turtles would be a piece of cake. He threw it. The small bundle exploded, plunging everything into the fire. He looked sternly at the results of his actions. Nothing happened, which surprised the guy greatly, but all the enemy troops were safe and sound. Graham pulled his bow and said that they were using metal plates. In addition, it seemed to him that they had put a magical barrier on these battering rams. Ron asked loudly, "That is, the tower bodies, but smaller?" The latter suddenly perked up and noticed that they were building a bridge from the same boards and suggested shooting at him. Graham replied that he already had. Below, the soldiers were gathering their boards and beginning to assemble the bridge. Graham noted that this is not very effective. He concluded that they would have to use magicians. A picture of war. Enemy troops are assembling a bridge and closing a moat. Soldiers from the fortress are trying to defend it. The soldiers announced loudly that they had brought Mrs. Lulu. Graham apologized to the girl. He knows that she was busy, but he asks her to help, saying that they really need her now. Lulu smiled and told her to leave it to her. She was tired of doing barriers anyway. The girl said she heard about the situation, looked down, and was very surprised at the scale of the problem. Lulu turned her head to the guy and asked if he wanted her to smash them. Graham asked in return if she could handle it. The girl confidently answered yes. She took the weapon and said that she would now remove all the barriers and told Ron to wait for her command. The boy looked at the weapon and asked if it was an exploding spear. The girl explained that they had used too much gunpowder and told the boy to be careful. Lulu gave the order to the soldiers to cover her. All the soldiers promised that they would cope. The groom sharply warned everyone that the battering rams were already climbing the logs and asked them to hurry. Lulu smiled and said she was using magic seals. She placed her hands on the ground and commanded the barrier to disappear. The girl suddenly came to Ron to throw a spear, and the guy did so. With a loud shout and curse, he aggressively threw the spear down. A huge explosion raised a huge fog of dust. It destroyed everything that was nearby. The fog laughed a little and destroyed logs appeared. Ron smiled brightly and was glad that he was able to defeat them. The guy rushed to thank the girl, but she asked him to wait. She raised her finger and told the guy to look. A bunch more battering rams appeared. Graham and Ron looked at this picture with anger and sadness that they had failed. Graham emphasized that they still had a lot of logs. He understood that to deal with them, he would need quite a few of the same exploding spears. Ron turned his head sharply to the guy and asked what he should do now. The guy reminded Ron that he was the team leader and Almas had appointed him for a reason. The latter was silent for a couple of seconds, then loudly agreed with his words. Ron raised his sword sharply and ordered no one to surrender, adding that their battle was just beginning. Fortress of Tyria, Central Tower. Almas looked at the sky, rejoicing at the appearance of the male hawk. He praised the bird. The guy read the letter and understood everything. With a bright smile on his face, he ordered the warriors to inform Boroso and Bartolo that the first stage of their plan had been successfully completed.